While I'm away, I thought I would also tell you a little bit about the sponsor of this show, our first sponsor, Manscaped.com. Very kind of them to do so. They've also engineered the ultimate groin and body trimmer by focusing on intelligent functionality and an incredibly comfortable grooming experience. Their 4th generation trimmer features a cutting-edge ceramic blade to reduce grooming accidents, thanks to their advanced skin-safe technology. I now feel confident shaving my boys. This upgraded trimmer includes a multi-function on and off switch that can engage a travel lock. It also gives you the ability to turn the 4000K LED spotlight on and off when needed for a more precise shave. The Lawnmower 4.0 even allows you to customize your trim through additional guard lengths through sizes 1 through 4. Did I mention wireless charging? The wireless charging system uses electromagnetic induction, which can help battery length last longer. Men, if you've been shaving with the same nut trimmer on your face, you've been doing it wrong. No person wants to end up with pubes in their mouth. It's time to get your own ball, hair, and body trimmer with Manscaped to make me time the best time and enhance your confidence with some nice, smooth boys. Get 20% off and free shipping with the code NEST, N-E-S-T, at manscaped.com. 20% off, free worldwide shipping with my code NEST. Help yourself, help your boys, help the show. It's appreciated very much, and thank you to Manscaped for sponsoring the show. Hello and welcome to the Hawks Nest live stream show. Let's get this going. I'm a little late. I'm like 30 seconds late, but that's not too late for me. For me, guys, that's pretty good actually. So we're doing a little bit by your guys' request tonight. It's been requested quite a bit this year. I think next year we might actually be doing it every game. We'll see how it goes tonight, I guess. All right, but we're going to be live streaming the game tonight. So we'll be seeing how this goes. We've got Seattle, of course, going into Washington here on Monday Night Football. There's about 14:19 on the clock right now about my time. I've been told it's about somewhere about 12 to 13 second delay if you want to sync up to your time on your DVR. So I'll keep trying to read the time throughout. And when you hear it, just sync yours up about 12 seconds approximately to what I'm saying on yours, and you should be good as far as the difference. So that seems to be the delay. I don't know if that holds up here, but I'll continue to read it. Seattle is, of course, looks like probably deferred or one way or another. The Washington is starting out with the ball. Taylor Heineke throws up a wayward pass, and I'm going to be doing a lot of kind of play-by-play here for you guys, doing a little bit of reaction, all that good stuff. So just be noted, I get a little intense during the football games. So we did cause a third down punt. It's 14:06 right now as he's punting it off. Good stop by the team. Good opening stop by the team. Make Heineke beat you. Ooh, risky. Risky there. Little risky there. We got a nice punt return. We got good field position. Russell Wilson, 33rd-year-old Russell Wilson, as he has his birthday today. Happy birthday, Russ. Best, greatest quarterback in Seahawks history. An Iron Man. A man who should have MVP votes at this point, if not an MVP trophy period prior to this point. But that's a discussion for another time. Go Hawks 2022. Hope all is well, Brandon. Go Hawks 22. All is amazing. Go Hawks 05. Happy birthday, Russ. Better ball out. He better ball out. Ball out. Your boy Michael. Russ can't stay long. What's up? Can't stay long, but can't wait for this game. Me neither, man. Me neither. Good to see you, your boy Michael. TJ, all right. Here we go. Let's go. Ethan, all right, go Hawks. I'll join back later. Sounds good. Juno White, hell yeah, live reaction stream. Yeah, it's been much requested. So, Seahawks on first down. Russell with a little play action. Nice. I like it. Little play action with a throw out to the flat to Tyler Lockett. Does it get you a lot of yards? No. Does the potential there for usually to get 5, 6, 7 yards? Yes. And what this does is what I've talked about before. You've got to get Russ into a little bit of a rhythm. If you're going to get him into embracing the short passing game, it's more about script up some stuff that gives him some easy, sure completions in that game. So it's not all about him having to diagnose and read and go through his pre-snap stuff. He has stuff just kind of easy for them. You want that, and it's again about just getting into a rhythm, just like I've mentioned a pitcher in baseball. All right, second down into Alex Collins with the run up the middle. Surprise, surprise there, right? When does this team ever run up the middle? William Leonard, what's up, guys? What's up, William Leonard? Is it Russ's birthday? Yes, it is. 33 years young. Spencer Smith, what's up, brothers? What's up? User Big Hits Day. Hey, everyone, go Hawks. Go Hawks. 283-128. Let's go 7-0. Hey, let's do it. 283, why not? Why not us, right? Ain't that one of the mantras? Why not us? Why not us? Well, here we go. Why not you? Why not you, I say. So, I got to fix my stuff here. All right. Ooh, 3rd and 9. Lost some yards in that running play a little bit. So, what can Russ do? This is one of his... Russ throws a 3rd down incompletion, 12:32 on the clock. It's a little bit of a crosser route wherever it is open. I don't think if he makes the catch unless he really... I mean, this is Everett. He's got some yak ability. But this is a little bit of shades of what we saw in that Green Bay game to Tyler Lockett on a similar throw, on that out route throw where it just whistles over the guy's head. And, I mean, it's not even close where Everett can't even lift up his hands to go get the ball in that moment. 4th down, 12:32, punt by Dixon. Hey, Rockets, a skyrocket it is. Coming on down. Oh, it's returnable. Oh, he called a fair catch. And by the way, 283-128. We win tonight. I'm not trying to be whatever here, okay? I'm not trying to be a predictor. I'm saying it is what it is. I don't make these rules. I don't make other teams in the league bad, but we are one game out of the wild card if we win tonight. I am just saying. Robert Jimenez, I tried to roll it, Robert. Robert Jimenez, thank you for the $2 donation. Appreciate you starting off the stream right. Says, thanks for the play-by-play live stream. I'm on it, man. Like I said, Robert, I think next year I'm going to be trying to shoot for, if my voice can take it, because if I do these on a weekly basis, we're going to be talking about 7 hours of me talking, 8 hours of me talking, and that's, I know that's not a lot for me necessarily, but yeah, that'll be a lot. But we will definitely be potentially looking at doing this as another addition to the channel next year, is doing these live stream reactions. Anime Land. A post day, I don't know that stuff, but I'm going to think it says Go Hawks anime. I'm going to hope it says Go Hawks. Not me, Petter. I don't know any of them. I usually know a few of those words. Spencer, watching you watch our Hawks might make watching this team a teensy bit less of a waking nightmare. So I was kind of hoping with that. I knew this would be a late night for all of us, and I figured, why don't I just jump on now and we just start having some fun with it. And I can have some fun with this, guys. My dream would be if the NFL ever let us do like private channels where you could do your own play-by-play so you didn't have to listen to the people doing it. Wouldn't that be more ideal? You know, just who you want to hear. The NFL's got like untapped low-hanging fruit in that respect that they don't seem to be all that interested in. I don't know why, though. It's odd. GoHawks05 says Fuller at left guard already looks bad. Puts 60 in. Yeah. I don't know why they don't like Phil Haynes, GoHawks05. I mean, at the very least, I know he can pass protect. But they love themselves some Fuller, despite what you and I and everyone else is saying. They seem to like the kid. They seem something in him. Ethan Tech World, Gerald Everett isn't 10 feet, Russell. No, that was a whistler. That was a whistler there on that one. Now, again, he needed 9 yards there, so it was no guarantee if he makes the completion, you're going to get the first down. But that's going to be a throw that many people point to after this game, albeit I know it's happened in the first quarter and go, see, you know, he can't throw the short game. See, this is where we'll get into some arguments on that with people, because I'm sure that's a little bit of a finger throw there to my opinion. Because he doesn't have 10 balls. When Russ misses like that, and it's short, he doesn't miss that bad. He might miss, but it's not going to be 10 feet over a man's head. All right, Washington is coming out with the ball now here. I'll try to do a little more of this, a little more of this reactive stuff. We get 1st and 10, 12:24 on the clock. Little play action out of read option. Nice easy pass out into the flat, just like what I was talking you do with Russ. Washington is pulling the page out of exactly what I was saying you should do, which is Get your quarterback some easy completions. And a lot of times there's easy completions out there laterally rather than trying to stretch it vertically. And then you just get your quarterback kind of rolling. Just kind of get into that mode a little bit, you know? Anime Land says, money is dinero. Okay. I got to be careful, Anime Land, because I say the wrong thing in another language. It might be something racist in another language, and YouTube kills me. So I gotta be careful. Another play action. Oh, they're going to the screen game, which has been horrific for our Seahawks. And big Bobby Wagner coming up and showing the young lad he's got a little bit of thump left. You better believe it. Bobby says, not today. I don't have KJ Wright. I don't got KJ Wright today, but you know what I do got? I got these big shoulders that I've been carrying this defense on. Watch what I can do with this. Picks up Gibson like he's a little play toy and puts him on his back. Not today. Not today, sucker. I like it. Anime in Brazilian. Okay. My bad, brother. Well, I'll say it as long as you, I'll pronounce it and do my whole accent with it, as long as you promise me it's not anything racist. All right, so we've got a key 3rd down and 1 here. It seems to be there's been a timeout on the field. Of course, Coach Carroll has a penchant for loving to burn his timeouts early in the game, and indeed that is what has happened here, folks. Coach Carroll's looking on longingly from the sideline, just saying, I just want to make sure we communicate this last point on this key 3rd and 1 on Washington's side of the field. So, poste necesas arguar, espero, na me fizer pierde nederno. Dinero. Pierde dinero. Sorry, man. I know I do dinero. Everybody's been saying Robert De Niro for years, so. It's good to see you in here, Anime, though. Anime Land. I've seen you in the chat a few times here. All right, so we got a key 3rd down and 1. Washington comes out, 3 wide receiver set, hands out to Antonio Gibson. And Jordan Brooks with just not quite enough sand in the pants to come up into the hole and make the stop. I don't think he would have stopped him behind the first down marker, even if he had made the play there. But nonetheless, Gibson is able to make Mr. Brooks go backwards on contact. And indeed, somewhat kind of doesn't full on roll him over, but I mean, Brooks gets the tackle, but he certainly doesn't really get the tackle, I guess. He gets through for another couple more yards. So, come on, Jordan. Come on, buddy. Come on. We need you. Back on to Gibson under center here. Out to the little stretch play out to the left, and easily diagnosed by Mr. Brian Monet, who scrapes his way down the defensive line to get himself a tackle after a couple of yards. Paul Third just can't believe this. Russ isn't the best quarterback option right now. His touch and release is gross. Agree with you 100%, Paul. You know, I've been harping on this for weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks, even since the Green Bay game. I'm not out here to see Russ prove how tough he is. I'm out here to see us try to win football games. Oh no, I lost my juice. No. Unplug. Don't worry. Don't worry. This is the fun part of doing this. Sometimes stuff goes a little weird. All right, well, let's try this. Stuff goes out. This is the brilliance of live TV, folks. Run out of a dungeon. I know what the problem is. Just run this a little bit more. Key. I don't know what happened there. All right. Sorry, my TV cut out there on me for a second. All right, Bobby just made a play after a couple more yards there. So we've got 2nd and 2, 8:40 on the clock. Little bubble screen out to the right. Strong side. 52. Is that Taylor? Yeah, Taylor. Taylor out there making a play in space from his Sam. Look, must have been at the Sam on that. Nice hustle by Taylor. I can't believe they gave him a first down there. He looked like he had him picked up a little bit short of that. Go Hawks 05 thought on the Wagner jersey after that. But yeah, they got to put on the Wagner jersey after that hit. That's some old school stuff. That's some Cam Chancellor against the Browns, some Monday Dario Hardesty type hit stuff right there. Herbicide says Reed is out there. That's good. Yeah, we need it, man. Boy, you felt bad last week when you were down both your 2 starting cornerbacks, didn't you? All right, 1st and 10, 7:51. Is that Brooks? All right. Well, Brooks gives up a little short completion, but nothing that's, insane on that play. So makes the tackle, I guess. Again, you're not going to see a guy there that's going to be terribly good in coverage at any point in time, I don't believe. He's a bit better in, I'll give him this. He is going to be a bit better in the respect of when he plays in man situations. But when you stick him out there like in space and zone is when you're going to see Brooks at his most struggle. So 2nd and 2, 7:10 on the clock. Again, a lot of read option with Taylor Heineke there here in this game early on when they're driving here. He does give it right back to Gibson under center. Just an easy couple of yards there. Nothing too fancy about this play calling. You didn't expect much too stuff. I guess they did. They flexed out Curtis Samuel there a little bit pre-snap. So that's a little bit of making your linebackers kind of have to maybe ease away from wanting to crush inside on that line and start to have to think about getting out wider. Little more. There's a little more nuance there, I guess, than I should give credit. They're running everything out of their read option right now. The Washington football team is. Low snap. 1st and 10. Another little 6-yard completion underneath. Tyler Heineke and the Washington football team early on in the passing game here is not doing a whole lot to attack down the football field. The one time he did early on, it was an incompletion. Everything else has been basically just trying to throw short. They did a screen that Bobby came up on. Not a lot here that's being done on their part to try to really push up the field. Again, this sometimes goes to what I talk about, which is the fact that teams week in and week out will employ basically the same offensive methodology because they feel like they can get these easy yards there, especially when you have a quarterback like Tyler Heineke that is, okay, I guess, but let's just call him restricted. So on the 2nd down run, a nice little another little nice Gibson run there off of weak side. Little 4 or 5 yards. They got 1st and goal now. They're driving an 11-play, 67-yard drives, consuming 7 minutes of the clock. Have we seen that this year? Has this been something this defense has done prior to this year? Kind of looks familiar, doesn't it? Now, come on, defense. Here's where your job's got to be you standing up. It's about field goals, not touchdowns. You're about bend but not break. Remember that. 1st and goal, 5:11 on the clock. 5:11 o'clock. Again to Gibson right up the middle. Stout. Defense is there. It looked like Bobby and Rasheem. It looked like Bobby or Rasheem. It was a 94, or Bobby and Rasheem. A lot of 4s in that one. And sure enough, it was Bobby. Bobby coming out playing with a little bit of fire here early on. Great to see. Great to see on Bobby's part there. I like that. Yeah, Bobby. You tell him no. He's over there in the huddle. No. All right, 2nd and goal. 4:36 on the clock. Gibson now, they're actually under center now with Tyler Heineke out of more of like a 2 tight end look here. Again, a handoff, kind of that weak side. Ooh, Taylor Brooks coming up. Remembering he just got ran over, and he's knowing he's looking bad. He knows he's got an imprint on his back. And he says, I'm going to bend this man in half for doing that to me. Don't you ever do that to me again. Don't you ever do that to me again. He took him up by his shoulders, twisted him jiu-jitsu style to the ground, pulled his leg back behind him, started tickling his toes. It was deep, man. It was deep. He's still on the sideline trying to figure it out. He's like, do I laugh or do I scream? Gohawk 22 says, good tackle by Brooks. Hell yeah, it was. That's more like it. A little pressure up the middle by Kerry Hyder on a little stunt. Oh, there we go. I don't know if that was stunt or him out of the 3-tech, but just a short pass, incomplete, 4th and goal. Nice job by the defense in coverage. Good job by the defense on a drive where they didn't generate any pressure, albeit, again, the quarterback's getting the ball out of his hands quick. It's hard to generate a pressure when you've got those circumstances involved. Still there, Seattle got it. I'm going to watch what they did with Hyder here. Hold on, let me watch here. Oh yeah, so Hyder just sort of is finding. Hyder just sort of goes up. Hyder's like a kid trapped in the clothing store behind all those old school things they used to do in this clothing store where they'd have different circular rows of clothes, and they're trying to get through it. He just went past the whole defensive line, just sort of going past one. No, there's no hole there. Nope, there's no lane there. Nope, there's no lane there. And then Hyder shoots through the lane finally there. Defense does a good job in coverage to give him time to do that. But then Heineke gets flushed out the pocket and throws a completion, but it's 4th and goal at that point. So again, this is what our defense does. It pisses us off sometimes, but sometimes as well, it actually finds a way to get it going here a little bit. So it can work. You keep them to field goals, it's fine. It's when you keep them to field goals and a couple touchdowns, a couple field goals. That's when it gets bad as a defense goes. Mariah C., how you doing? Good to see you on in here. Lolo says, literally 5 to 6 yards of play. That's all teams need to beat us, and we give it to them happily. It is a thing that people were more surprised about 10 years ago than they are now. And a guy that's talked a lot about this at length is a guy by the name of Chris Sims out there, who I know draws some derisive opinion among Seahawks fans. He's got a very close relationship with Kyle Shanahan. They're like best buddies. I think they have like matching tattoos or something. But yet his, I think, criticism on this is indeed correct, in that there's basically, you could look at like there being almost a small playbook worth of plays now that you could call Seahawks beater plays, which are not plays that do what they might sound like at first blush, which is destroy you deep and hit you with these. Instead, they're really like the death by 1,000 cuts. That's what those plays are. There's just a high rate of success within them. Because you're not taking the risky throw down the field. You're not going into the teeth of the defense. I think that's really where, it's kind of the part that bothers folks. But this is where it's like, this is why some of us, like, I'm sure you're in this same mold that I am on this, Lolo, where it's kind of ready for a new defense. Because the soft read and react, bend but don't break, it's a little bit old. Mr. Fantasy Football, I just joined. We better not be doing that soft zone coverage again. Too late, Mr. Fantasy Football. You may be late, in essence, have just arrived, but also, yep, too late for your diagnosis on that. It was already there on the first drive, no doubt about it. Can't deny it. See if I can get the scoreboard up here for you guys. Oh, shoot. Yeah, there we go. Get you at least like this overhead thing for you guys. Get a little cutout going so you guys can kind of see. All right, so we give up a field goal. No biggie, right? No biggie. I mean, we did start out kicking the game. So two possessions, 3 points from our defense. Not the worst thing in the world. 3 minutes, 2:59 left to go on the clock. Kicker's just getting set up to go here. What do we want to see on this next drive from Russ? First drive, you get a nice short completion out to him. Next one, you try to run the ball. You lose about 1.5 yards. Third down, Russell whistles a ball over the top of Everett. Chances we see a run on this first play? 100%. I'm probably going to be wrong on that, but I'm getting jaded. I'm getting too jaded, folks. Bring me back from this edge. Bring me back. ESPN coming hard again with their weird graphics. I don't know what Russ with a big fish. What are they doing? What are they doing? All right, since Russell Wilson's injury, 21 drives, only that wasn't a good stat. Oh, was I right or was I wrong, folks? I said chances of a run. And what do we get? We got a nice run where? Up the middle. You better believe it. A little up the middle run, folks, because that's what we do on first down. 2:43 on the clock. Washington up 3-0. Randall McDaniel coming to the fat $20 donation. Thank you, Randall. You are the man, my brother. Your boy looking good in the Hawks Nest Parker the other day. I gotta say, I feel like his skills on the skateboard went up like at least 22%. Russell under center. Huh. How about that? Okay. A little Russell Wilson under center, which we have not seen over the past couple of weeks. It's a handoff to Collins, and it goes for about 6 yards. Wow, weird. Quarterback under center, and the running game seems to be a little bit better when you do that. All right, here we go. No matter. 3rd and 1. Come on, we need a 3rd down conversion here, folks. Seattle going with 2 tight ends, 2 wide receivers. Again under center, but do not run it. Russell looking, throwing a fade. Oh, he hits Lockett. Lockett breaking free. Lockett in the open field. Lockett turns on the Jets. He points at the man, says, "You ain't touching me," but he does touch him out of bounds. Oh, boy, I know what a lot of you thought. What a lot of you were thinking what I was thinking in that moment as Russell drops back. First off, you're thinking 3rd and 1, him under center, just hand the damn ball off, get a yard with your supposedly good run game. Then the second thing you're thinking is, oh, no, he didn't go to the short because he looks to a short read in the flat. He has 2 reads, I believe. First, he has Collins, and then I believe that, then he's also got the receiver out there, Swain. And he comes all the way back across the field on a deep ball. It's a semi-moonshot. Right? It's more atmosphere shot than moonshot. Now he's back under center here. They're quickly to the line. Russell's got his man. He's feeling. Oh! Where's the penalty? Tyler just got decapitated. They're picking Tyler Lockett's head up off the field right now. They're spurting blood. How does that not get called? What is that not a blow to the head? He literally comes up like old Jack Tatum style. I'll have to see a replay on that. That's going to give me hot post game. That was BS. Maybe they just collided, I guess they're saying. All right, Collins. Nice little read option of Collins for 5 yards up off the left side. 1 minute on the clock in the first quarter. Nice little drive here going. We're going to have to talk about that one. I mean, they're still cleaning up Lockett's brain matter off the turf right now. And no flag. You touch guys I've seen our guys touch guys in the head. And have it call fouls on our secondary this season. Over the last couple of seasons. What is that? How is he allowed to do that? You're not supposed to launch yourself. Is that not a launching yourself? Okay, 3rd and 5. Get it out of your head, boy. Here we go. 3rd and 5. Russ looking in the pocket. Oh, did he get him? He got him. Russ throws a zip. A beaner. That thing was just a pill in there into Gerald Everett. A nice catch by Gerald Everett. 6-yard completion. Russell remaining patient in the pocket, staying within the pocket, going through his reads, not bailing, not escaping, not trying to run away. Just hang. Good blocking on that play. Fuller might have had a holding call there that went uncalled, but we'll not talk about that. That shall not be named. But he zips a pass in there, and that is a very tough catch. So that's an underrated tough catch because Wilson's really accurate with the throw, but he's throwing it so hard and in such a short space that the reaction time there has got to be, as a receiver there, your hands have got to work so fast to get out in front of you at times. And we've seen even DK Metcalf go off his head at times, where if you don't react quick enough, it will do that. But a fantastic drive. Got to give the Seahawks credit there. Russell throws just a beautiful 94-mile-an-hour fastball past the defender's outstretched hand for a touchdown, 7-3. Yeah, get pumped, Russ. Best throw you've made since you've come back. And best throw he's made since he's come back. No doubt about it. Randall says, and thank you again, for Randall, for the $20 donation. Randall says, this is way better than mouth-breathing Manning brothers commentary. Wow. Hey, that's actually high praise from Randall, because a lot of people are loving that. So if I can hit that mark, I may be onto something here with that. You know what I mean? I may be onto something with that. But I'm digging this right now. I'm liking this right now. We might be doing this more on the often, Randall. So I like it. Especially it's nice to be able to smile about something in this game right now. It's just nice to feel good about something with our Seahawks right now. It's been hard. It's been a hard couple weeks, folks. But you're awesome, Randall. Thank you so much, brother. Megan with a $5 donation. Thank you, Megan. Says, I'm here kinda. Got an appointment in a bit, but we'll be back as soon as I can. No worries, Megan. You know I'm going to be here all night. I'm here all night. You know, like the comedians say, I'll be here all week. I'll be here all night. So we're good. We're good. But thank you for the donation. You're awesome. Megan, another one, $10 donation. Thank you, Megan. Again, appreciate you so much. Thank you. You're surprised it wasn't called? Come on, man. It's the Hawks, and you'd be more surprised if it was called. If it was rugby, it would be a red card, send off, and a suspension for at least a few months. I mean, and maybe it was they didn't show a replay, which you always find interesting when they don't do the replays on hits like that. Like, really? You guys are going to show one replay of that to let me get a look? But somebody's going to post it on YouTube. And if my initial instinct on what I was seeing with first blush is correct, they absolutely, that was absolutely BS. That should be a 15-yard play and have it at the 1. And again, it's just there. This is what I wouldn't be so mad about it again. But we've had so many times we've had it called. The Quandre Diggs hit last year with New England Patriots, where he literally got ejected, not just the penalty, but got ejected for a hit that was pretty bang bang, where the player lowered his head down. I don't know. Lolos is what the F. Daniel barks his touchdown. King Blue TD. And I'll try to be with you guys on the chat, of course, but this isn't like because I'm doing kind of more of a live reaction thing to this. It'll be. I'll definitely if you donate, I'll try to read your chat, but stuff might go fast on this. So if it does, just bear with me or repost back in if I miss something. I'm gonna try to carry everybody. That's right. Happy 33rd, Russ. Happy 33rd. 33 is a very important number in the occultic world. All right, here we go with a little return. Not good. Not good. All right, thank God. Ugo came up and saved maybe a touchdown there. Nice play, Ugo. Washington's going to set up with some decent drive. And again, if you're watching this live with me, I believe I'm about 12 seconds behind whatever I tell you about time-wise that I am. I've been told by my brother that that's about somewhere between 12 and 14 seconds, depending on where you're at. And I'm going to try to read the time a few times. So if you want to try to sync up with where I'm at, we can sync up exact at that point, based on whatever our delay is. All right, 14 seconds left in the first quarter. We're going to one play till this thing's probably over. Defensive line's trying to figure things out at the snap, which is never a good sign when you got your defensive tackles dancing with each other at the snap back and forth like this is a conga line. Which then the running play goes right over the top of the conga line, which is opened up for a nice 5-yard gain. A little bit of confusion by our big boys up front there on that play, and Bobby was trying to get him figured out. He's like, you here, you there. But it didn't matter where they were placed. They weren't getting in on that one. Weren't getting in on that. And Megan and Randall, thank you so much for the donations. It's good to have you in, Randall. I was happy you were able to come in here because I was hoping you would. We could watch this kind of live more. So I know I'm kind of out of it. Usually when I'm live, I'm not responsive, and I get almost catatonic. I just start looking at things and especially when it's been bad the last few weeks, it gets dark, folks. It gets dark. It gets like goth dark. Go so if I've ever trolling the fans. Either the tech world, call that S. I'm glad I'm not the only one. I feel like I'm taking crazy pills over here. Megan, got the game on ESPN with the volume down and getting some work done while listening. Sounds good, Megan. I'll try to give you some stellar play-by-play. It ain't gonna be, pro, but it'll be me. Green Kid, this quarter went by fast. It did go by fast, Green Kid. It's one of the problems with a little bit on having a bit of I'm not knocking the defense here. They held up. We're up 7-3. This is again, this first quarter in a lot of ways encapsulates what people both will love and be angered by with Coach Carroll. To me, I get it. This is the formula. And the formula is defensively, we will allow first downs. We will allow long drives, but you will not get touchdowns. And then conversely, on the other side, theoretically speaking, we will have a good enough offense that's not getting field goals, but touchdowns. Your field goals versus our touchdowns over the course of a game, we're going to win out. Even if we're not able to score 7 points every time. It's like applying the Steph Curry Warriors 3-point model to football a little bit. It's not always fun. It's not always fun, and makes football games go by real fast, because I agree, that was a lightning quick first quarter, but that's just how we roll. That's just how our defense does it. That's how they're effective. Megan Gok Rogers says, happy pre-birthday to me, 11 years older than Russ. Yeah, everybody say happy. Give our Megan a nice little happy birthday in the chat. Happy birthday, Megan. I probably won't be live before you're next a year older. All right, Terry McLaurin. That guy's a dog. He's a straight dog. I love Terry McLaurin. He was my guy when the draft came out, and I've actually thought in the draft with DK that DK was going to go in the top 15, but I did think McLaurin was going to drop into the second round, and he was one guy I was sort of tantalized by his potential. He's been really good, and he's been really good with bad quarterback play. Imagine what happens when he actually gets somebody. All right, Washington coming out under center, a little bit away from their read option stuff. Seattle generates pressure. Ooh, God, it almost looked like he hit the ball out of his hand on that throw. Alden Robinson came along with some great pressure off the outside. It looked like he literally hit the, he did. He did. You can see the quarterback flexing his hand. Alden Robinson came around. Let's see this. Robinson comes around wide on the edge off the Leo, rips the ball, hits the ball as the quarterback's throwing it and sort of gets, brutal, because it's an absolute fumble. Even if he doesn't catch this, I think it's a fumble. Maybe they may go his arms going forward, I guess, but that was a great play by Alton. Those people wanted to see more Alton Robinson. Hey, another tip ball? They bailed out the receiver. They gave Sidney Jones a pass interference on a prayer by Taylor Heineke down the lane. I don't know how you say that. That's come on, show us a replay. I don't know if is that catchable. Sidney running up with the tight end. Tight end's got his hands. Oh, come on. The tight end initiates the contact. He gets up under his armpits. Sidney's got a right to be in that space every bit as much as he does. He's got to run around him. He's trying to sort of act like I can't. That's all right. 2 BS calls. We're 2 BS calls into this game so far. Good to see. Good stuff. Love it. Incomplete pass by Tyler Heineke. Sorry, I'm not able to do some play calling on this because the stuff annoys me. Well, what is he supposed to do? I'm going to let it go. Woosah. Megan with another $5 donation. Thank you, Megan. Says, like you said, B, his head was rolling on the ground. Kind of reminded me of the hit on Largent back in the day. It was a little reminiscent of the Largent hit, where the guy is absurdly high. Absurdly high, and his body sliding up and through the man, which to me looks like... that's where it looks like, dude, it's not even a borderline call. That's the flag should have been out before he got his elbow all the way through the front of his, another screenplay. There we go. Jordan Brooks keeping the screenplay clean. Nice job by Jordan Brooks. 14 minutes on the clock in the second quarter, third down. Great play by Jordan. But yeah, the player being here and you going up and through and then ending up lacing into his head. I'm going to need to watch it a couple times, but that just looked all kinds of wrong. And that's 2 calls as far as I'm concerned out the gate. I'll give, when we get one that goes our way that was a bad one, maybe I can go like the Fuller holding call on the touchdown. Maybe just to be fair here. Oh, he's going deep. Don't you dare call him for that. Sorry, I'm holding my breath on these plays, folks. I do more of a talking about each play, but it's just you hold your breath. So you get Sidney Jones, who actually lines right up across from Terry Lee McLaurin, gets away with a little bit of a couple of tugs. It's not pass interference, but there's definitely some tugs that he did there. Okay, so we can go 2v2. I'll go 2v2. This is to show you guys my fairness and unbiasedness as a fan. So Taylor Heineke takes a deep shot down the right sideline. He's got Terry McLaurin one-on-one with Sidney Jones. No safety help over the top. McLaurin basically beats him, but there's 2 little mini holds that go on there by Sidney Jones, which allows him to kind of hold up to not get up under the football as Heineke's throwing it up there. With Heineke, he's not got that power arm, so he's really got to really try to lollipop it in over the top when he does. And if that receiver can't get to the spot he's throwing to, it's going to look like that. But look, I got to be honest. That was probably a little bit on that was a little, as Madonna would say, borderline. Lolo says, I'm starting to like more of Monet. Monet, maybe one of the few guys on this team right now that you look at. I think there's one other guy that I look on this team and I go, Gerald Everett, actually, the guy that caught the touchdown on that. They may be the 2 guys coming up for free agency that you might actually think about going, I might just go ahead and see what these guys might want on a low-end kind of extension, maybe, if it's just somewhat cheap. Maybe not. Maybe they just want to ride up and let everything turn over, so you got to do all your changes. But it would be an interesting decision. But Monet's looked very good this year. I got to give him credit. He's not spectacular, not just solid. 283 says, Levin Gerald, hopefully we can get him back after the season. I hope so too. Like I said, even a marginal extension to him right now, if he was open to it, would be cool. Megan says, I'm waiting to win this game so B can eat crow about coach. Hashtag just saying. Laughing out loud. It's going to take more than beating Washington, the 4-6 Washington football team, to get me to eat crow on Carroll with what's what. But, hey, maybe this is the start of a great run, Megan. Maybe this is where we turn it on and get this thing going. I'm good with that. That's crow that I happily eat if that ends up being the case here. Josh Rowan's coming in confident, saying Washington will win. Washington front has a good team, finally. Well, you're down to your guys, though. No, they're down. They got no Chase Young in this game, and they got no Montez Sweat in this game. And as we even saw in the first drive, where Wilson had a lot of time to throw in the pocket, they're probably missing those two elements right now. Nathaniel Parks, you thought the Alton Robinson thing was going to be a fumble? Yeah, me too. Man, that thing coming out of his hand, it looked funky. But he just got enough of it. Guy just got enough. Obi-Wan says that's a BS call. Yeah, that was a BS call. Rodney Prescio says, imagine that. The referees dictate the game. Well, I got to give him us that we did get two back in our direction in this game as I think about it. Because the Fuller call was pretty – on the touchdown to Everett, it looked somewhat clear that he was pulling him pretty good. Holding calls can come anytime on the offensive line. So maybe it's 2-1. But look at Russ with a quick little throw out of a spread look on first down to Will Disley. Hits him for 8 yards. Disley just turns and spins and pirouettes his way in for another 6 or 7 yards afterwards. But there it is. Quick, easy passes for your quarterback, folks. It doesn't have to be hard. Right back to the spread look. Coming up tempo here. 1st and 10, 12:56 on the clock. Eskridge goes in motion across Russ. Back into the backfield around him. Russ back under Collins under center. Collins a little bit of a river dance, stop and go. Ends up getting tackled about a half yard behind the line of scrimmage. I like the Eskridge pre-snap. I like the pre-snap stuff. I like them moving pre-snap like that. That's good. That's what we want to see here. Goak says, dude up there talking about us being 3-7 like they ain't 4-6. Exactly. I mean, and 4-6 in the NFC East. Our record comes out of the NFC West. Slightly different divisions. Just a little bit of a different divisions between those two. Ooh, low snap to Russ on 2nd and 10. Gets him flushing out of the pocket a little early. Still gets out there. Finds Dwayne Eskridge, D. Eskridge, for what looks like a little bit short of the first down. Ooh, very, very odd little spot there with Eskridge after he makes the catch. Low snap made Russell have to kind of get out of the pocket there early, but he's able to find Eskridge on the sideline. Eskridge makes the catch and then does step out, it looks like. Where did he step out? Yep, it's a good spot by the official. In fact, he probably gave him about a half yard on the play, frankly. 3rd and 1 here. Been good so far in this realm. Oh, decent. I think 1 of 2. Little pitch play. Wow, a pitch play outside. Travis Homer cannot get back out there in space. Just doesn't quite have the speed to get it done. Tackle behind the line of scrimmage. 4th down. I like that. I gotta say, I like that call though. You draw motion back across with Tyler Lockett trying to pull one of the defenders. It didn't pull the defender, unfortunately. I would probably like to rather have had Eskridge running that across there, who's actually a threat to get it if you want to run the fly sweep. But it's a pitch play to the outside. They don't do a lot of attacking on the outside, so I'm encouraged seeing him run that play, even though it didn't work. I like the thought process behind that play, and it's nice seeing them getting some early throws to Russ. Again, some of us might be saying a little bit on this of you need this game. I understand you want to run the ball. I understand Russ hasn't looked great so far before this game very much, but maybe perhaps we ride a little bit more with trusting him here in this game and let him go. But they're probably doing some probing here. They're doing some research on what's going on. Teddy Jennings says, as a Cardinal fan, I'd like to see Seattle win and get the whole NFC West in the playoffs. Teddy, I'm good with that. I got no problem with that. I think that would be pretty cool, man. That would be pretty cool. And probably rare, if ever, to be duplicated again in NFL history if we were to pull it off, Teddy. You know, I don't think you'll ever see it. Maybe, probably, I mean, give enough years, it'll probably happen again, I guess. But, eventually the NFL will expand even further, and it would be cool. It'd be cool. And I think you could make, if we're able to go on a 7-0 run, you could easily make the argument all four of those teams have a right at that point to say that they deserve to be in there. Go Hawks 05 says, no way we stopped a screen. We did. Jordan Brooks did it. I saw it with my own eyes. Rodney says, the last 3 games of Seahawks football make me not want to watch this team play. No excuse for the play we have seen. Agreed, Rodney. I've not loved watching this team recently. These have been painful games to watch, and I think that there's a reason why there is as much a crescendo in Seahawks fans out there, and not just in my chat, but you see it all online, you hear it out there everywhere, that they're ready for something new. They're ready to move on. They're ready to see big change. That they've lost a little bit of some of the faith in where this front office coach have gone with things. And I think that's it's a valid observation. They've given people a lot of ammunition. Rodney, I just covered in my last video 12 things that I had of lessons I call unlearned, where essentially these were things that happened in Seattle once, and then they continued to happen, and they never really did change in stopping and realizing their mistake and changing the flow, changing the narrative, changing their tactics. They kept and continue to do those same things. And I do think that's where how we end up in this place where they're sometimes so, rough to watch at times. All right, we're coming back here from the commercial break. And Megan and Randall, thank you so much for the donations. I appreciate it. Go for it. Integrals, I don't even go for it there. 1st and 10. Man, these guys are snapping quick. 1st and 10, they do try to probe in there underneath in the running game again on Seattle. Nice job by Al Woods to kind of play his gap there in the running game up the middle. This is where Washington seems to think that they've got some weakness here in Seattle's scheme, is they're not trying to get the outside. They're going right up dead center alley on this one. So Heineke started this game 9-13 for 42 yards. Obviously a little dink, a little dunk, a little more dink, a little more dunk. 2nd and 7, another handoff. This time they go a little more out on a wider zone. Jamal Adams comes up in space and makes the tackle. Cuts down, chops down Mr. Antonio Gibson. That away, Jamal. Marginal 3.5 yard gain. It's going to leave us with a 3rd and 3 here. 9:57 on the clock. Seattle's up 7-3. Looking good, looking good. Come on, guys. Let's get another stop. Washington's 1 of 4 tonight on 3rd downs. They come out in a spread look. Ooh, empty. They come out empty here, does Washington. Oh, gets his man to jump, but the guy doesn't snap it. Come on. He got back. He got back. Dunlap looked to have been drawn off sides. Looked like he had come back, but then the flag came out real late after he had seemed to already come back. Nonetheless, they're going to call it a neutral zone infraction. So he jumps back. Nothing is snapped. Why are they calling that? The ball wasn't snapped. I'm trying not to bitch and moan, folks. Really, I'm trying not to, but my goodness. Come on, officials. Get the flag out of your anus. Rodney says, Brandon, we see this quick passing for one game, and then it's back to what I like to call Marty ball, living on the deep ball. It is that for sure, man. I agree. That's what they've been this year so far with it. No denying. I've said, though, if there's any hope for any, on a lot of different levels, they've got to acclimate it into their game. And at this point, they have nothing to lose by trying something different. I don't think they necessarily will. I agree with you. I think they will fall back into their old habits. But a man can hope. A man can hope, and at least they're doing it a little bit tonight. So it's a step in the right direction. Terry McLaurin makes a nice catch there. after the first down offsides. Washington again under center now. They're going a little away from that read option stuff. Two tight end look to one side. A little fly sweep there out to De'Ami Brown, it looks like. Is that number 1 for them? Nice play. Jamal Adams sniffs it out. He went, I smell fly sweep. Jamal Adams comes up in space and makes another nice tackle in space. His second one on the drive here. Right up and bang, you're down. Nice job, Jamal. It was Carter. Sorry, Michael Carter, kid out of UNC. That kid's hard to bring down, too. He's one of those running back receiver hybrid types. Washington 2nd and 6. Little bubble screen out wide. Well run, well designed. Ooh, Jordan Brooks comes up and pastes the wide receiver. It is a first down, but the wide receiver's doing that thing they do when they're hurt. The one thing you can watch when wide guys are hurt and that they try to get up and look tough is they get up and they go, and you can just feel their eyes squinting like, oh, that hurt. He got bounced, pinballed up off the turf. You would have thought the turf was made of rubber. Again, it's a first down. Sucks to give it up, but you make them pay the price in this defense. You may catch the ball, you may get the ball, but you will be in pain. I like to watch the thumping out here tonight. Loving it. Pressure up the middle. Heineke flushed. Heineke, oh, he gets out of it. What happened? I don't know what just happened. He got away and then the play just stopped. I guess he threw it away. Pressure just mounted across the board there. Benson Mayowa had a clean shot at him. He just essentially ducked down. The kid went down to a knee. Ugh, Benson, you have one job. I don't ask you to rush the passer, but I do ask you to clean up the passer when he leaves the pocket and you're standing there. Megan says, has the Washington dude got his hands in a hand warmer? You better believe it. It's cold there. They get really nipsy. Another running play off that left side. Another little spot they're testing here in this defense, and another good job by the defense, led by Kerry Hyder in there, amongst a couple of crew to bring down Gibson. It's going to be a 3rd and long here with 6:20 on the clock right now. Oh, a Washington lineman is writhing on the field. Does indeed look like he is in a large amount of pain. He's flexing his legs. His teammates are coming near him. Priest has walked onto the field. I believe he's performing last rites. KDH2 Jones, not much of a difference in the division. No. Everyone's solid. I don't get a call special at this point. I'd like to put us all in the same place of those other teams right now. I'd love to see them put it there. Rodney says, go Mariners. Hey, go Mariners. And finally get to see the Mariners make a move today. Go out there and get a nice starting pitcher. That's a step in the right direction. Getting the Cy Young Award winner from last year. It's a pretty good move, man. When there wasn't a lot of moves there to be made for them, it seemed like the well was kind of drying up while they still had a lot of dollar bills in their back pocket. Rodney says, what really sucks is when you got guys in your locker room saying they are not prepared. Yeah, agreed, man. It's again a head scratching one for me, Rodney, at times especially when you're looking at the defensive side of the ball, they say they're not prepared when you tend to run such a simplified defense. How do you fall unprepared on a defense doesn't have a lot of moving parts? You're not blitz heavy. You don't run a lot of different schemes from one side of the field to the other. Yeah, that was an odd one for me too. Lolo says it just really sucks seeing opposing offenses staying on the field for what feels like eternity. I agree. It's one of the reasons why when we go forward on this, Lolo, and it's like if we go to a different defense, this is one of the reasons I harp on time and again of saying I think I'd like to much rather see a 3-4 attacking downhill defense on the next defense that comes into play. I'm pretty good with the 4-3 soft. We're going to sit in deep space, protect against the deep ball type of way. And some of this just goes to it's not a fun brand of defense to always watch, especially when we don't have elite athletes up on the defensive line. I mean, the big bar, but really the big issue here defensive line-wise throughout this year, it stood out to me. I think we're like last in our sack percentage rate in the NFL right now. And it looks like Wes Schweitzer, the center, is out in this game. Now, this is an interesting development. You have Keith Ishmael, as in Ishmael from Moby Dick, and he's coming in to play center. They're already down Tyler Lawson in this game. So the Washington football team is now to their third string. They're to their third string offensive lineman, and they complete their 3rd and 6 on an easy crossing route right across the field. I would not be the least bit surprised to see if that's more of a flood zone where they run somebody out. Let's see if they do. They go spread. Yeah, they go spread. And they got guys draw. See, they got guys on the overhead shot here. They're showing you people this. You people. They're showing you what's going on. You got Quandre Diggs having to remain over the top. He can't drive on that route because he's supposed to, first and foremost, keep things clean over the top. But that does give up the first down. That was a great shot by the telecast there to show you exactly. That's what you would see on the tape over and over with again with them if you were to watch tape on wondering why these short completions happen. Because Quandre could come up there and push that route out and take that away, and Tyler's got nowhere to throw to. But instead, he's staying up in his zone 5, 6, 7 yards over the top. And the crossing route's going away from his leverage. He has no momentum going with the route. It's tough. All right, here we go. 2nd and 9, 4:52 on the clock. Heineke and shotgun, 3 wide receivers. Seattle goes with a 3-man pass rush. Oh! Interception? Intercepted by Jamal Adams? I'm waiting for the flag. That's why I'm not excited, because I'm just like, the flag's going to come, right? The flag's going to come, right? Interception by Jamal? Jamal got it, baby! Let's go! Quandre Diggs coming up like a heat-seeking missile right up the middle of the seam. He unzipped that seam's pants. He took that tight end and he took him off his toes. Clean hit. No head to the neck, no head to the head, no into that crap. Can't call any piddly-anny crap us on that. Right to the chest, just drills him. While he drills him, the ball's ricocheting off up into the air. Jamal Adams is like, what is this? A gift from God? Yes, it is, Jamal. Catches it, wraps it up, and of course then falls down, but it's an interception. It's an interception. The boys are out hitting today. Someone ate their Wheaties this week. Someone put a couple extra plates on those weights this week is all I'm saying. Bobby early on coming up in space off the screen. Jordan Brooks coming up thumping that guy on the bubble. Quandre coming up down in center field saying, I'm the seam killer. What are you doing here? You stepped into seam killer alley. You should have stayed on the streets. But you came in here. Now this is what's going to happen to you. Let's get it. Let's go. Let's go, Hawks. Come on now. Oh, I like that. Make him pay the price. A tight end looking up afterwards. He had that look like the 1,000-yard stare that they used to talk about the Vietnam veterans having. Just that. Quandre might have legit taken like a year of his life off there. Quandre might have legit have just like made himself $10 million. Oh my gosh. Let's go. Diggs brings Diggs did bring the hammer, Juno. Diggs brought the war hammer on that one. And Jamal Adams with his 2nd interception of the year. It was a gift, like I said. God said, let Jamal Adams have an interception. Quandre Diggs said, let Jamal Adams have an interception. But it makes no matter which, right? It doesn't matter. It was beautiful. It was lovely. And this game's awesome so far to watch. This is like a renaissance. We've been watching like the equivalent of a child's finger painting the last few weeks, and now it's like we're getting to watch Renaissance painting. It's quite a difference. Oh, okay. Russell takes over 1st and 10, 4:40 on the clock here. Under center again. God, I love seeing him under center. Thank you, Russell. I know it hurts, but just deal with it. Play action off of center. Ah. And he's going deep. Oh, yes. Tyler deep. Again, we don't need to throw it short. Let's just keep checking deep to Tyler. Russ off of play action under center. This is one of trademark routes by Tyler. He's just running basically a deep crosser here. He keeps getting more and more vertical with the route because that's where he's seeing it open. 1st and 10, they've got a little bit of up tempo here now. Russell now in shotgun spread formation. Play action, Alex Collins. Russ gets away from the pressure, rolling out. Ooh, hits Alex Collins. Collins makes a nice catch, but then fumbles to DK. All right, Alex Collins made the catch. The ball is knocked out free from Alex Collins, goes into the Washington football team's hands. Man, it is a quick turn of events here. Quick turn of events. Looks like it got punched out from the back on Alex Collins. That's the way the ball fell up at that point. There's a flag on the field. Yeah, landed and Collins came up on Alex Collins. That's Collins on Collins violence. That's a double Collins right there, which means a fumble. Come on, man. That's your brother downstream somewhere. Can't do him like that. Got to two-hand that and feel that heat coming behind you, Alex. And boy, Swain almost got it, but Swain's not strong. Oh, Freddie, I love you, buddy. Freddie, I love you. Megan says I need a Tom Collins to deal with this. I was about ready to make a Tom Collins joke in there, too. I was going to work my way through all the Collins jokes. All right, now we're back with Washington, 1st and 10 from their 30. Pressure coming. Tyler doing a very good job of escaping out of the pocket today. Incomplete, only one foot down by Thomas there. It didn't look like he made the completion to me. One's saying completion, one ref saying no, one saying yes. Thomas spins the ball because he's feeling good. And the man overrules the woman. Rasheem Green, once again, there to make a play and flies right by. I do not like Rasheem Green. And boy, that was bang, bang with his feet. We're going to have to take another quick look at this one, folks, to see if he got it. He did have a foot kind of come down right maybe as he's making the catch, but it also looks somewhat like it came up. Oh, he dragged it. He drugged the toe. That toe dragging son of a bitch. Okay. 1st and 10. Don't challenge that. 3:31. 7-3 here, second quarter. Shotgun from Washington. If you get the pressure, they run a screenplay, feeling that pressure. Smart by Washington. Kerry Hyder chases down Tom Gibson, but it does look like a gain of 9 on the play. Washington feeling Seattle come closer and closer. The fire breathing down their throat a little bit. The pass rush and adjust accordingly. 2nd and 1, Tyler in read option, shotgun look, gives to the running back up the middle, stopped, dead in his tracks. Stopped dead in his tracks, and Al Woods drapes him, wraps him, body bags him, and tosses him into the ditch. 3rd and 1, great stop by Al Woods. Come on, defense, let's stand up here. Let's hold up here. 3rd and 1 again, out of the read option look, again into the running back. Oh, he's right there at the first down marker. Seattle may have stopped him. He was not able to go forward, but he's being given a beautiful spot by the refs, who seem to be handing him an extra half yard because they like the guy. That is a questionable spot on those officials' parts, and they're going to give him the first down if it's that. Man, that was a good spot. It looked like he was close, and you're not going to overturn that if you try to challenge it. But yeah, that was tough. Heineke again in shotgun here, 1st and 10, 2 minutes to go. And we are at the 2-minute warning. He let the clock wind down there. So a pretty, for a 7-3 first half, it's been a fast first half and a lot of action going back and forth. Again, we see Seattle with Russ hit deep on the play, which was nice to see. Russ then threw a nice little pass when he was skittering out to the side there, flush from the pocket. got it right into Alex Collins, then Collins fumbles. It's got just a brutal play. As offensively, you've not been a team that's really had a lot of turnovers this year, really. They've been, and especially when it comes to fumbles, the team has been very good about protecting the football. Just the defender made a hell of a play. Landon Collins is kind of that kind of guy who can do that here and there. But then you come back with that Tyler Lockett throw is great as well. Again, they're not you start to steer away fast, I guess, from the short passing attack. But nonetheless, good to see Russ under center. I've been harping for a while about the benefits of running center, under center stuff with Russ more. I know his finger's hurting with it, but it's a big part of this offense and the effectiveness of this offense, not just in running the ball, but in throwing the ball. And you've seen both of those elements have some benefit here in this first half. Albeit the running game, we've not done a whole lot there. As you look, you've ran the ball 5 times. You've only had a total of 16 plays in this first half. Washington, on the other side of this, has had about 36 plays in this first half, which is kind of a lot. It's sort of a lot. Lolo says Quandre is our best man in coverage, has been. I love him. Get paid, man. Here or somewhere, he will. I agree. I think he's getting paid somewhere on this. That's for sure. So, he's not, he's earned his money. Somebody will decide that he's a good single high free safety that they can put out there. He'll fit somewhere. And maybe Seattle does something crazy with it. They are still sitting on $13 million right now. They may decide suddenly maybe we'll just sign him to something new. I don't know. I wouldn't do it still because I just can't pay 2 safeties, but he's playing real good. He's doing real well. Mike P. Freddie Swain looks like Cam Newton on that fumble. Yeah. His, I don't know if it was full on business decision, but it was pretty close to business decision. It was, like it's the ball. Here's the ball, right? The mic is the ball and here's my hands and here's Freddie Swain. It's too far. It's too far. I can't get that. It's way too far. It's like out there. It went right into his arms too. Megan, another $5 donation. Thank you, Megan. Says if teams won on BS calls, Seattle would win the Super Bowl 10 times over. Facts. That's big facts, Megan. If we had calls, we went this way. There's some stat I'm going to find someday about. There's like a 4 or 5 year period. Well, let me get back to the game here real quick. I'll talk to you about it at halftime. 2 minutes to go. Another run up the middle. Another nice stop there by defensive tackle Brian Monet this time, though he does give about 4 yards. Minute 52 on the clock. Washington's obviously thinking, we got 3 timeouts. Let's bleed this clock down. We're in no hurry. Let's not give Russell the ball back this half, especially with Seattle getting a possession to start the second half. Tyler back in shotgun here. Darrell Taylor with a beautiful, beautiful move. I mean, a beautiful get off. Absolutely shot out of a cannon. And not one of those tiny cannons. I'm talking about one of those like half-ton cannonballs coming out. And he just flew out of his stance, dipped with such a bend where he must have been about 2 feet up off the ground, corralled Tyler Heineke, who has been slippery in the pocket all night. Did the little bit of the old cowboy lassoing him down, and tying his little hooves up like they do with those little steer. Got him down to the ground for a 3rd and 9. Great job by the young kid. He's been missing in action here over the last 3 or 4 weeks since that scary neck injury in Pittsburgh. But man, did he look good there. That's those type of plays he shows you where he goes, oh, whoa, he can do that again. He can keep replicating that. And yeah, that's where he gets to a special state. 3rd and 9, Tyler in shotgun. Spread formation look here. Seattle again getting pressure. The ball's wobbling, sailing, drifting, foraging, smacking into some duck's legs, turning itself into a duck and then wobbling out in front of the fingers of the wide receiver. Alton Robinson this time, along with Taylor, both sort of arriving right at the same time. And Alton can't get himself a break this year, folks, because Alton comes off the edge this time. He's not quite as fast, not quite as dippy as Darrell Taylor, but nonetheless, he gets there first here in this play. And like we saw earlier, where he gets his hand on the ball by the quarterback as he's releasing the ball, it happens again here, where his hand literally is arriving. We got a flag? What the F? Come on, officials. Come on, what? This is a late flag. If this is on us, this is a late flag. What is this? Oh, you got to be kidding me. Oh, you got to be kidding me. Oh, you got to be kidding me. You got to be kidding me. When was that flag thrown? What? Oh my God. This is stupid. All right, is the fix the fix is gonna I'm gonna start getting to the fixes in shit here real quick. Real quick. That was a BS holding call. The call came late. Oh, and it just happens to come on a third down. Oh, how it just happens to give them a first down when they were just about to not get a first. Shocker. Odd. So odd that the timing of things sometimes, huh? Keenan's ball and Tic Tac BS call. Yeah, Tic Tac BS call is right. Oh, another flag? Is it? What else are we going to give him now? How about we just put him at the 5? I'm sure there's some way you guys can figure out to make that done. Oh no, we get the makeup call for the BS on the last one. Whoop-de-doo. Oh no, it's offset, so we actually don't get any benefit. And they just replayed the down, so it actually benefits Washington once again. Is that? I get to just let the officials stay out of it. Just let them play. The NFL's having a problem with this across the board. It isn't just our games. People are really getting tired of this stuff. So you let them play the game. It's getting over officiated, man. It's just, it stops the game flow, stops the action, stops the feeling of momentum. And it's like, is it, they don't, I know they probably don't care at the end of the day, but you know, yeah, you give them 10, 15 time options, man. They're just going to drive up the field on you. You know, it's like, that's an NFL offense. They'll figure it out eventually with it. Brando says, I'm done laughing my ass off. Jesus, dude. I'm with you on that. Oh, and they called another penalty on us? Oh. All right, what Rasheem Green? They call it on that? He had the ball. Oh my God. Oh. What? Okay. Just let them lock it in. At least then Russ and company have a chance to score before half. The officials are obviously going to let him score at this point, so one way or another. Oh, F these refs. Oh, F them long and hard. F them Pulp Fiction style. You know what I mean? I was trying to be balanced with this from the start. You guys were here with me early on. I was trying real damn hard to be the shepherd. But I'm going to tell you something right now. I'm having a hard time here the last few weeks of these officiating calls. I keep excusing it and making excuses for this and that. And, you know, we're getting chicken-essy here. We're getting a little into that beyond the pale spot here real quick. Like NFL, you're kind of getting too overt on it. Dial it back a little bit. Dial it back a little bit. 2nd and 7, 1:02 left to go on the clock. A little throw out into the flat. He's going to, of course, score a touchdown. Because even if he didn't, the officials were going to let him. Yay for you, Washington football team, I guess. And again, the NFL NFL officiating can go to hell. Go to hell on a short bus. I mean, you demoralize the defense after a while when you run up the field like that. Like, you give them call after call after call like that, and then you're just giving them free yards and whatever they want. You know, it's like, and I want a pony, daddy, and a Corvette when I turn 16, and oh, we got a block. Rasheem Green's out in the open field on a block field goal. You can return these for a kick, for a touchdown. You can return these for 2 points, folks. Rasheem Green going up the field on the block kick. He scores! Rasheem Green making up for doing his job not just a few minutes ago when he got called flag for not, when he shouldn't. Comes back, scores 2 points. It's 9-9. What a weird first half. He said, F you officials. F you. Megan says it's kind of, if this is kind of reffing happened in rugby, the refs would never officiate again in any form. They get too much of they get their excuses made for time and time again. Wow, Rasheem Green made the block, picked up the ball. What a play by Rasheem. Nice job, Rasheem. I've been hard on you this year, but you did something cool there. And DJ Reed's like, give me the ball. I'll get there. You're too big. Just he's running right along him. They're going to catch up to you, man. Just give me the ball. Oh, man. Here we go. All right. Hey, we get the ball after half. We can steal a possession here, go up the field, score quick. We've got a timeout, I think, left on the clock, at least one. So great job by the special teams coordinator, Larry Izzo. Nice job. And Rasheem Green, all you, man. All you. Green Kid with a $5 donation. Thank you, Green Kid. I appreciate you as well, brother. This is touchdown. That's the best F you to the refs you can do. Laughing out loud. That wasn't F you to the refs. You didn't see it, but as Rasheem was running, he had a little, as he ran past the ref, he gave him a little. You didn't see it. It was like a split-second thing. The ref couldn't call it on him because the ref was too busy with his head up his ass. But here we go. DJ Dallas picks it up on the kickoff, returns it past the 15, 20, 25, 30, 35. Oh, down at the 40, 30, about 33-yard line. Just short of 35. Just short. But thank you, Green Kid. That is a great FU to the refs. Amen. And it looks like the kicker's hurt. The kicker's hurt, folks. Oh, that looked painful. The kicker kicked and then fell to his knee. He's in great pain. Nobody did any business to him, but he tried to run up the field. That's what happened. Oh, there you go. He pulled the hamstring. The old kicker trying to go make a tackle and pulls his hamstring. The old banana in the tailpipe. Russell out of shotgun here. 1st and 10. Nice short pass to Gerald Everett in space. Little 8-yard run here. 46 seconds. Got to get back up. Seattle's only got one timeout here. The clock is going to drain, but I love the completion. Get you in a situation here where you can get back up here, especially if you can take a little bit now of a deep shot. They show blitz. Does Washington get rid of that ball? Get rid of that ball. Sails it back over the top of Everett. 3rd down and 2. That's it. That's a play, again, where you'd like to see Russ come up to the line of scrimmage. He's got about 8 defenders up on the line of scrimmage. Where's your hot route? Get it out to him with some touch. There's not going to be any lurking back end defender who's going to come up and creep up on you. Just a little lofty little toss over there will do the trick. We'll get it done. And Everett's running in space at that point with basically one tackle to break. But he kind of threw that one away, I think. Just kind of was like, 3rd and 2, Russell out of shotgun, 32 seconds left to go on the clock. And a handoff. Jesus Christ. Jacob Kessinger with a $5 donation. Thank you, Jacob. I appreciate you, my brother. Says, think the NFL is paying refs to make games more interesting. Wouldn't surprise. Laughing out loud. It's always been a thing that's been talked about in hushed tones by many of us fans in the background in wonderment. And I think that this year, and look, I've got a little bit of a conspiracy mind with stuff anyway, so this stuff just sort of, I'll always lean a little in this kind of direction of things as it is. But you've got this year the gambling taking full hold this season. And with that, Seattle's going to go out for it here on 4th down. 4th and 1. We'll talk about the gambling in a second. So we've got Eskridge is in the game here, it looks like. Are we going to maybe see a little Eskridge run? A little Eskridge fly sweep here. That would be the interesting thing. Seattle's going to go for it on 4th down. This is Carroll turning to his team saying, I trust you. I trust you. And this is a big trust moment. You give the ball back to Washington here. This is a call I don't really like. Can I be honest with you? I don't know if he's trying to draw him off sides potentially here because you have a timeout left. That's probably what they're trying to do because this doesn't make any sense. This doesn't, you're just trying to draw him off. Yeah, timeout. That's all they're doing. There's not enough time on the clock. You get the first down, you only got 17, 18 seconds. It's not going to make any sense to do it that way. So understandable why they tried that, but no, that's not going to work. It worked on your team earlier in this game, just not going to work on you. But yeah, that's where I come at it with wondering this year in particular on the refs. I'm not fully blaming them yet, but I mean, like, that fact that gambling is being embraced like it is, it's like that much more reason to have point spreads go to one direction or another. Say nothing of the NFL finding it more attractive to have a certain team be a team winning or not winning, be it in one market to a next, and all the factors that come into play with that. I wouldn't be surprised by it at this point. I would not be surprised by it. And I tell you, after watching this first half of those calls in that drive, along with a couple others in this one, where it's like, something's a little bit dodgy here. I will say this, it's 9-9. You got the ball after the half. You're on the road in Washington, Monday night. You just need to carve out these wins. If you want to have any chance, you're just trying to carve out wins. And I'll give it this. The defense is playing really good, I think. I know they gave up that score, but they're playing well. They're getting pressure. They're stopping the run, giving up none of the deep passes. Yeah, the Washington football team is moving the ball up the field a little bit here. But to me, they're handling business here in this game. So I got to give the defense credit in here. And the offense is doing okay. The fumble killed you with Collins because you just don't have a lot of possessions in this first half. So that fumble just stands out. That looms that much more larger as we stand here with this. Megan with another $2 donation. Thank you, Megan. I salute you, my kind madam. Says, holy catfish. What a half of football. Hey, it was entertaining, wasn't it, Megan? I mean, at least it's entertaining. That's all we ask for. Just give us some good, entertaining NFL football. And sometimes we're missing that. You were missing that in this half. It was entertaining. It's good to see Russell coming looking a little more comfortable, looking a little bit more Russ-like in this game. Again, loving to see the defense hitting out there in this first half. Loving it. Bear with me one second here, folks. I'm just going to run my ad real quick, and I'm going to be right back, get some coffee going, coffee brewing and all that stuff, but we will be back in about 60 to 90 seconds. Well, I'm away. I thought I would also tell you a little bit about the sponsor of this show, our first sponsor, manscaped.com. Very kind of them to do so. They've also engineered the ultimate groin and body trimmer by focusing on intelligent functionality and an incredibly comfortable grooming experience. Their 4th generation trimmer features a cutting-edge ceramic blade to reduce grooming accidents, thanks to their advanced skin-safe technology. I now feel confident shaving my boys. This upgraded trimmer includes a multi-function on and off switch that can engage a travel lock. It also gives you the ability to turn the 4000K LED spotlight on and off when needed for a more precise shave. The Lawnmower 4.0 even allows you to customize your trim through additional guard lengths through sizes 1 through 4. Did I mention wireless charging? The wireless charging system uses electromagnetic induction, which can help battery length last longer. Men, if you've been shaving with the same nut trimmer on your face, you've been doing it wrong. No person wants to end up with pubes in their mouth. It's time to get your own ball, hair, and body trimmer with Manscaped to make me time the best time and enhance your confidence with some nice, smooth boys. Get 20% off and free shipping with the code NEST, N-E-S-T, at manscaped.com. 20% off, free worldwide shipping with my code NEST. Help yourself, help your boys, help the show. It's appreciated very much, and thank you to Manscaped for sponsoring the show. Might help if I actually turn on my microphone. Sorry about that, folks. So we are back here. Thanks for holding on for me here. Mr. Summer Obi, did Russ bail on that throw? Yeah, he did bail on that throw because he's throwing it away there rather than trying to make the completion to Everett, which would have been a little bit more of a throw with anticipation and throwing to a spot where he's going to be rather than just whipping it up. That's different from the throw earlier where he threw like 10 yards over his head, which I think was more of the finger, and he had a view of how to get it to him. I think there he just saw he was trying to come up in up tempo. He saw the stacked box. He kind of panicked a little bit in that stacked box and then just whistled it, just got out of bounds and we'll just get to third down and we'll try to complete it on third down. But this is one of those parts of Russ's game that we sort of harp on improve here. This is where you've got to make that kind of throw. That's an NFL throw. That's read your hot route, which is he made the right read. That's Everett, his read there. Now make the throw. Make the throw you need to make there. Yes, it's a tight window. Yes, it's not an easy pass, even though it's a really short pass. But you've got to make it nonetheless. You got to hit that throw there. Get him, because whoever makes that catch, he probably gets out of bounds. If not, breaks a tackle and gets upfield. Randall McDaniel says, remember big balls, Pete? Now we have low T, Pete. He had to dial back on his supplements, man. Once you get past the age of 70, they don't let you take that stuff like you did when you were in your 60s anymore. It's too much for your heart. Brian Koski, still suck on third down conversions. Damn. Yeah, still not good on third down conversions. Still too much reliance, in my opinion, at times on running the ball up the middle on these third downs when I like the pitch play early on. It didn't go. I mean, you're doing with DJ Dallas as opposed to having a guy with some actual speed who could press there. But the hammering it up the middle thing I don't understand because you just don't run the ball well enough to make those kind of conversions. And again, it's like at the end of the day, I'd almost rather just get it into Russell's hands and at least just tell Russ, find a way with your legs, start out in the pocket, break the pocket, go get us a yard with your legs. I know you're not as mobile as you once were, all that other stuff, but a couple times in a game, get us something with your legs, and sometimes you're seeing Russ not use his legs at all, which especially now with his finger where it is at, you'd like to see him maybe use that just a little bit more. Keaton is balling, says no balls, Pete. That's another good one. GoX05 says Dixon's so good, 20 more inside the 20 than touchbacks. Yeah, he's awesome. He's awesome. He's a master at keeping that ball inside the 20. He really is. Best punter in Seahawks history. Best punter in Seahawks history, in my opinion. Wrestle Mark, offense has the ball for like 10 minutes. Ridiculous. Yeah, it's tough. And look, I mean, the defense has not been, amazing, but they've been good. Just the Washington team's just carving out yards, and then the officials keep on third downs and just giving them extra plays, giving them extra downs, giving them extra series of downs. And with the slow drives of the Washington football team, you're just not left with a whole lot. I will say, in looking at this first half, folks, this is not brain surgery, right? It's not brain surgery. Russell Wilson's 8 of 11 for 145 yards and 1 touchdown. Your running game cumulatively between Alex Collins with his 5 carries and DJ Dallas with his 2 carries have 7 carries for 14 yards. They're averaging 2 yards a carry. Let's put this on Russ. Like, what are we worried about at this point? You know what I mean? And I know they threw a little more than they passed, and they didn't have the ball, and he was on the field, all the excuses that are at play there. But the second half that's coming up right now, the part that's coming up here, the foreseeable future coming up, what do you have to lose by going with your man at this point and seeing what he can do? Because the running game's not getting it done, and it's not been getting it done for months now, it seems like. I don't know what the thought process would behind staying with it, as JP said. JP, your emoji's perfect for that. Randall McDaniels is Centrum Silver roaming our sidelines. Yeah, that and some aspirin. That is some aspirin. Randall says cowardly play calling. I agree. Come on. What again, it's like, Brandon, it's that stuff we've talked about in the stream so often of don't play not to lose, play to win. Play to win and trust your best players. You know, I mean, your quarterback has 11 throws in this first half. Is that you have founding from a coaching standpoint a way to trust your best player? And again, admittedly, some of it's out of their hands with the calls on the field here, but some of it's also in your hands. And there's just that need to always come back and run the ball. I'm good with running, but you got to be somewhat effective at it. I don't know if Alex Collins is even at a point anymore where he's averaging 4 yards a carry this year. I don't know if DJ Dallas is either. It's hard to lean on something like that when it's just so far beyond not only a strength, but a weakness of your offense. Greencat says the defense is playing like the LOB days. They are. I have not seen a game like this in a first half. I mean, I don't remember a game this year with this many hits across the board in a whole game. We've seen a good four or five thumpers in this game. And that's what you got to do in this defense. It's also supposed to be a part of this defense that you haven't seen for a long period of time within this bend but don't break defense. And it's a part that's been missing since the Legion of Boom has left, which is the thump, which is, okay, yeah, we're going to give up these short plays, but every time we give up that short pass, we're coming up and we're going to make you pay the price for making that catch, for making that short little flat catch. We're going to make you pay the price. We're going to come up and we're going to hit you hard. We're going to come downhill and hit you hard, and we're going to hit you over and over and over again. And those hits will culminate with you by the end of the game not wanting to take any more hits. And sometimes that over the middle throw that you were willing to fully lay out for early on in the game, now those arms start to get a little more alligator-like. Now you don't quite reach up as highly for the catch as you once did before. You're kind of worried about your ribs a little bit. But it is a part of this defense that unfortunately we just haven't been able to build enough players who've come in who have that same kind of ability to lay those hits like you got when you had, I mean, one time you had with Cam, Earl, Bobby. I'd even say Sherm could come up there and he could lay a hit. You had guys across the board, KJ Wright. I mean, KJ wasn't a big hitter, but him with all those other guys, he'd also lay the occasional one. It was like between all of that, you're getting a lot of violence on the football field. Can't hear me, King Bloop? I'll be hearing now. Yeah, I turned off my deal on the deal, so sorry about that. Oh, Randall, another $5 donation. Thank you, Randall. I appreciate you, sir. I appreciate you. Says Larry Izzo, best coach on the team, should be in consideration to replace Pete. He learned under the best, Belichick. John Harbaugh was a special teams coach. Boy, Randall, I mean, yeah, I sure would like to go for a much bigger guy than Izzo. I mean, he's probably got a lot of reason to be in contention for it, and there has been coaches in the past that have been special teams coaches who's gone on to be great head coaches. There's not as many as you get from the more traditional streams here of it, but nonetheless, that is absolutely the case that you have had a few, and certainly Harbaugh's had some great success in that realm of things. I'm more of, again, just it's an offensive league. You need an offense that can get it done. That usually the team's going to favor to offense, and that's just kind of how you're going to roll. And I think that's got to be led by the head man in charge, by the head coach, making sure that does get done. He doesn't have to be the signal caller, just that he has to ensure that this is getting done as a general strategy. John Sims says, muted the game. Your voiceover is better. Thank you, John. I appreciate that. I want to try to entertain you guys a little bit if I can. And I'm going to, like I said, by next year, we're going to hopefully have this as kind of a regular thing along with the post-game streams. My voice can do it. If my voice can hold. Yeah, I know it can hold. GoHawks05 says, let the birthday boy have the keys to the game. Yeah, I'm glad I'm not alone on this one. Hell yeah. Keith Goodsell, Washington refs are always dirty, just like their city. And that filthy stadium. I know it's new, but it feels filthy. Some politician probably, I don't know. Yeah, well said. Jacob says that Washington, even without Sweat and Young, still have a pretty good inside rush defense. Can't take it off the center or guards. I agree, Jacob. Your main issue, though, of course, comes in that you just don't have any running backs on this roster that have the type of speed to truly challenge to the edge. I mean, that pitch play, if it's going to a guy who's got legit speed there early on to DJ Dallas, probably goes for a first down. But DJ Dallas, if you go look at what his 40 time was coming out of college, like a 4.55, near 4.6 guy, just not a lot of juice there. You know, he's got a little bit of quickness, but just not a lot of speed once it builds up. And so they're really restricted in their running game in that respect because they don't have it personnel-wise. They're also restricted, Jacob, because they just don't like to run outside runs either, though. I mean, that is also a part of what we've seen with them over and over again here in recent years. No doubt about it. Randall says, was that the first ever 2 points scored off of a PAT? No, it's happened before. It's probably the first we've ever done in the Seahawks history. It's never happened in Seahawks history before. Your boy Michael says, Jamal Adams, interception, offense, let's go score. Alex Collins. I'm sorry, I missed that. We don't do that here. Yeah, we don't do those fumble things here. Shout out to Rasheem Green. What a great play by my guy there. Nice job. Yeah, nice job. 9-9. You don't see many scores like this, do you, folks? I mean, well, 9-9. I don't know the last time I remember seeing a 9-9. Jamal Adams with 5 tackles and an interception in the first half. Randall McDaniel says Larry Izzo was the best special teams player in league history. I don't know. Don Beebe's got something to say about that. Was it Beebe or wasn't there a Bills guy, Randall? That was the guy that a lot of people still want to get in the Hall of Fame too. DJ says put in Johnson. He can't do much worse than 2 yards a carry. Yeah, you never know. Hey, maybe try everything at this point, right? I've been saying beast mode for weeks. You telling me beast mode can't do better than 2 yards a carry, even in his old retired state? Patrick Rosenberg. I have fought with friends over the belief in that the refs are purposely creating game outcomes. After watching games this season and the calls, I'm left wondering if I'm just not listening. Thoughts? I think you have a leg to stand on as we're starting off the second half here. There's absolutely a leg to stand on. I mean, we got another flag here to begin things. I wonder who this is going to be on. Who could this be on? I wonder. So, look, as we're literally talking about this, they're about to throw another flag on us. And again, we're saying, man, it seems like they're throwing a lot of flags on us and it's not really going in our ways. It's getting kind of to that ridiculous of a point, Patrick. I've said that I've always thought and long believed that the 2005 Super Bowl was fixed. I will die on that hill. I will die on that hill believing that to my deathbed, to my afterlife. Now, I've always wondered, like you've wondered out loud with it. I've never been certain of things, right? I've never quite gotten to that point where I'm like, I know something dirty here is happening for sure. But boy, there's some times where you do start to go that direction of it and wondering. It's also, too, you're fighting off that natural instinct of the bias that you have within you that will go that route to believe that anyway, right? Naturally. So you're trying to go against the confirmation bias that might exist inside you. But sometimes with it, it becomes a little bit startling. And you just go, something's dirty here. More play action with Russ under center, drops back. Nice little pass out to DJ Dallas in the flat. Dallas does nothing with it. Just gets 2 yards after doing a little bit of a... What are we doing, Cat? But I see where you're coming from, bro. I'm with you on it, Patrick. It's definitely raising some alarm bells for me, and especially this year with the gambling part really kicking in, which is the difference this year. More of Russ under center here in 2nd and 8. Look like a little bit of a 2 tight end look here. Again, going to the running game in DJ Dallas for about 3 yards up the middle. This will make it about 3rd and 5 with 14:15 on the clock. About 12 to 14 seconds difference as far as what you guys are seeing probably live on your channel. If you want to sort of pause and play to be where we're aligned right along, that usually does the trick. So we've got a 3rd and 4. I guess you got about a 4-yard gain there by Dallas up the middle. Russell's in shotgun here. Looks like we've got a 3 wide receiver set. Washington rolling out cover 2 look. Everett goes in motion, back and forth across. Russ has got Everett and misses him. Russ has Everett wide open on a little in-cutting route. He's wide open there, and Russ just throws it wide. Russ goes in. He sits down, and Russ just throws an awful throw at that point. Oh my God, Russ. He's 7 yards away. I mean, Russ overthrew him by 4 yards, and he's 7 yards away. Whew. Well, I'm over here Russ, I'm trying to go to the bat for you, buddy. I'm trying to go to the bat for you. You got to throw a 7-yard dig in route. That is not a difficult throw to make. I know the finger's hurting and all that, but my God, my man. Megan with another $10 donation. Thank you, Megan. I appreciate you. She's very kind tonight. Always so kind. B, in a 2012 interview, Star Wars novelist Drew Karpsfin named Belichick the NFL personality most likely to become a Sith. As a proud Darksider, this pleases me to no end. You're over there saying, yes, embrace your darkness. Feel it inside you. Let it course through your veins. Strike me down. Well, yes, it definitely fits, Megan, and thank you for the donation. There is no better soul in this league than Mr. Belichick, as far as no team that even comes close, second place. There's this other coach who's a little dodgy. He is the dodgy one. He is the one wearing the cloak. He is the one with the red lightsaber. You know, there is no other. You got to respect what he's doing this year, though. I'll tell you that with Mac Jones and I'm surprised that Mac is as good as he's been. I'm surprised that they went out there and spent in free agency like they did, and it got them the results as quickly as it's gotten them. It's essentially proving the old rule right in that you can go out there and spend, or wrong, in that you can go actually spend in free agency and actually go find players that can help you in the now, in the immediacy. It's been interesting to see what they've done there, and they're truly now rising into that contender state of things. Can you imagine if the Patriots ends up shocking everybody and just forging their way back into the Super Bowl again? Brian says, damn, Russell Wilson's still missing passes. Yeah, that was the worst one of the game. That's one where it's right there. You got to hit that throw. You've got to hit that throw, Russ. That's got to be right in there. That's an easy first down right there. Randall says, Sherman returned blocked a field goal for the Niners. He did do that, but I don't think they've ever done an extra point. Your boy Michael says, just saw this thing that said Pete Carroll was a life jacket in the shower. Brian Koski says, I smoke while swimming. Randall says, God, I hate running the ball on 2nd and 8. Yeah, I do too. Jesus, what happened to the quarterback? Ow. That looks painful. Heineke's head. I call him Heineke's head. It's on YouTube. Where can I watch this playmaker? ESPN. Jamal in a little bit. See, that's that. You just saw Heineke kind of throw a ball that I was looking like with Russell earlier. I talked about with going to Gerald Everett on the flat, where you just kind of you throw it in over the top. You sort of you very softly flick it out there, let the guy run up under it, and you're doing it as the blitz is coming in your face. You've got all these guys right at you, so you're getting it out of your hand quick, and you can't panic. Just throw it up over the top because they're blitzing. There's not going to be the crashing defender coming up to pick that ball. Good job by Heineke on first down to throw that up over the top of Jamal Adams, who was pressing down on him. Washington come up under center here with 2 tight ends set. Little fly sweep out to Curtis Samuel. Sidney Jones puts his shoulder down, smacks him. Looks like about a 4-yard gain. Randall says, so what we're seeing from Russ a continuation of the last 8 games from 2020, or we now a full season into this? I think we're basically a full season into this with certain small, bright flashes of, oh, great, Rasheem Green on a slot. What could go wrong? Kerry Hyder coming up making a very nice play in the running game. Hyder's been solid this year in the running game. Probably our closest, might be our best edge run defender on this roster right now. I got him out here again on 3rd and 2. This is going to be a run. No, they go to a bubble screen. Damn. Well called by Washington. They ran up tempo there. They had a 3rd and 1. Everything on that play looked like a run. Just tossed out that bubble screen. They're out to Michael Carter, and they didn't get much more to yard, but that's all you need was a yard. Inventive play calling to get a 3rd and 1. Wouldn't that be nice? That's the 18th first down for the Washington football team in this game to Seattle's 4. Washington's definitely got a nice little drive going here now. Play action. I think he's got himself a nice play by Sidney Jones. Great job. He's shown a really good job lately of giving up space and coverage where he might look like he's beat and he's got a couple yards off, and he's really driving on the ball well. He's seeing it well. He's comfortable now in this defense, and you can see him just bang, puts his back foot in the ground, and he's got to drive forward to get there to arrive at the point where the ball's there, arriving right when the receiver's going up to make the catch, and he does so. It's not necessarily making the play on the ball exactly, as it's just disrupting the catch. Hell, we saw him make an interception, I think, last week that probably should have stood on something kind of similar, and I'd love to see that out of the kid. We need him to do well for us. Oh, another nice hit by Jordan Brooks. Another catch, but boy, Jordan Brooks coming in and laying a little bit more lumber out there. We got some Paul Bunyan action going out here. You know what I mean? Some chopping down. It is 8 yards on the play, though. Oof, 9 yards. 3rd and 1. Another first down. God, guys, come on. Come on. A little run up the middle there out of read option. Just drive after drive. Just dun, getting it up the field. Washington's been very balanced their play calling. 23 runs, 26 passes. They almost have more rushes than we do total play. They almost have more rushes than we do total plays. Jeez Louise. All right, shotgun from Washington here again. God, you can just see that wide open break open to the running back, can't you? Gibson comes out, a little out and up move. Breaks wide open over the field. The initial wide receivers come up the field, clearing out the zone. So 87-13, clear out the zone. Then you bring 24 through the back. It's wide open there because the players have picked up the zone. They've even though they have maybe picked up those guys coming through their zone, they've leaned to pick them up, which is enough to create the opening it does for Gibson there in space. And then he's wide open, and it's just easy money. Washington with a real nice drive here. 9:18 on the clock. Gibson breaks free. Seattle's looking a little bit tired out there defensively speaking now. Breaks out with an 11-yard run down into the sideline. They're looking at 1st and goal. Looks like from about the 9-yard line. They're looking tired now. Bobby got caught in the traffic. Couldn't get into there. Neither could Jordan Brooks. What happened to Jordan on this play? He got blocked. TV says Waldron looked like a bust. Not one pass attempt to Metcalf. Yeah, he is looking like a bust. First and goal. Again, out of shotgun, Tyler Heineke. 2 receivers stacked at the top. Play action. Jamal Adams pressing. Has to throw it away. Nice pressure by Jamal Adams on the play to get rid of the ball. Gibson tried to cut Adams, but that's not going to work. He ain't cutting him. Nice little stat there. They were saying Jamal Adams last year had a 20% blitz rate, which led all defensive backs. This year they've halved that, so he's only blitzing at 10% of the time. 0 sacks on the season. Maybe those stats go together a little bit. Again, out of shotgun here. I'm going to go with the run play up to McKissick. McKissick bouncing around like a little jitterbug. Scores a touchdown, running right up the middle. Oh, that drive was too easy. Too easy, wasn't it? Too easy. Well done on Washington's part. They moved the ball right up the field. Nice mix of run and pass. Really attacking the inside and short part of the Seattle's defense. Props to them on that. On this run, Seattle comes out with, Jesus, they only really look like they've got 3 down defensive linemen on the play. You got Taylor. They go right at Darrell Taylor over to his side of the football field. There's not enough men there in space to really get anything done at that point. Jamal doesn't come up strong. He's sort of just dancing around back there looking like trying to look busy. But this is a little bit of where I've talked about and Washington's going to go for a 2-point conversion. That's interesting. It's a tie game. You get 6 now. Why would you go for 2 here? The chart tells you to go for 2? Jesus Christ, people. Come on. And they're in. And they're in. This is a little bit of the downside with Darrell Taylor I've talked about, though, with him. He's a very good pass rusher. He may eventually end up finding himself as really just a pass rush only kind of guy. A guy who you really can't ask him to do much as far as a run stuffer goes, because just like with Bruce Irvin, teams are going to attack to his side and test him at the point of attack when you put him out on the football field in maybe running type situations like that was prior. And they went right at him. Right at him. So the defense gives up the 2-point conversion. It's 9-17, 8:30 left to go on the clock. I'm going to be right back and get my coffee, and I will be right back here, folks. So bear with me. All right, here we go, here we go. Great comeback begins now. Come on now, offense. Pick up the defense. All right, let's see what some thoughts are here on this on the chat with you guys. Boy, that was a brutal drive. Rob says, always love for you. I love you too, bro. You know I do. Stay strong, go Hawks. I'm keeping the faith here. My people are helping me keep the faith, Rob. They are. Got some good positive folks in here. Mariah says, I want to kill myself. I'm getting to that stage, Mariah. I'm making some Kool-Aid. You want some? Oh. Another first down. Mariah, he says, I thought they wanted to win 7 in a row. They're just waiting for it to kick in here at some point, Mariah. They're taking their time to get there. DJ Dallas takes, or Eskridge is returning kicks to a 27-yard line. Okay. Pulling out all the stops. Okay, chill out, dude. Why is the Washington guy freaking out? Goodness. Take a pill. Oh, coffee is good. Coffee is good. This game is so sad. Can't play a complete game to save their lives, says Keaton is Baldwin. Yeah, I know they do. They struggle with it. They just can't for the life of them find a way to just put it all together. They can look so good in spots and moments and fits and starts. Got to kind of put it together. Randa says, guess what happens to our defense when they're on the field 3 times as much as the other team? They get tired, especially with the tired scheme. Shameful. It is shameful, man. It's the tough part of watching this team with it, where there's so much not quite working right. All right, let's go into Alex Collins again, because that's working good. It's working well for a run up the middle to Nowhereville. Because again, somebody else said in the chat, the teeth of this defense is up in the middle of their defense now with their edges gone. And they are good up the middle. Jonathan Allen, Ioannidis, Deron Payne, they got some guys that can get at you with this. So going into these guys, you've got to, it's not going to work. It's just not going to work. I didn't throw it there. Creative little screen that we haven't seen since, we haven't seen that play since week 1, actually, against the Colts. This is the last time that we saw that. It was ran really well. A little screen out there to Everett. It's got a creativity to it because you're running D. Eskridge pre-snap across the formation, and then you're throwing the screen to the side of the field where Eskridge is running his motion to, and it's inventive. Hey, got him some yards. It's those kinds of easy completions that are there all the time. I think sometimes this team could go to a lot more. That's the first time they've called that play since they ran it with the Colts in week 1. I recognize it because it's such a jarring play where you go, wow, creativity. 3rd down and 3, guys. Here we go. Oh my God. Well, 3rd and 3, D. Eskridge runs a slant route, doesn't get any separation. Russ tries to laser one in there. Eskridge can't make the catch. Defender's playing off coverage here, which is... The defender's playing off coverage with inside leverage. So when I say he's playing off coverage with inside leverage, meaning the defender's off, but he's not on the inside. He's on the inside of Eskridge's shoulder. So he's sitting in a real tough position to complete a slant. It's really hard to complete a slant with the corner playing that way because he's trying to take it away. And now they're trying to show DK being a diva, I guess, on the sideline, even though he doesn't look like he's diving. But again, you haven't gotten DK one catch here. You haven't gotten him one target in this football game. Is DK getting locked down that badly? Really? Really? Oh, man, guys, I'm sorry. I'm trying to be happy and good here, but this is stupid. This is so stupid. God, dude, don't you all feel like you could call better offenses sometimes than what they throw out there? We're just like, what are we doing? Russell Marquis with a $5 donation. Thank you, Russell Marquis. We're down 8, but I have no faith. I'm in a development stage of not having faith here. I was hopeful here through this game. They were looking so good, but it is coming off the wheels and fast. This is, yeah. Seahawks Network says Rasheem Green reached a top speed of 18.41 miles per hour on that return. Wow, that's moving for a man that big. I didn't know he can go that fast. Ethan Nee says, don't fake the jet sweep. Actually give it to Eskridge. Yeah, you'd think you'd do that, right? Especially, again, as I've said, that you're not going to go after this defense up the middle. So what do you want to do? Attack the edges. What's good for attacking the edges? The jet sweep. Seahawks Network says DK took the sleeves off. Oh, it's on now. Consumer 114, DK's contract's going to be interesting. He's going to want out badly. Maybe. Might be the case. Like the way that this is heading with dumpster Fireville at times, you couldn't blame a lot of people for wanting to necessarily move on to other spots that might be in better states than where we kind of are looking right now. And the offense this is rough. This is rough watching the offense. Just everything was kind of going there for a second, starting to kind of click together. And it's the hard part about this team, which you're putting your fingers on them. It was just, they start to get their hands around it, their arms around it. And then it's, oh, no, it's away from us. And, oh, no, it's away from us. Same thing kind of with defense. It's weird. GoHawks05 sees DK so open. I don't know why Russ doesn't find a way to target him 8 to 12 times a game. I don't know why. I don't know why. I don't know what Russ sees pre-snap that seems to indicate to him so much that there's no way that DK could be open on a particular play. To not have given him a one target now as we sit 6:53 into the third quarter, that something doesn't add up in that. I just don't buy it. I just don't buy it, even if they're double teaming him. So we got offsides on Washington football team. Mr. Fantasy Football says DK is open. Russ is not throwing to him. Oh, come on, Russ. Come on, Russ. Eli Montoya. Does Russ even give an S? Doesn't look that way to my eyes. I'll say this about it. It's the look of it with him has been, Randall asks, is this a continuation on from what we saw the back half of the schedule last year? And I'll say this. I used to see a Russ that didn't play scared. I'm watching a Russ now with a little bit of like, there's some fear in his heart. And not fear of being injured again, but just like, there's a little bit of and not just getting older. There's like just something that I can't, again, it's like everything with this team, hard to put your finger on exactly what it is. All right, so we've got 6:36 on the clock. They just ran the ball for a 2-yard gain. It's going to be 2nd and 13. This is a key needed stop by our defense. They've got to get off the football field. Another long drive here. Even if you hold them to a field goal, you're not going to have a lot to offer defensively into the fourth quarter at that point. Again, Washington's kept their mix with the pass and run nice. Heineke and shotgun spread formation. Easy completion underneath. Terry McLaurin. So you're running. You've got Ugo there, and he's in zone again. And so you have Michael Carter there to take away the corner on the outside, and then he just runs into the hole of the zone. 3rd down and 2. Seattle gets the stop. Seems to get the stop. There we go. Gets the stop. Nice job, defense. 4th down. You got to figure this will be an easy call for a punt for the Washington football team up by 8 here. Great job by the defense to get a quick 3-and-out and off the football field. A long sustained drive and you're done. You're not holding up. There's just no way. Even if you get like maybe a field goal, and then you're down by 10 points. And this offense right now is just as disconnected as they are. It's hard to say they're going to put another 10 points up in this game just to tie it. But we'll see what we can do here now. Freddie, Magic Man Swain back there. See if he can do his joystick moves. Oh, it's a fair catch. Who's ever seen Freddie do that? All right, DK. Come on, man. Keith Goodsell says, Russell's ever since they paid him big the first time. Russ needs to get Chad Penningtoned. Douglas Green says this offensive coordinator is as bad as Norton. I don't think there's any good in it right now, Douglas. That's for sure. Jay Porter, it feels like we're trying to lose. I miss Big Balls Pete. I do too, Jay Porter. That's the way I felt like with this. Trying not to lose. Why always worried about what bad could happen instead of just kind of going for it? And I know some of that seems to be weird for me to say when they do so much of throwing down the football field, but frankly, it's just the feel you have from them offensively at times, and especially with, again, just this we're going to run the football. We're going to run the football. You have 9 carries for 17 yards in this game. Guess what? You aren't running the football. Put it away. I know Russ ain't doing good either on the other side, but just because Russ ain't doing good on certain respects on the other side doesn't mean you can go to the run game, which is not even working at all. You're wasting a play. You're wasting a play with the running game right now. Every time you run the ball right now, it's just a wasted play. You're certainly not tiring that defense out. That defense has played a total of right now, that Washington football defense, as we're getting closer and closer to the fourth quarter here, has played a total of 25 plays in this football game, as opposed to the 48 plays your defense has played. So you're not wearing them down with the run game. You're not setting it up to that fourth quarter where you're going to break them. So let her rip at this point. Let her rip. Charles Riley, the $5 donation. Thank you, Charles. Sorry, I missed it initially. Says, Rusty looks off. This seems like the same old song and dance, only with less accuracy. I hope this kid has some value when it's time to trade him. We'll see with it, man, Charles. You know, he started out this game good. I mean, he did. But again, as I was saying, it's come off this rails real fast in this game for Russ, offensively speaking here. But, yeah, he looks a little rusty. He looks a little hesitant. The accuracy's not there, which you have to wonder about on the finger on some of these throws that are so far off. You're going, wow, man, that's a mile off. But then you come back to Charles, like, how does he get to the spot where he's not even targeted DK Metcalf once through this whole game? I know they haven't had the defenses be on the football field a lot of the time, all that, blah, 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 blah. But how? How do you not get one of the better wide receivers? It's odd. All right, here we go, folks. The grand comeback begins now. 4:58 on the clock, 1st and 10, Russell and shotgun. Little quick throw in there to Will Disley for about 4 yards. Russ pumps to everybody and says, let's go up tempo. 2nd and 6. 4:38 on the clock right now. Again, cover 2 looks all day by Washington in this game. Challenging Russ to be patient. Challenging Russ to, oh my God, dude. Russ whistles a ball up over the top of DK, doesn't even give him a chance on the sideline to really go get it. Boy. So Russ just like threw one up there to finally give DK a target, and he threw it 10 yards out of bounds. Russ and shotgun, 3rd and 4. Again, Washington showing that stack front to him. Everybody up at the line of scrimmage, challenging him essentially to make the right read pre-snap. Russ is flushed. Russ is flush, throws it away, throws it in the hands of a defender, skims off the top of a defender's hands, incomplete. Nearly could have been an interception. We're getting a nice over all 22 look at this play. What is he throwing at there? There's a little bit of early pressure on the play. It doesn't help matters. But a weird throw, another weird sequence with the offense. Goodness gracious, you guys. I'm trying to like kind of bite my tongue here, not just go off the rails a bit with this, but what is going on with Russ? I mean, at what point or another do you get to the point here where it's like, dude, Geno time at this point? Mike P says, got to play Geno. I mean, he doesn't look, it looks like right now something's not right with Russ's head here. Something is discombobulated big time with him. He is not in this, and it's weird because he started out the game, he's kind of rolling a bit here in that first half to a degree, but God, just what is going on? What is going on? Mr. Samiobi says Hawks are fortunate to be down by 8. Maybe a little bit. I mean, I think they've earned the right to be only down by 8. They played a solid game as far as at least defensively speaking, and that's kept them in this game, but it's sliding downhill. It's going backwards. Rajo, need at least three this drive. We needed 3 to drive. Ethan says, bench Russ for a drive at least. I don't. He's giving you really not a lot right now. So and he's not using his legs, which I thought he was going to need to do with his finger back, not trying to do any of that. The accuracy's just gone right now. Keaton is balling, says Russ needs to take a seat, whether it's mentally or physically. He is broken. Yeah, feels like it. It feels quite like it. And we've got a pretty important, it's not a super important now. There's a lot of this game left to go here. You got 3:22 on the clock. The Washington football team is now going to be in a 3rd and 1 here. Again, that defense is going to just start getting so tired here, having to be on this field for so long in this football game. And they played so well. So it's a little bit like the Green Bay game where it's just it gets masked at the end because they start to bend and lilt and break. But it's not really indicative of their defensive performance on the day. Washington comes out with a very odd look to them. All to run the ball up the middle where they do get stuffed. And not only stuffed, they lose a half yard. Well done. Who made that play? Great job, defense. I'm over here bitching and moaning. Let's hype this defense up a little bit. Bobby Wagner was in there, made the stop. Looked like, again, Kerry Hyder was in there. As I was saying earlier, one of our better run defenders. Washington comes out with a 3-by-1 look. So 3-by-3 to the strong side of the field, one wide receiver on the weak side. And instead, then they just run the ball right up the middle, trying to kind of confuse Seattle a little bit and getting them spread out a bit. Didn't work. Defense held up. 2 big stops in a row by this defense, back-to-back. 2 3-and-outs in a row, back-to-back. As this offense does not know what it's doing right now. As our offense can't find itself, the defense is holding the day here a little bit. Punt goes down inside the 20. Looks like Seattle's going to take over about the 18-yard line with Russell and company's going to come back out there again. All right. 283 says you can't ask for a better performance by the defense other than the terrible calls by the black and white. It's been pretty much perfect. They've been great. I love what I see out of them. Like you said. All right, cat's fighting right now. It's one of those things. It's been great. Been great. I can't knock anything the defense has done this game at all. I've loved what I've seen out of them. So the only touchdown they got in this game was on the back of the officials basically handing them the touchdown. So there's nothing to knock in this defensive performance at all, I don't think, to any real degree. Russ back out, 1st and 10, under center. 2 tight end look, 2 wide receivers to one side of the field. My stream cut out on me. So I hand off here to Alex Collins for a yard. They try to test wide on the Washington defense with an outside run to Collins. Collins just does not have the speed to get out there wide, folks. He just doesn't have the juice in his legs to get it done. Neither does DJ Dallas. I know it sucks, but this is, again, one of those things we can attack with and get mad about in the respect of Seattle not going out this offseason and finding a guy that could properly fit to those outside zone runs that they want to run theoretically within this running game when it's going right and good, and you have all of the right personnel to get it done. 2nd and 9. Russ with a play action under center, comes back with a quick throw to D. Eskridge, makes the catch, and then is easily tackled after 1 yard. Washington football team is defensively just haranguing our Seahawks offense at this point. They're not being confused by anything they're seeing. The defenders don't really take too many false steps on that play action. They're not going to respect the play action at this point because the running game is not effective. When it's this ineffective, when their defensive line's handling and getting job done, the linebackers don't feel like they have to jump a couple extra snaps pre-play to make sure they're kind of cleaning things up for the defensive line. And you can see that they're moving out there with the confidence in how they're seeing and what they're seeing from the Seahawks offense, and to not be worried, which makes it all that much harder to make completions on the back end. Blitz on 3rd down. Russ doesn't really see it coming or have a hot route ready. Falls under the blitz. It's not his fault. There's instantaneous pressure. Whew, 3 series in a row to start this half that have been as ugly as you possibly can get. Seattle's got the field spread. Let's see if he had a hot route to throw to here on the overhead shot. Indeed, Seattle has no hot route on that play because you have DJ Dallas in the block. So Russ has got to have longer developing routes on that play while the Washington football team throws a stack front at him pre-snap. Why are you not changing some route somewhere? Why? It's bad play calling by Waldron in that moment, but why aren't you also changing the play call to give have DJ Dallas run out wide, do something. But all of those, they showed the all-22 shot on that play, which was over the top. And essentially all of the players, including Gerald Everett, were going up the field a little bit deeper and getting a little bit more depth than you really do need when you're trying to, again, get a third down conversion. And you're not able to get a third down conversion all day long. Odd to see here on some of this play calling today. This has been in a year where Waldron's not been great. This has been maybe his roughest day as far as play calling. Him and Russ both just can't figure out what they're doing right now. If you do like what you're listening to, folks, do me a favor as well. Hit that like button for me, please. You'll be doing me a big favor. Helps out the channel considerably. And, I appreciate it. Even when we're watching bad football like we are right now. I'll give at least the defense this, man. The defense is making this game somewhat fun. All right. Sorry, folks. I got to get this cat out of here. Hold on. Well, I thought the two Largent jerseys, I'm wearing a Largent jersey and I have a Largent jersey behind me. I thought the power of two Largent jerseys would overcome tonight. Silly me. If we ever cross midfield, it'll be called a back on a hold. Well, fortunately for the refs, we're not ever going to challenge getting across midfield. I don't see anything in this offense that can give it a first down here through the back end of this half. I'm hopeful. I'd love to see it. Man, they looked so good in the first half, but something went wrong. Did Russell have some of that like football bread that he has? Did he eat some of that at half? Maybe too much starch. Seahawks Network says, I just feel bad for him at this point. Can't be easy to play like this on your birthday. Laughing out loud. No, it's got to be a little rough for Russ here where he's going, yeesh. This was not how I envisioned this day going at all. The greatest punt by Dixon. And the Washington football team is going to have very good field position here to start this off. Can the defense pull another one out their hat here, man? They have held the day all day long. They have been on the football field. Let me see how many minutes they've been on here. They've been on the football field for 30 minutes, 38 seconds, compared to Seattle, who's only been on the field 14 minutes. So more than double the time they've been on the field versus the offense. They've held up so well today. They're only giving up 3.5 yards per carry. Heineke's averaging 6 yards per attempt. He's barely thrown for 180 yards, even though he's thrown nearly 30 times this football game. Can they do it here? Can they hold up again? Short little pass over to Gibson. 2nd and 5. Master Chief says Russ needs to go. I think he's going to be heading here soon. Charles Riley says, what a mess. What a mess, Charles. It's got to be the finger. It might be the finger. Some of this is mental with him a little bit too, I feel like. But I think the finger's got to be what it is too. A big part of this. Taylor, 2nd and 4 here out of shotgun. Looking out for a little bubble screen. Ooh, nice little inventive play calling. They look like they're going to run a bubble screen to one side of the formation, then came back across the other side of the formation and threw a more of a traditional screen out to Gibson. Looks like for a first down. Look at the inventiveness in the Washington play calling with a guy like Heineke manufacturing ways to move the ball up the field. Meanwhile, with everything that we do offensively, it all looks really hard. It always looks like it's continuously them just running uphill through mud, no shoes. And I never understand why it's so easy for some of these other teams offensively to scheme stuff up that makes sense of why it gets open and smart play. And with us, it's always just we're blind in the dark looking trying to feel it around with our hands to figure out what'll be the right play call. Roji says, Solid D, what the F are you watching the same game? I am. I just presented. You've caused turnover in this game. You've done fairly decent, consistent pressure. Again, they're your offense is continually getting out 3 and outs, and there's eventually going to come a point with this where you tire out. Defense has also got 2 points up on that board, belongs to your defense as well, right? Kind of with the return. So, I mean, I don't. Do you look at this game, Row G, and look at it and say it's an equal offense and defensive blamed game? 3rd and 1. Here we go. Big stop. Come on, defense. Come on, D. Oh, they came up and made the stop. Oh, the whole gang of white over there. A whole gang of white jerseys just surrounded Bobby, Jamal. The whole gang brought everybody. They brought chips. They brought a 6-pack. They go right up over the strong side of the formation to the right side. Rasheem Green comes up first, gets his hands on him. Puna helps. Jamal helps. Bobby helps. Great rallying to the ball. You really put Washington in position here to have to punt this ball, I feel like. I'd be surprised to see them going for it. Now they're going for it. Wow. Riverboat Ron is in effect tonight. Washington is out of shotgun, 4th and 1 here. 2 tight ends. 1st down and more. They got it. There's a flag. Hey, we got a flag. It looked like Jamal might have been held there. He might have been held. Yeah, holding on Brandon Scherf. It looked like it got up into the shoulder pads. Let's see if they show it. They show it here. So, Row G, your defense just had another stop, and they're going to cause another punt here. Let's see what happened with Jamal. Yeah, look, his hands get out wide. You can't pull him around like that. Yep, that's a hold. That's a legit hold, and it's out in space, so they can't deny it. So, Row G, your defense has given up 17 points, I guess. Yeah, with the help of the officials, really, at the end of the day. But I feel like they played okay today. If the offense has done anything in this game, I don't think you'd be giving up 17 points by this point. But again, I appreciate if you see it differently, man. Roji says Zorn and Holmgren available. I'd love to see Holmgren come in and run an offense. I don't know about head coach. I think his days of head coaching are probably done now. Jacob Kessinger says this running game is pitiful. It is pitiful. Roji's, the defense has been on the field for 3 quarters. Yeah, Roj, but again, when your offense is 3 and out every single time they get the ball, your defense is going to be on the field for 3 quarters when you go through 3 quarters of a football game, right? They've got some of that blame to go with it. But again, I think the defense has played solid enough in this game. Again, if the offense does anything at all, other than one drive that they've put together here in this game, they've done nothing beyond that. I think you've got to kind of think about the impact on both. And your defense gets worn out over the course of the game when you continually throw them out there. And it doesn't matter the great defense you can point to throughout this league, whoever they are you want to point to. If they're put out on a football field for 3 straight quarters, basically constantly because the offense can't sustain, maybe partially because they give up some drives, but also partially because the offense ain't sustaining, they're going to wear down. They get worn down. They're going to eventually fail. It's eventually going to break. Now, does that mean that defense played bad that day when that moment of break happens? Does that mean that we look at that day and we go, oh, well, they're piss poor? I don't know if I can say that. I look at this game again, look at some of the parameters of what we're looking at here. You've given up no big plays. You've got a quarterback in Heineke averaging 6 yards per attempt. Their running game on 31 attempts is averaging 3.4 yards per carry. I don't know. Again, I'm not saying they're playing brilliantly, but I think they're playing solid. D-Nugget, Brandino, cool, live watch. What's up, Brandino? What's up, D-Nugget? I said Brandino. Rodney says, how do you guys watch this stuff anymore? Charles Riley with a $5 donation. Thank you, Charles. Number 2 on the day, I believe, for you, and I appreciate that. Says, I'm always willing to skewer number 33, but they played tonight. He has. Jamal's been on it tonight. I've been impressed with how he's done tonight. He's been good. You know, I think everyone's always going to look at him through, is he 2 first-round picks and a third-round pick good? Is he is he all-world safety good? Is he the best safety in the game good? You know, so it's kind of a high water mark we look at him through as far as expectation goes. But I think he's doing pretty good. I think he's doing pretty good tonight. To my eyes. He's the reason he caused that hold on that play. Russ and shotgun, 1st and 10. Spread formation look. Russ double pumps. Another throw where he misses by a good 10 yards. Seemed to be under some pressure on the play. Can't really say what he's looking for. Keaton is balling. Welcome to the Hawks Nest Pro Bowl. Hey, welcome aboard to the membership, my guy. Appreciate it. Please keep an eye on your community posts. See, again there, Russ lets that go. Step up in the pocket and go run. Your legs get you 8, 9 easy yards there. Why are you looking to make a tough throw that you obviously aren't seeing right when it's wide open for you to step up? Then he goes and he runs on the next play. This is why I should be coaching, folks. This is why you watch. This is why you watch. Are you not entertained? Are you not entertained? You literally saw it on the overhead shot before. I bet Waldron probably told it to him in his ear. Russ, you got 9 easy yards there. Go get it. Go get it. Russ and shotgun, 12:09 remaining. 1st and 10. Comes up, making some changes to the line of scrimmage, adjusting some things, touching his head. Play action pass. Holding, going for a moonshot. It's coming down off the moonshot. Incomplete. Whew. What does he see here? So they start out with a cover 2 look on this with 3 wide. DK's on the outside. DK runs a deep go route. The safety bites inside, so Russell thinks he's got one-on-one. He's got one-on-one coverage, which he does, but DK doesn't have any separation on the play because the corner's playing basically cover 3. So he's keeping things clean up over the top and in his leverage. Oh my God, dude. Bubble screen out to Freddie Swain because you have Freddie Swain. Let's throw a bubble screen to him. Freddie makes the catch and then fumbles it out of bounds. Doesn't look like they said he made the catch. So we don't lose yards on the play, I guess. But that looked like a fumble to me. Looked like he made a football move. Swain was wide open. Oh, my God. Like I say, he's just off right now. He's not seeing things right. Like, everything's looking muddled and unclear to him a little bit. Jesus, dude. Come on, Russ. Oh, find something. Tom Eaton says it's like Russ has never played football before. It is. It's a little like watching Russ rookie. And I mean, like the third down play, there's early pressure on him in third down. He scrambles out. He's forced for about a 3-yard little run. And it's not an easy play, all that stuff. But like on that play, but the other plays here where it's just, you can just feel him not seeing things clearly. It's like the throw to DK. There's no chance he's going to get separation on that throw. It's confusing to me. I don't know what he's not seeing stuff quite right. He's probably not feeling super confident at this point either with the finger and stuff, but John Doe says this is embarrassing. Yeah, it's kind of tough. Ethan says there wasn't a defender 10 feet near Swain. My goodness. Yeah. You don't get guys wide open like that very often. I missed the play myself. I was looking at something else, but eesh. Mr. Fantasy Football says trade Russ. Well, I think that's going to be happening. So You can probably count on that occurring. And as I was kind of saying a second ago, too, to Keaton is balling, just keep an eye on Keaton, your community posts for my board, because I do weekly articles for members on the channel. So, yeah. Seahawks Network, Russ heard Brandon on the run. Yeah, he did. I'd be screaming, and will you take the 10 yards? Seahawks Network, you have your gadget guy you drafted blocking for a bubble screen. Yeah, makes complete sense, right? Seahawks Network makes sense, like everything in this offense, and that the Swain stuff. I told people throughout the offseason Swain was not good enough. People were like, oh, Swain's going to blow up. Swain's going to be great. Swain's this. Swain's blah, blah, blah. I said he's a 7th-round flyer guy on the roster. We should not be giving this guy valuable targets and valuable touches throughout the course of the game, nor throughout the course of a football season. He is like a 4th or 5th wide receiver, ideally speaking, probably a 5th wide receiver on your roster. Instead, over the last couple of years, he's been slid into the 3rd wide receiver role. And it doesn't make any sense. It's silly. It's not the right way to put. It's just not the right. They should be so much better at the wide receiver position than him. I'm not expecting DK Tyler level, but you have DK Tyler level, and then you've got a cliff down to get down to Freddie Swain. We did a show a couple weeks ago where I was showing the posted scores halfway through the year of all the Seahawks players, and then their ranking with the rest of the positional groups across the league. And Freddie Swain at that time was 110 out of 120 wide receivers ranked by Pro Football Focus in the NFL. And you're still giving that guy targets with an offense that can't get jack diddly squat done. Odd to see. Jacob Kissinger says, I'm gonna turn it off. I can't watch anymore. Y'all have a good night. Have a good night, Jacob. I understand, my brother. I know where you're at, bro. I know where you're at on this. All right, they're going to run the hell out of this now. You know that's coming. Our defense has got to be wore out at this point a bit. Keaton this ball and says, wow, man, this is hard to watch. He looks so lost. He does. It does. There are people that have said in my chat that they thought it after there was the Buffalo game or the Cardinal game. I think it's the Cardinal game. He took a blindside blitz. And it's been mentioned in my chat before that they thought something got knocked loose at that point, that he hasn't ever been quite right since that hit. Ricky 2 says they play like S. Yeah, they're playing like S. You're right. You're not wrong. Great job by Rasheem there, and everyone sold him out there. Rasheem Green on that running play is a 2nd and 3. Rasheem does a great job of setting the edge. Nobody cleans it up inside, so when he forces the ball carrier back up inside, who was that supposed to be? Poona Ford. Poona. Poona didn't get driven. He just didn't have any awareness of the guy coming through the hole. It's going to try. Washington's just going to lean on that running game now. They're just going to tire this. They got a tired defense, some tired puppies out there. They're just going to lean on these guys. Nice job by Al Woods coming in on a first down run play up the middle, dragging him down. He's played a good game. Jonathan Salazar with a $2 donation. Thank you, Jonathan. You're awesome. I appreciate you, brother. Says, Pete, grow a pair and bench Wilson. He's clearly not 100%. Thank you, Jonathan. You know me on this one. I am with you 100%, and I've been harping on this point for quite a bit of time now. About, hey, he's not there. He's not ready. He's not right. I know he's trying to do this Iron Man thing and he's trying to toughen it out and all that, but he's not in the right state of things to get this going. I don't know whether it's mental, physical, whatever it is. That's the case. That's the truth of it. Tyler with a short throw over the middle for a first down. You got Jordan Brooks, just getting caught up with, again, the old flood concepts. Run one defender through, Jordan Brooks takes him, and then he's wide up, open up in the middle of the field as he comes back in through the vacated space. 8:22 on the clock here in the fourth quarter. 8:15. Washington football team comes out now again. This looks big, heavy set, 2 tight ends. Looks like a running play all day. Play action pass out of it. Tyler sitting there ready to roll. Comes back. Oh, my gosh. Tyler, as somebody said, making Tyler look like a veteran. Somebody said in the chat, making him look like a veteran. Sits back there, goes through his reads in the pocket, eventually gets back over to his running back on basically his 4th read on the play. Flips it over into him for an easy completion. Jeez. Jeez. Charles Riley, a $5 donation. Charles says, not to get biblical, but I think Jesus' toughest year was 33 as well. That is true. He had a rough one in his 33rd year old. That was the toughest of his years. I think he'd probably point to. So, very well said. Maybe Russ is going through a little bit of emulation syndrome there with that one. And again, now the Washington's just starting to push this ball up the field here, right at the middle of the defense. Guys are getting pushed a little out of their gaps now. People are getting a little tired as this game's going on. You can see it. Frustration setting in a bit. Little Sticks K says, this is gross. I feel bad for the defense. I do too. Mike P says it's Jacob Eason time. Might be. All right, another running play. I mean, we know they're doing it now. 1st and 10, another 4 yards. Yeah, like we ran a stack front up there, and they still got another 3 or 4 yards. Costa Rica sports fans says, I'm going to bounce. Y'all have a good one. Have a good one, Costa Rica sports fans. Seahawks Network, it feels like a blowout. With all the negativity in the air, let me remind you, all it takes is one drive. That's true. It's just one drive, one thing breaking right. One thing drinking right. So they're showing a stat on this thing showing that the Seahawks came into this season with the most defensive snaps on average per year at 73 snaps a game. They're currently with 5 minutes and 58 seconds left to go in this game at 69 snaps for the game. Substantial, and again, another wide open running lane there for Gibson. They're now in field goal range. The defense is definitely wore out. Jeff Ryan's coming in with a $10 donation. Thank you, Jeff. You are awesome, my man. I appreciate it. He says, what's up, Brandon? Been super sick for the last 3 weeks. Finally feeling better today. Now, unfortunately, this game is a bummer to come back to watch. But always, #Go Hawks, and hope to see better play soon. Hey, me too, man. Me as well with you, man. This is rough to watch, but hopefully at some point soon we'll see better play. And again, on this Gibson run, they go at Darrell Taylor, as I referenced early in this game. You attack Darrell Taylor in the running game, you're going to have some luck. That is not where he is good. You really want him as more of your rotational pass rusher than you want to have him out on the football field and getting snaps in the run game. But Seattle has, of course, got guys like Kerry Hyder in this game that played a lot of snaps. They're trying to rotate guys through and keep them fresh. And this is what you're going to run into at this point in time in the game. First down running play again. Rasheem Green comes up, makes a nice play. He's done a decent job today of doing pretty good work. This might be one of Rasheem's better games this year that he's played. But thank you, Jeff, for the $10 donation, and it's good to hear you're feeling better, man. We always worried people get sick now, so I know stuff can knock people down for quite a bit of time. But good to hear you're back up on your feet. Hopefully you guys aren't having too much snow over there in Montana yet. We're still clear and dry over here on the east side so far, but you know it's coming. I got those snow tires on today. So I know the day's arriving. 2nd and 9. Again, another running play here. Another good job there by Jordan Brooks and Jamal Adams to make the play to the edge, forcing the 3rd down, 4:14 on the clock. But thank you, Jeff. I do appreciate your donation. Elliot Clark with a $5 donation says, wow, I'm glad we can all share this live. It really is an experience. An offensive masterpiece. Yeah, it's, boy, we've seen some bad football this year. Everyone talks to us about how we're spoiled and all that and getting to watch winning football over the last few years. But we've made up for lost time with this season. We have made up for a lot of lost time. 3rd and 7, Tyler Heineke in shotgun. Seattle comes up with a heavy pressure look. They've got one man high deep. They are going for it on this play, and we've got a timeout. It looks like Noah Flag, a delay game penalty on Tyler Heineke. Woo, that's big. That makes that field goal that much harder here in knocking them back. So interesting little development. And Elliot, yeah, I'm glad we can share this together. If I'm going to be in this kind of pain, Elliot, I'm glad I don't have to be alone or the only one feeling it. Okay? I know that sucks. I'm bringing you into my misery with you here, man. But, we need to lean on each other however we can. Lean on me when my team sucks. They play shitty. Losing to the Washington no-name team. They suck so bad. 3rd and 12. They'll probably complete it. And they do. So Seattle soft zones this one. Goes to 4th down now, but now you give them a considerably easier... Uh-oh. Poor J.D. McKissick there. Looks like he's having some problems. You do give him an easier field goal attempt now at this point. So, boy, you don't like to see as much that soft zone in that moment. They're just sitting, leaving him that open. They were they're more, I guess, trying to protect against the first down. But, what happened to him? I don't even know what happened to J.D. there. But, Elliot, thank you again for the $5 donation. Jeff, you're awesome as well. Megan, Jonathan, Charles Riley, Keaton is balling. Russell Mark, Green Kid, awesome. I know it's a tough game right now, but I appreciate you guys, your donations. All right, refilling the cup of coffee, and I will be back at 2 shakes of lamb's tail. No. They're more Cleveland Indians either. They're the Cleveland Guardians now. At least they can't even decide on a name for the Washington football team. They're just a football team. Isn't that dumb? Okay, folks, here we go. The great comeback begins. Acronthosaurus says, I was disappointed that I couldn't get the game on this PC, but now hearing the description and remembering last week, I'm thinking I'm the lucky one. Yeah, maybe on this one. Again, the tough part about this, folks, when watching these kind of games, we'll talk about this in the post game a little bit more, is just, it isn't just watching the bad football, it's the knowledge of things at this time coming to an end in an era and all of the instability at play for what's going to come forward and not knowing what direction it's going to go, or if we can feel optimistic about a future that we don't know what is going to really happen and that there could be change all across the board. Yeah, it's rough. And boy, J.D. McKissick, they're bringing out the big gun stretcher here for him. Poor guy. I hope he's okay. Dave says, do you think we can even beat the Lions? Dave, there's not a team right now that I'm sitting here going, we definitely would beat them. Right now, this offense is showing me nothing to make me feel confident. And again, I would say that how much differently could have this season have gone over this last 3 weeks if you had Geno Smith out there instead of Russell Wilson? I never thought I would ever have said that in my life. But Russell Wilson right now is a shell of himself. He is a shell of himself at the quarterback position. And I'm sure the injury is a big part of this, if not all of this. But there comes a point where, again, it's got to be what's best for the team. And I love Russell Wilson, but the coaching staff to have looked at him in these last couple of games and to think that he's still the best option to trot out there when Geno Smith gave you functional quarterback play. I'm not saying great quarterback play. I'm not saying good quarterback play. I'm saying functional quarterback play. And Russell Wilson is not giving us functional quarterback play. I think that he's had 28 drives since he's been back from the injury, and I think we have 3 touchdowns over those 28 drives. That is again, I'm not surprised. I guess I shouldn't be, because again, I had 12 items that I pointed to in my last show, my live stream, 12 lessons unlearned, as I called them, that this front office and coaching staff have failed to learn. There are mistakes that they've made in recent past. There are mistakes that they're making in the here and now, and there are mistakes that will be continued to be made. It's not about making the mistake. Every organization makes mistake. It's about 4th and 4, Washington's going for it. Wow. And they complete it. Jesus. That is the biggest flex move right there. On 4th and 4, where a field goal basically puts it as a 2-possession game, a makeable field goal, and they go for it. That tells you how easy they think they can get into your defense at that point. And you got 2 defenders covering 1 player in space. I feel like are my eyes bleeding? Guys, let me know. Are my eyes bleeding right now? I feel like my eyes are bleeding. Oh, dear God. Not like this. Not like this. Oh, now Bobby's hurt. Sweet. Come on, Bobby. Walk it off. Megan Gock-Roger with a $5 donation. Thank you, Megan. That's like your 7th dono today. You're always so kind with it. Megan says, am wondering if I'll bother seeing the Hawks live when I'm in Seattle next year, or whether I'll just see the Kraken instead. Well, maybe we have a remarkable offseason and we do a whole bunch of stuff and everything's great and we turn this ship back around. The one thing I do point to, Megan, often is that you can, as a team, turn around your fate very quickly within the NFL. Nothing is necessarily marked for you to be stuck in a dead zone for years on end if you happen to land there on a given season. It is going, though, to be relying upon them making some big major type moves, which, just to my point on what I was speaking to a second ago, Megan, they haven't shown a willingness to do that recently. They've been very hesitant to make the big moves or to make the big changes that need to be made. Tenchi says Detroit's offense is better than Seattle's offense the past month. Yeah, agreed. Not one catch for DK Metcalf in this game, by the way, folks. Not one weird ass, 2 weird ass targets to him, where you basically threw the ball 10 yards out of bounds on the 2 times you targeted him, I think. Some funkiness. It's just funky. Patrick says, "Is this worse than waterboarding?" I don't know. I might have my buddy come in here and just start waterboarding me for you folks, and we'll try. We'll answer that right now, Patrick. At least waterboarding would go faster, I feel like. This game sailed along. B-Russ says this is comical at this point. It is comical at this point. And Megan, no, you should still see the Seahawks next year. It's worth experiencing in that stadium, and I don't think we're going to be running with the same stuff we're running with this year. So I think that it's going to be quite a bit of a change. Hawks of the Aces. Come on, Brandon. Let's see you freak out, man. I'm freaking out. Who's coming with me? I'm freaking out. I'm already freaking out. And again, it's going to be, I'm saving a little bit for my post stream on this Hawks of the Ace. So I'm just kind of watching it through still a little bit on this. But look, it's 2 minutes left to go in the fourth quarter. They've just drained this clock down. Just drained it down. I mean, guys can't even wrap up, dude. You can just see they're too tired to even wrap. They'll go for the field goal now, I bet. I'd be shocked if they go for it now. Tom Eaton says this may be the worst team since the Jim Mora era. This is a worse team than the 7-9 football team that Carroll got into the playoffs and beat the Saints with. This is a worse team than that. And so you got to go back to Mora before that is the worst team. And this is in that same lane. And like Mora, there's very little on the football team for you to be able to hang your hat on and say, well, we do this well, we do that well, we're good in this area of things. Obviously, the defense has performed better in recent weeks. Colt McCoy beat you. But overall, over the last, I can't believe they're going for this. This is insane on Washington's part to go for this, in my opinion. This is an absolute insane choice. This is as moronic as it gets, frankly. You get the field goal, you're up at that point 20-9. There's 2 minutes to go in the game. It's a chip shot field goal. Maybe it is that their kicker was injured, so their kicker's hurt right now, and they don't trust their backup kicker to make the kick. And Seattle's used up all their timeouts now. This is wild. Okay, that makes sense. I just kind of figured it out, but okay, that makes sense. They're not trusting their guy to get out there and make that kick. Okay. Current drive's been a 15-play, 84-yard drive that's taken up 8 minutes and 31 seconds off of the clock. Jeez. Oh, God. Fourth down, Tyler and shotgun. Steps back to throw. He's got a man breaking over the back of the left side of the end zone. Points, looks. Are they going to give him that? They're going to give him that. Jesus. Touchdown, Washington football team. Just as they give us hope, they always come in to take it away, don't they? Just as they give you hope, there's always some moment to take it away. Heineke side-arming out of the pocket, just throwing it up for grabs. And that is indeed a touchdown. I can't see if the ball hit the ground, though. Home dude was sitting in the way. Wait. Did it hit the ball? Did it hit the ground? Well, looks like he caught it. It does not look like it hit the ground. It's close. It looks like it's about to, but he turns his hand. Ooh. I don't know, Chad. Is that a catch? Is that a catch? Elliot says, who cares? Give him the touchdown. May not be. I don't know. You're going to call Sidney Jones not a catch last week? I mean, I don't know. No. I got no catch. I'm done. I'm just burnt out, says Cave Troll. I get it, Cave Troll, man. Anybody that's at a point where they've had enough, I get it. I do get it. You guys are not, makes complete sense why you'd be in that standpoint of being like, this has been a painful year. It continues to be painful. Every inch of it is painful. Every moment of it's painful. You get little bright little glimmers of hope that are quickly stamped out. Like somebody put the boot of their heel and just squished it out. Come on, overturn this. Let's make this game at least interesting. Decimal Threat says, what pick do we end up with in the next draft? We'd probably be sitting right now as it stands with about the, fourth overall pick. But, of course, that goes to the Jets, so you're getting the second. You get the benefits of that in the second, third, fourth, fifth round as being picking up high in those rounds. But, of course, you're not going to actually get the first round pick. Tommy Eaton says, even if we won this game, this is clearly not a playoff team. I would agree with you on that. Jeff says, be interesting if the Seahawks actually fired some people this week. Won't happen, but it would be interesting. It would be refreshing. It would be refreshing, though. I will say, Jeff, anything that goes down as a firing, as far as the squad goes, has got to be done with to me, it's the top down. You know, it's the big man in charge, the grand poobah. Anything beneath him is just you rearranging deck chairs on the Titanic. So it's part of that thing where you go, I just wouldn't. I'm gonna one more look at this. I mean, it does look like that thing's underneath and gets into the ground a little bit. Here's the angle here. Yeah, it hits. Oh, they finally showed the right angle. Did you see how long they took to show that angle? They waited till the very end to show the one clear angle. They show it 10 times on the deal, and then they finally show the one clear angle. And and it's absolutely you didn't need to watch that for 10 minutes. That angle showed you the ball hit the ground. It hit the ground. Nice play by Jamal there too, to stay with that ball, stay with it at the point, not give up, keep fighting through there. Well done. Ethan says, remember last year's Vikings game? I do, Ethan. I do. You got 2 minutes and 19 seconds. You've got almost the length of the football field to drive. No timeouts on the clock. But here we go. What we got? Amal Joshi says, we have one more chance, please. Let's get it, man. Let's do this, team. Come on, Russ. You can shake a whole day off right here and now. All this day can go behind you right here and now. From his 5. Back to throw. Whips a quick ball out to Gerald Everett. Gerald Everett takes in the flat up the field for 10 yards. Only took about 7 seconds up the clock. Got themselves some breathing room. No longer throwing out of their own end zone. Here we go, folks. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Russell comes out and hurries up, even though Everett stood out of bounds. Don't know why they do this. Washington going into a soft zone. Out to DJ Dallas for a couple yards. DJ Dallas jumps up and gets whacked to get himself out of bounds. Another 5 seconds off the clock. 3 yards gained. They do have the 2-minute warning to still stop things here. At least one more time. I'm sure ideally they'd like to get that ball up around the 30-yard line before they get to that point. Another spread look. Washington coming in with the front 4. Russ hits DJ Dallas underneath for about 4 yards. Will lead us with a 3rd and 5 here at the 2-minute warning. So you've got 3 downs to get 5 yards. Well, you got 2 downs to get 5 yards here because they're going to go for it on 4th down. Russ Wilson, as they're flashing in stat, has 90 touchdown passes in the 4th quarter since 2012, which is the most in the NFL. Pretty interesting stat. Tommy says, dude, we need DK right now. One play. That is all we need. Well, as somebody was mentioning above there, remembering last year with the Vikings, DK came up big after being kind of silent through a lot of that game. A couple throws is all it takes. Liz Hendrickson says Metcalf will be going nuts in the locker room. I can't imagine he wouldn't be happy after this. Yeah. And again, as I've said with DK before at times, he has a leg to stand on with some of his being perturbed with not being targeted. You don't target me, we win, fine. You don't target me, we don't win, and our offense sucks, then we're going to have some problems. Liz Hendrickson says, where's Jody? She needs to intervene and fire some folks. Agreed. She needs to decide, Liz, is she going to be an active owner or is she going to be a passive owner? Does she really want to own this football team or does she kind of want to own this football team? And we need somebody that wants to own this football team. Yeah, Gerald Everett just barely got that one. Neil Lamont, white jersey, yay or nay in your opinion, my guy? I wouldn't buy a white jersey, Neil. I mean, I would go with the wolf gray or the blues. That'd be where I'd lean towards when it's all said and done. But I guess it depends on the player too. Certain ones can look cleaner than others. Seahawks says Russ injury affected them. Yep. I agree. Patrick Renault says flea flicker of all time now. I don't know if they'd be buying in the flea flicker. I don't think they're caring about the run game right now. Seahawks says Seahawks look sexy today and we're losing. Well, sometimes, Spencer says shout out to Kirko Bangs. Tommy says fire anyone. Fire the janitor. Just show you care. Washington Fish Quest with a $2 donation. Thank you, Washington Fish Quest. Says watch Pete punt here. Trust the D, right? Trust the D, Washington Fish Quest. They'll make a play. They'll make a play. Jeff Ryan says I'm going to laugh my ass off if we some way in hell the Hawks pull this out. It still won't feel good to win a awful game. It's not going to feel super satisfying, but it would be cool. It would be cool. You'd still be going like, I think I'm supposed to be happy. 3rd and 5 here. Rustling shotgun. Kind of a read option-y look. 3 wide receivers stacked to the high side of the field. Washington bringing some pressure. Oh, we got a flag. Whoo, officials bailed us out on that one a little bit there. Officials bailed us out a little bit on that one there. We got bailed out a little bitty on that one. Little bitty on that one. Little bitty. Tyler Lockett going up, looked like a post route out of the slot. Maybe the defender had a hand on him. We're going to see a replay on this. The safety was matched up against him. That's a tough pull for the safety to have to draw that card against Tyler in the slot like that. They were bringing a blitz, which led to man coverage with Washington, which put them in that position. We're not going to see a replay. Oh, yeah, we are. Here we go. Thank you. So he just kind of gets into him, and yeah, hand goes down low. It's on the thing, but when your hands go down low like that, even if you really, he would have been fine not doing anything. He didn't know Russ really threw it badly. If he just doesn't touch Tyler, he's fine there. But there's a little of a panic there, and that's the right call. I mean, it is on the line, but I'm thankful they made it. We had some ones go not in our right way, okay, folks? We had some makeups here, all right? Russ had a shotgun. Just get rid of it. Just get rid of it. Just get rid of it. Just get rid of it, Russ! He takes the sack there where it's just like, dude, you're out of the pocket. Throw the ball up and live to live another day. You have 3 more downs. You don't need to eat 30 seconds off the clock because you're going to 9 yards off the deal. God, dude, what is with his decision making? Third and 6, Russ and shotgun, 45-yard line. Jesus. Great catch by DK Metcalf on a nice throw. Good timing route. DK on a little out route. Sells him going high. Flips it under. Good job. What is it? Why are they saying? I thought Fuller was trying to say that he had like pushed and he didn't even touch you. We got a minute and 2 seconds on the clock. Landon Collins is down for the Washington football team, so that's going to stop play here for a second. You're right around midfield here. Minute and 2, 1st and 10. That's a very nice throw. That might have been Russ's nicest throw of the game. I mean, that has not been that's not been a easy throw for him by any stretch, and he put it right on the money. You've got to put it with velocity. You got to put it with timing on that kind of throw. I've been hard on Russ throughout this game, but a good job there. Megan says, with a $2 donation, thank you, Megan. Says, can I just say I told you so regarding Russ's finger? You can absolutely. But I believed you when you told me immediately, Megan. I did, because I've never had the injury. So if somebody who's had it would tell me that, I think medical science can take us forward to a certain degree with certain injuries, and you can speed certain stuff up. But when we're talking a matter of weeks from a broken injury or something going on with a ligament, that's too quick. That's too fast. The science hasn't caught up that far yet. We're not to the nanotechnology aspect of things. 1st and 10, shotgun formation by Russ. Niners are sort of running a 3 safety look, or 49 football teams running a 3 safety look out there. Again, sort of a challenge. There we go. Blitz came in there. Russ, you got to kind of be watching pre-snap for what you need to be looking at here, buddy. They're running some confusing things here with Washington. He's got to take the time to watch. They ran a stunt up the middle. There wasn't really a blitz. We just kind of we didn't block the stunt up right. That's not on Russ. The offensive line didn't block that up right. You do have Fuller that you're trotting out there at left guard that I forget about in this football game. 2nd and 10, 57 seconds on the clock. Russ and shotgun hits Everett. Everett, almost breaks the tackle, but a very nice tackle in space by the Washington defender, by the Washington safety. 46 seconds left on the clock. Clock is running. 3rd and down, about 6 yards. We were definitely in 2-down territory. Come on, lock in. Break a tackle, DJ. Jesus, get up to the clock it. DJ Dallas with the catch for a 1st down, 29 seconds to go. Clock is running. Russ is going to actually call a play. Russ throws it. He's got it wide open. He hits Freddie Swain for a touchdown down the middle of the football field. Boy, you had to wonder there for a second if it was the right move to go up with the hurry up and get up to the football field like that. you're blowing some time, and by the end of this play, you got 15 seconds left up on the clock. Russ trusted what he saw. He did something that, again, I hammer him often about, which is you got to sometimes climb up to the front of the pocket, climb the pocket, and then do not leave the pocket. Climb it to give yourself time to find the receiver breaking open late. That's what he did on this football play. He did not look to run. I think he thought initially as he stepped up, I'm going to run. They went, oh, hold on. Give yourself a second. We saw a play like this last week. But here we go now. They've got to get the 2-point conversion. 2-point conversion is going to be key here, right? Got to get this. Got to do it all. So here's game time right now here, folks. We're on game time. Coming out with a shotgun set. Washington's looking like they're bringing a blitz. And it's intercepted. Game over. Tough. Wait, what's going on here? Where are they? Yeah. So it looks like Russ had 4 wide receivers, plenty of targets to kind of throw to. He's looking around. They got double on DK. Boy, if Russ comes back to DK, he's going to that backside over there on that end zone there. Instead, he went back to the middle. But DK's breaking late. If he just kind of gives it a little bit more second, he did have pressure bearing down on him. So it's tough on that play. But boy, if you're going to throw it up you don't really want to throw it up to Freddie Swain. Brutal. Charles Riley, $2 donation says, Brando, I'm buying you a neon green 12 fan. I'll take it, my bro. I'll put it up behind me if you get it, man. I'll have it up on my backdrop for sure. So if you want, go for it. I got a post on folks who want to send me stuff for sure, but I'd be willing. Brutal game, folks. Brutal game. D Nugget says, mark my words, 3-14 will be our record. I still think we're going to end up beating the 3 bottom low teams on the deal with this at the end of the day. I still think that's how this is going to. We just recovered the onside kick. So we'll see, D Nugget, if that might be the case, though. Again, I hard to predict that we can win games right now where it stands and what we're looking at right now with this team and where things have been. So we'll see. That's a big time onside kick. You got 15 seconds here now. The thing to consider with this is that you just got to get into field goal range. You have theoretically with Jason Myers a guy that can, and the officials are talking this over still, but you have a guy, Jason Myers, who can kick a long field goal if you need to. It looked like this thing went 10 yards to me. Oh, maybe not. Boy, it's right at 10 yards where he grabs it. I mean, it's right on that line. We'll see what they say. This has been such a weird game. This has been so wild. Oh, my goodness. They're not giving it to us. All right. No, that would have been nuts. Megan with a $2 donation says, is it too early at 3:20 p.m. to start drinking? No, it's not. Not after that football game. Not after that football game. So they call this as offsides. I guess they said it didn't travel 10 yards. Boy, that sure looked like it traveled 10 yards to me. That sure did look like it traveled 10 yards to me. Are they allowed to at least review this? Why can't you review this type of stuff? This should be a reviewable deal. I don't get it. Megan says, is there someone somewhere that a team can complain to about the refs? Well, thank you for the $5 donation, Megan. No, they won't. They won't. No one's listening on that. The NFL doesn't care. You can put petitions together and all that, and it won't affect them in the slightest, because at the end of the day, look, they're the big dog on the block. They are they're the sport that reigns above everybody else by a considerable margin, and because of that, they feel fat and happy, and they don't have to answer to anybody at times with those calls and stuff. I don't know. I don't understand, again, why it looks like 10 yards to me. I'm sure that it's one of those things that they can't review it, I'm sure. But, I mean, come on. All right, we're getting another one. Oh, wow. Why Go Hawks 05 says, why? Oh, goodness. Oh, goodness. And they recover on this one. So, you know, good times. So, you know. All right. So, Seahawks losing this one. It was a hard-fought game here. The offense just considerably inept throughout the course of this football game. There's really no other way to label it but that. An offense which has been scuttling for weeks now, especially since Russell Wilson has come back. I know you guys are all in there in pain, and we're going to be in some pain for a while on this one. We're going to turn this one over a little bit. I do think, once again, and to harp on a few points that continually come up over the course of this game as you're watching it, you know, you got the key point in this game. You have the key moment in this game where you need to get a 2-point conversion. You know, you're not throwing it to Tyler Lockett. You're not throwing it to DK Metcalf. You end up throwing it to Swain. And Swain got a lot of, he only had in this game, I guess, a couple of targets, theoretically speaking. And he made a catch on one of those targets for a 32-yard catch. But again, he's kind of wide open on the play. It's not that he did something amazing to break open. And again, when we talk about learning lessons as going forward on this team and when we look forward, fix what you do prior. This offseason, I had a lot of Seahawks fans telling me Eskridge would be enough. Eskridge and Swain will be enough. DK, Lockett, Eskridge, and Swain will be enough. Who's going to get all the touches if you had another guy? Who's going to get all those touches and throws? Well, evidently the third guy is going to get a lot of touches when you got a guy like Russell Wilson at the helm. And that's why I harped so big on get another guy out there that's truly somewhat of a difference maker at the wide receiver position. He doesn't have to be up to Tyler or DK, but again, the shelf or the drop off down to Freddie Swain is significant. And it's obvious at this point with Dwayne Eskridge, who coming out, he's supposed to be able to run these slant routes that he can get open at will. On a key third down play, they run a slant route with him. He can't make the catch. Eskridge has shown nothing so far as to why you gave a second-round pick up for this guy. That is a head-scratching pick, especially a pick that we needed to get some production from this season. Not one fly sweep again in this game from Eskridge. That was supposed to be also the bread and butter of how do you utilize this guy. He's now played in 4 games this year. You've given him a total of 2 fly sweeps. Well, odd to watch the way that this team runs and works and operates offensively speaking. I don't know what they're trying to accomplish at all times. Russ isn't helping matters in his play. There's those throws here in this game where it's especially that Gerald Everett third down where it's right there, wide open, 7-yard throw, and you miss it by 6 yards. He's definitely still off. Should have gone with Geno, but it doesn't matter at this point because this does sink us. I don't care if we're only 2 games out of the wild card at this point. I don't care if we still have a kicking chance or not. As someone else said earlier in the chat on this, we don't deserve to be a playoff team right now. We're not playing like a playoff team right now. I think the defense is doing its job. The defense has come around. It's been better since it started out really rough and rocky at the start of the year. They're doing enough to win us football games. They are, I believe. But the offense is just not getting the job done. And by a wide margin, they're missing the boat on this one. And we can only hope that there's going to be adjustments as we go into this offseason somehow, some way, be it Carroll moves on, be it to me, going out and getting another offensive coordinator is not going to fix it in itself because that's still not going to stop Carroll from getting into this side of the football and having some kind of say and some kind of sway and let's do it this way, well, let's do it that way. I mean, how much were we still trying to run this ball into the third quarter when we were having no success at it at all? I mean, we ran the ball 12 times in this game for 34 yards. And you can harp all day about wanting to run the ball, but when you're running it that badly, you can't keep running the football. You can't keep doing it. And you can't be slow to that realization of it because you just can't afford as an offense right now to be able to let go of possessions for nothing, to just sort of literally punt away whole possessions because you're trying to establish a running game that's never going to be there. But hopefully there's going to be some bigger, more major changes here as we move into this offseason. Hopefully it's on the back of this team looking as bad as they are, and they are looking bad. I can't imagine that this front office looks at itself and goes, well, we're doing it just one bad year. But I'm very worried that that's a little bit of the excuse that we're going to hear from this. And it should be unacceptable to you. It's unacceptable to me. And frankly, the more that we say it's acceptable that we just pass this off to just 1 year, the longer we're going to have to watch a broken process continue. And I don't think that I'm speaking to anybody but the choir out there, because I think many of the people in my chat, most of the people in my chat, 99.9% of people in my chat are very smart individuals who are already way ahead of this game. And it certainly doesn't take a smart individual at this point to see that you need change here, that stuff needs to be turned over. But this is only a 1 year thing narrative, you know. Things just didn't break right this year. Like it's some kind of luck of the draw thing narrative. That needs to be dispelled and thrown away a little bit, in my opinion. Brian Robertson says, dang, I'm tapping out. Can't blame you, man. I'm riding through to the end of this, man. I might only be running on bones at that point by the end of it, but I'm going to ride through to the end of this thing. Jeff Ryan says, Brandon, I'm out for the evening. Big day at work tomorrow. Thanks for everything, brother. Go Hawks. Go Hawks, Jeff. And have a good day at work, my guy. Spencer says, Seahawks legend Gavin Heslop almost got another one. He almost pulled it off. It looked good to my eyes. It was maybe a tiny bit early, but it looked pretty good to me. My want of them to come back made it want to be true. Mariah C says, can we get Geno to play, please? I think if they've not done it by this point, Mariah, being 3 games since Russ has been back and him looking as bad as he has in these 3 games, there's no reason to believe that they're going to make the change now at this point. That would be my opinion on it, is that it should have come before this. I agree with you 100%, but I don't think that they're going to move off of it now moving forward. Voodoo Magic says, time for my first alcoholic beverage of my life. Well, I can't deny, man. I understand if tonight's the night that makes you get there. I do. I get it. I get it. Travis Hudson says, we don't really try to win. Very much so, Travis. Something we remarked a little bit as we were watching this game live was so much of how this team is sort of playing not to lose, sort of just trying to just not make a mistake. And it's hard enough to win in the NFL without trying to truly go for it. And isn't that a little bit even of the methodology you have on defense? Let's not give up a big play. Oh, don't give up the big play. Don't have the big play happen. Careful the big play. Worry about the big play. And then meanwhile, you get slaughtered by 1,000 cuts underneath on little short dump routes all game. And again, this is not on the defense in this football game, but it's just it's what characterizes this football team a little bit, and its philosophy and its approach, and more importantly, its mentality. And that's, I think, what many people find as much bothersome, I think, as I do. Keaton is balling and says, time to get drunk. Damn it, man. Let it happen, man. I'd be going with it with you guys. I'd be getting drunk tonight as well, but I got to get up tomorrow and work. So I got to be productive tomorrow to some degree, unfortunately speaking. Mr. Fantasy Football says that must have been part of the new onside kick rules. I guess so. You got to have one extra defender on one side or something of the field or whatever it is. NFL comes up with 15 new rules every year. Travis Hudson, why do we like to lose in limelight fashion? I don't know. We used to dominate in the limelight, Travis. Coach Carroll used to own and dominate primetime football games. That's, like all things here, seemingly slipped out of our grip very fast. Lightning quick that has left us, but it used to be one point in time things that we used to do. Tony LG says, exactly where's the fly sweeps? Let me know, man. It seems to have been dropped out of our offense for whatever reason, or they're just not embracing it, or I don't know the reason. It's dumb and silly, and I don't get it. Juan Correa, playoffs. Are you kidding? Playoffs? Are you kidding me? That's my best Mora senior. Mike P says, low football IQ. How do you line up illegally for the onside kick? I don't know. You have one job. And usually those special teamers, really, they're not playing. They're not starting. So they're there to really concentrate on specifically the job of what they need to do on special teams. Voodoo Magic says, Tyler Heineke and Colt McCoy, better than Russ. Oh, they played better than Russ over the last couple of weeks. Guys that are nowhere near as talented as he is, with nowhere near necessarily his ability, have outplayed him. Pretty telling. But again, and some of this is a bit the injury to a degree. Some of this, I think, though, does go beyond the injury. Ethan E., can we just pretend like there's 2 minutes left every time we have the ball? I'm with it. Just run, hurry up. Just freelance out there, free form. Like I said, all ideas are open at this point. Let's not close off any reservoirs. Herbicide, I'd like to see more than 5 minutes of offense. I would too, Herbicide. Watching 62 minutes of defense and 5 minutes of offense is a little bit rough. You brought in a new offense this offseason, which was supposed to sustain drives and move the chains. It's doing none of those two things. Russell Mark, at least Pete might get fired tomorrow. One could hope, Russell, but I don't think that they're going to do it. And I think a big impediment here is the amount of money that is still owed to Pete. You know, if he was in the last year of his deal, maybe we could have some hope for that. But being that he has 3 years left, I think that a move on at this point is going to be more reliant upon Pete retiring than it is going to be on the management firing him. VHawk78, this team deeply saddens me. Yeah, I'm with you. I think I hit my low with the Rams game weeks and weeks ago where this all sort of came clear to me at that point of where we were heading. And it's sort of like that night and getting drunk like I did on stream and how that went. I did a little bit of my 7 stages of grief at that point. I've still been hopeful. I've still been looking for that glimmer that I could kind of gravitate towards here and feel good about. But I can't deny it's a little bit why you guys don't see me in the emotional wreck state right now. I'm pissed. I'm annoyed. This is dumb. I'm going to go on some rants here in this post game. But at the end of the day, we knew this and saw this coming weeks ago. And it's, again, another reason why we push so hard, so many of us do, for wanting to see change with this football team. Megan with the $5 donation. Thank you, Megan. I love this team, but need to maintain sleep routines due to chronic insomnia. It's just not worth it getting up at 4 a.m. for a 5 a.m. game down here. Not when they're playing like that on the football field, Megan. Like I said, it's eye-bleeding like play. You can have a defense playing well, but then the offense is going to make your eyes bleed. And then when the offense is playing well for its short little time period this year and the little moments it has, then your defense is going to make your eyes bleed. Outside of the Jacksonville game, which is basically the worst team in the NFL, it's been that way in every single game for the most part. And it is painful to watch, and I can't blame you for not wanting to get up early to see it. I can't. You know, I don't. I know where you folks are coming from, and I, again, hope that front office and management is paying attention to the reaction of the fans. You had fans in the stadium last week booing from the first quarter through the fourth quarter. Never in my Seahawks fandom have I ever seen that. Yeah, I've seen booing. I've seen a lot of booing. I've been in the stadium when we've booed. But I have never seen fans booing from the start of the game to the end of the game as we saw last week against the Cardinals. The treading water approach, everything's fine approach, they're the only ones missing it as far as front office, Carroll, and a lot at this point. Everyone else is looking at it going, it's kind of time. It's kind of time. Cesar Alcazar, can you get a first for Wilson? Yes. This is going to be a place some of us are going to disagree with on this. I've had, Caesar, many different arguments back and forth with folks in the chat on this. We aren't going to get anything for Russ. He's destroying all of his value. No one's going to want him. He's second-hand goods at this point. We basically are just going to have to release him. Okay, there's a variety of opinions I've got across the board on this one. Again and again, trust in the fact, folks, that front offices around the league are not going to look at this last 8 games of Russ playing through a finger injury where he literally had his finger broken in half not like 7 weeks ago, and think, yeah, that's the Russ we're getting when he comes aboard. Especially when they consider the simplistic nature of Coach Carroll's offense and him being a defensive-minded coach, of them not really running a modernized offense, of the fact of when you bring Russell Wilson in, you get a huge, big win for your city. Take a guy like John Mara with the New York Giants. He's most likely going to have to clean house this offseason. Coach out, coordinators out, general manager Dave Gettleman probably out. He needs a win back to that city. He needs to give that city some level of hope of thinking like, look, yeah, we're bad right now, but we're going to turn this over. We're going to get this right. Going and getting a Russell Wilson would be a big win in that favor. This will drive value for Russ. I still do maintain 3 first-round picks is going to be the going rate for Russ. Maybe not much more past that. But you will still get that, even this version of Russ that looks this bad, because again, front offices are not going to get caught up on a sample size of games. They're going to look at the contingent of the majority of his career. That, or at least the last 3-4 years of recent data, over data with him being partially broken. Brian Smith says, Siphon God, the refs literally cheated them out of that inside kick. Yeah, that was BS. Just give it to them. God, refs, go away. Go away, referees. Just go away. Jonathan Salazar with a $5 donation. Thank you, Jonathan. You are awesome, my brother. Says, can't wait for Pete and Russ's post game. We had a good game. We did a lot of positive things. Let me add on to it, Jonathan. We're just 1 or 2 plays. Just 1 or 2 plays goes a different way. Gets me frustrated like that. Gets me frustrated like, what positive? Someone please tell me. I'm with you, Jonathan. I rail against this as well. I understand that you want to maintain a positive mindset, or what Russ calls a neutral mindset on things. But there is also times when you need to own your mistakes, and it's a little bit of a reoccurring theme for me on this, not just this live stream show, but on recent shows, and saying that the problem here moving forward has to do with fixing problems. Fixing problems. And I'll go back through the list again here at some point on the stream of the 12 items that I pointed to that have been problems, that continue to be issues, have been issues, and will continue to be issues going forward. It's hard to have faith and hope when you know that that's going to be the reality of it, where no matter what you do on the good side of it, you still have all of those detriments working against you. It removes a bit of the hope from the standpoint of things there. But thank you, Jonathan, for the $5 donation. Nolan R. Vance with a big fat $20 spot. Thank you, Nolan. You are awesome, my brother. Big awesome. I appreciate you. Says, is it a drunk pod tonight in this house? I'd love to do it, you guys, but I got to go to work tomorrow. If you guys really want me to, if we go big on donos, maybe you guys can talk me into it so I don't have to work tomorrow. But I'm supposed to work tomorrow. So if I got to call in sick, I'm going to have to come in with some coins. So you're pushing me in the right direction on this, Nolan. Maybe tonight you guys are going to talk me into this yet. So I don't know. You guys wanted me to do a drunk stream? Are we feeling that tonight? Are we feeling feisty, Brandon, tonight? Are we feeling just... You want to see me start frothing, drooling, screaming? But thank you for the donation, Nolan. Maybe I will here. Maybe I'll have to text my boy. Brandon looks says, wow, we are horrendous. We are horrendous. Yeah, we're not good. Jay says, Wilson to the Eagles, 3 firsts and Hurts, draft an offensive line with every pick and trade Lockett for a mid-second, then draft a defensive lineman with that one. You're not going to be able to get from under Lockett's contract in this offseason, Jace. You just signed him to a new contract, so if you move him, you got 3 years of bonus money accelerating at that point. And keep in mind already, you're going to be eating $26 million of dead money with Russ right from the jump. Instantaneously, $26 million right off the jump from trading him. So you're probably not going to want to accumulate a lot more dead money hit on top of that, so you're probably sitting with Lockett going forward. But everything else in your presumptive deal there, I'm with it. CWE, Bed-Stuy, refs stole this game. Refs definitely impacted this game big time. This is the most impactful game this year by the refs, and that's saying something because there's been a couple games that have been real sus. Real sus. And this is one of them. So, yeah, I'm with you on that. Where I don't know if I go full stole, but they definitely favored into the direction of the other team. And disheartening to see in this. Just let them play, man. This stuff hurts the game. And it's not just my team and our team that this is happening with. It's across the board. You hear it amongst fans league-wide. There's a variance in the way that this game is being called. There's far too many calls that are subjective right now and allow for that variance to take place. And they need to be removed from this game to help the product out, to make the game more watchable, to allow for the flow of game to go better. They need to find some more creative ways to address this. I don't know if it's full-time refs. I don't know if it's adjusting the rules, whatever they've got to do, but it just hurts things when it's like this. In Utero with a $5 donation. Thank you, In Utero. I appreciate you. It says, all night we had guys wide open over the middle and Russ is looking for the HR. Him and Pete can both go for all I care. It's I'm getting closer and closer to that place in recent weeks and being there. I've stood for a long time to saying first and foremost in Utero, I'd like to keep Russ, get an offensive minded coach, and let's go that direction with things forward. But with that said, if we go to a full rebuild, I would be excited by that too. I would be, it would be something new, a different direction to go. It wouldn't be like I'd be looking at the rebuild going, oh, we should have done the rest. Like, okay, let's go. I'm encouraged by this. We're still, it's again, anything to take the steps in the direction of fixing things. This is what we're asking for. Take the direction and the step to fix stuff. That's the indicator that we've not gotten up until this point. Because every time the team can lean back and go, well, we're consistent winners. Why should we fix it? Why fix what isn't broken? Well, it's big broken now, right? So we need big fixes. Jeff Ryan's got to ask that question. The play calling and execution in the last 2 minutes. So is it the coaches and play callers? Seems to be at least a big part. Fair question, I think. It feels like a tease. I think there's a little more freelance to what Russell can do at that point. I think Russ is always a little bit better when he's able to run a little more up-tempo rather than just sort of the slow, get in the huddle, get out of the huddle, get in the huddle, slow it up. I think he's better with just sort of just a more of that bang, 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 bang part of it. But that also goes against what Carroll's going to want to do, which is he's going to want to shorten the game, not elongate the game, not create more possessions. More times his defense is going to be out there and bend but don't break situations. So he's not going to want to do that, which is why they can't just run the 2-minute offense like that all the time. I tend to think, though, Jeff, some of it also is Russ having a chance to probably call those plays there where because you're running up tempo and hurry up and all that, Waldron doesn't necessarily maybe have the chance to come up there and give him a play call. He might just be freelancing and calling it in those moments too. Taj, how you doing, Taj? Good to see you. Herbicide73 says our coaching sucks. They do. Matt Brown, offensive coordinator, has to go. Shown he cannot run an effective offense. Well, there's nothing he has shown so far as of yet, Matt, that has shown that he can run an effective offense beyond today. And this is a first-time play caller. I do try to hesitate and say, let's have some patience with a guy that is in his first year. These tend to take about a year for these offenses to kind of get in the right direction. But it has looked bad. And there's been not a lot of encouraging signs with this offense that they're making this transition to this new scheme, that they're doing the things the scheme is supposed to bring about, which is the main thing is, of course, moving the chains, sustaining drives, giving us more easier third down conversions. Well, instead, we sit somewhere between 30 and 31st in the league in third down conversions. Something is not adding up there, is it? Dave, even if we trade Russ, I don't trust John Pete's making those picks. Pete needs to go. He is too stubborn. Agree with you. I've been on this boat for a long period of time. I believe Pete's time has come. Pete's time has come. I know the defense is now starting to turn around, but this goes beyond just his defense. This goes to the team. You have parts and pieces that don't seem to go together. You don't have a cogent plan in place that seems to make sense. You don't do anything really good. You don't run the ball. You don't pass protect. You don't throw the ball well. You're not inventive. Defensively speaking, you don't create a lot of turnovers. You're one of the worst in the league in sack percentage rate. I guess you prevent big plays, but you give up a lot of stuff short underneath. What is it that this team does well at this point? I think it's an honest to God good question to ask. And part of, again, on top of the reason of not fixing your mistakes, past your qualifications, if I won a Super Bowl 8 years ago, I went to back-to-back Super Bowls 8 years ago. What are you doing right now? What do you do good right now, Coach Carroll, John Schneider? And again, beyond this, let's not forget about this last point that I love to hit every single time, and I'm going to hit this every single stream throughout the rest of this year. We are sitting on $13.3 million of cap space. $13.3 million of cap space. They looked at this team and they said, oh, we're good enough. In this year, that's the first year in 10 years that the salary cap is depressed down to $182 million. It lost basically 15% of the cap for the first time in about 20 years. And in that year where we lost cap space, we're going to sit on an extra $13 million. We're not going to convert Russell's base to bonus, which would have given you $23.3 million. Nah, we're good. We're good. This team's so stacked. We're so good at our job and team building over the last few years. We don't need that money. Let it ride. Let it ride. Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Eddie Money says, I feel bad for you guys, tanking and don't have a first-round pick. Yes. Dustin, carry on. They need to build around Russ. Yeah, they need to build around. That's been the first indicator I've leaned towards, Dustin, is if I'm running the show first and foremost, I keep Russ, I build around Russ, I give him an offensive line. Russ has got to start making me look good, though, with wanting to do this. And he's really looking rough right now. He looks shell-shocked right now. He looks shook right now. And this is as bad as I've ever seen Russ. And that's saying something because I thought the last half of the 8 games in last year's schedule was bad Russ. But this is horrendous Russ right now. Aiden Simmons with a $2 donation. Thank you, Aiden. You are awesome, my kind brother. Says, trade Russ. I'm finally seeing through the smoke. More and more folks are gathering with you on this, Aiden. I think more and more are getting tired of it with it, including myself with this. I don't like the fact that, Russ, if you're going to force your way back into playing, if you're going to be at a place where you tell the offense, hey, for the first 2 weeks I come back, I can't do the under center stuff because it hurts my finger too much, so let's run pistol. Okay, if we're going to accommodate you in this way, you've got to be functional at least. I'm not expecting Hall of Fame. I'm not expecting MVP. I'm not expecting Pro Bowl level of performance. But you've got to be functional, my guy. And he's not being functional right now. He's discombobulated. He's out of his mind. Doesn't work. Earl Lawson, time of possession, third down. Yikes. Yeah, we've gotten the doors beat off of us throughout this whole year in both of those two items. In both ways. In what we give up in third down defense and what we cannot accomplish in third down offense. That knife cuts both ways. Coax05, what bridge do you want to jump off of with me? There's that Aurora Bridge out there, which I always thought was interesting. You know, if you can get up over the wire, if you can avoid the cement blocks, so you can get that true epic dive into the water below, right? It is epic as if you hit your head off on the block on the way down. It's kind of weak as a suicide jump goes. But if you can truly clear out Even a little bit of a swan jump off the top. I always thought that'd be interesting. Tommy Eden says, no, Carson is a bigger deal than I thought. Collins is good, but can't carry this bad line like Carson can. Well said, Tommy. I agree. You're missing Carson, which we do have to talk a little bit about paying running backs here in a second, because there was a bit of data that dropped this last week that's sort of gone more to my point recently about paying running backs and why that's not the smartest way to go. And Carson, of course, has been another one of those examples of that. Brady Ray says, I'm straight pissed. You should be pissed, Brady. This is a piss-poor product on the football field. It's not good enough. We don't need to hear from those folks telling us we're spoiled if we question things. You're not spoiled. You're right to question this. This is BS. This team ain't playing right. And it's more talent. There's more talent on this team than they should be playing where they are at. They should not be like a league worst team. We should not be talking about us in the same breath as the Detroit Lions. Not with Russell Wilson, DK Metcalf, Tyler Lockett, Bobby Wagner. But that is what we're saying, nonetheless. That is what we're saying. Washy Visquest with the $2 donation. Thank you, Washy Visquest. You can't win a war by digging a hole. Bill Belichick. Very, very well said. Very well said on his part, and absolutely could be applied to our Seattle Seahawks. Thank you for that donation. You're awesome. CWE Bedside. Niners wasn't in here talking smack when they were rebuilding. No, they weren't. Megan with a $5 donation. Thank you, Megan. Says, Brando, pre-drinks for my birthday or to forget this game? Which way should I go? Let's call it to forget the game at this point, because the birthday you can still go up and celebrate and have this game totally cleared out your banks by that point. Just get it through your system, blow it through the system a little bit. This will allow you to do so. So I would say yeah, go with the in the name of ejecting this game from the memory banks as quickly as you possibly can, along with the season. Voodoo Magic says Gonzaga may lose to a college I never heard of. I think that's good for them. They need to lose early, not go undefeated into the tournament. They need to be knocked off their horse a little bit, so they're truly in that hungry state once the tournament arrives. I want to see that. I want to see them get it. I want to see them get the title this year, the championship, I guess is what they call it in college. Mark Carson's a glass man. He has a glass body. He does. It's a yoked out glass body, but a glass body nonetheless. Might be the onside kick recovery was legal. They ruled after the fact that Heslop was lined up inside the hash mark, which is apparently eagle now. New York made that call. Just too many cooks in the kitchen with the officiating stuff. Now we're going back to New York. 5 officials on the field. A lot of subjective calls. We're getting into some real gray areas here in NFL with some of this stuff. Just a little bit of gray. Mark Habercorn, it's time for Russ to go, and I start Eason. What can it hurt now anyways? Pete and Ken need to go now. I'm with it, Mark. I'm with it. I'm okay with all that at this point. Russ has shown me enough to know he's not ready to roll right now. He's not nowhere near. He looks like 65% of normal Russ. And if that's the case, backup quarterback, Geno, Jake, whatever it is, go that route. They won't, but probably should. Insert colorful metaphor. Literally insert colorful metaphor. Right effing here. That was 1992 offense level bad from the Seahawks. Yeah, it was. That is his, yeah, I agree. You throw for 230 yards. You run for 34 yards. Quarterback's 20 of 31. Yeah, that was bad. 92 is a good comparison. Dave says, I have a strong feeling that Pete will be here next season. If so, I'm not going to watch any of the games. Can't blame you if you don't, Dave. I get where you're coming from on that. I'm fed up with him too. And I'm like you, I have a sneaking suspicion. That little thing that little itching there on my stomach makes me itch when I start to think about it, is that he's probably going to remain. And that the front office and ownership is not going to be willing to eat what would essentially be $40 million to move off from him. I think that is going to be a bit of an impediment to this process beyond how bad it has gotten with him as the coach. They're already right now with the Portland Trail Blazers, I believe, trying to get money back, not have to pay their general manager who they fired, and they're trying to get him basically fired with cause in order to not have to pay. So how willing are they going to be willing at that point to move $40 million off of Carroll? Say nothing of Schneider, who you also just gave a contract extension to as well. Marcus Harrison, tough loss. Russ had a decent game, wasn't great. I blame the play call in this game. Well, Marcus, I don't think the play calling was good. I'll agree with you there. I think Russ played pretty badly in this game. I mean, he missed a lot of throws. And it was a great drive there at the end to get up the football field, but the consistency is the element that's supposed to come into play with this new offense this year. I'll say this, though, in addition to your comment. Waldron had an awful game as a play caller. This was his worst game this year, and he's had some stinkers as far as a play call goes. John Robinson says, I know for sure Russell Wilson's not right. That last failed 2-point conversion sailed, and before, when healthy, he would have threw a straight-up strike. Yeah, he just doesn't look right. I agree. I think something goes beyond the finger here with it. I don't know if maybe he's in a slump. Maybe he's just not confident right now. Maybe the finger's not making him confident. I mean, whatever we unpack is the reasoning here. Something ain't right. It's got to be fixed, or it's probably too late to fix. Douglas Green says, now when you watch a Seahawks game, bring a bottle of Pepto-Bismol. Yeah, it's getting like that, man. You better believe it is getting like that. Marissa says DK was open on the 2-point attempt. Rust missed him again. Yeah, he was. DK was breaking open in the back of the end zone. If Russ just takes a little more of a second there, step up a little bit more in the pocket, wait a little bit, just a hair more longer, you got time. DK is open on that play. King Prodigy says, life without Russell Wilson might get us that edge that we're missing. Get 3 picks in Minshew, keep Lockett, Metcalf, and Eskridge, and let's get back to Seahawk football. I'm good with it, man. I'm good with it. Just something different, something new. Let's not run out the same thing over and over because we know what result we're going to get. Big Country says, this loss sucks. The era is over. It is winding down at an epically quick pace as we speak. In utero, anyone who says Russ had a good game must have been watching something else. Yeah, I can't say good game for Russ there. Mesh Z, the time of possession was so lopsided. And it's been that way all year. And I think in just about every game, you've had the time of possession turned like that. I think they said that there was the stat they posted in the game where we give up 73 plays a game on defense, which is the most in the NFL, which is also related to time of the possession and allowing sustained drives. Russell Wilson's finger. No Ron Rivera outcoached Pete. Ron had balls to go for the 2-point conversion, and it paid off huge. If defense stopped it, Seahawks win. Yeah, props to Ron Rivera going for that 2-point conversion when he did, because he didn't have to. You could just get the 7-point lead at that point. But instead, he went hard. He went at it. That's why they call him, man, Riverboat Ron. Dustin Carrion. Y'all, I forgot who the F Russell Wilson is. Seahawks get another quarterback next year. They'll be F and S for 10 years. I don't think it's a guarantee that if you move on from Russ that you're going to be bad for 10 years. I can't make that same leap on it. You might be bad for 10 years, but simply moving on from Russ is not going to necessarily guarantee that. Randall says the last drive is what Pete will focus on. We are this close. We're just a play here and a play there. Yeah, Randall, that's the same thing I was saying. That's exactly where I think they're going to probably say they always do, and it drives me nuts too. Obi-Wan, I hope people don't give Russ slack because he almost did something at the end. I'll give him a couple of missed throws for his finger, but he's broken. Time to move on. He does look broken, man. Dave says, wonder if Pete Carroll would now be interested in Notre Dame or Oklahoma. Is the Notre Dame coach going to go to LSU? I could see Coach Carroll potentially looking. I don't think he goes to either of those two places, quite frankly. I don't think Coach Carroll coaches anymore once he leaves Seattle. He said that this will be his last stop. I'll take him at his word on that. You go to Notre Dame, you got the academic stuff that you got to deal with as far as when you recruit players, along with sort of the new layer of paying players. And with Oklahoma, they're going to the SEC, and now you're going to be competing against the best, not in the Big Ten anymore. That changes the nature of things. That's one of the reasons that Riley's leaving. So, I think that he's probably retiring if he moves on. If. Mike P., I think they rigged the game endings for max dopamine, trying to copy Facebook. It could be, Mike. It could be. It would have been more of a dopamine hit to let us have the onside kick, to let it keep going, I would think. Paul Thurr, thank you for the $5 donation, Paul. Very kind of you. Said, season's done. Next week is about not being fourth in the division. What will Wilson's legacy be if his last big-time game ended with the Butler pick? So it's a sad end to the legacy in the era in all ways. Coaching, Wilson, this sucks that this is going to come down to this abrupt of a halt. And in a lot of ways, it's matching to what we saw with the Legion of Boom and the quickness by which the Legion of Boom ended. We're seeing the same thing with the remnants, essentially. And it's startling, it's tough, it's sad. It's going to take us all, I think, a bit of a period to go through this mourning and all of the stages of grief that come with it. But it is what it is at this point. There's no way to call it something it isn't, which is it is the end. It is that is what we're facing down. Jeffrey says, can't wait to see how this horse shit team looks against the Cards. Washington Fish Quest, I'm usually very Wilson forgiving, but holy smokes, he was terrible tonight. Maybe not a popular opinion, but I thought the play calling was okay. Wilson just didn't throw to the open man very often. I didn't love the play calling, but I also didn't love Wilson and how he played the position. So I'll go to being a bit of both from my standpoint on it. But yeah, he's not playing good. Big Country says, I wouldn't be surprised if we ended up 3-14 at this point. You're not alone. A couple people have said that in the chat, Big Country. I think we're going to still beat the bottom three. I still got us at least for 6 wins on the season total. Eric99, what is with the play calling? Play action in the middle of the game for no reason and straight drawback on a 2-point conversion, and he misses an open DK. What is with them throwing INTs on the 2? I don't know. Maybe that's Russell's bugaboo. That's his Achilles heel on the field for whatever reason. Play calling didn't make a lot of sense to me, Eric. I've lamented for a long time. I don't know why you have a guy like DK Metcalf who's had the start to the career that he's had, and you don't find a way to manufacture him touches throughout the game. I don't know how you don't go in with a game plan week in and week out to find a way to get him 8 to 12 targets in a football game. But indeed, that is the trek that they seem to go with. Some of it is he gets double teamed, but some of it is they just forget about him. It makes no sense to me. You would want to use all the assets you could, but this is same. You can file this under the same column you file. Why aren't we seeing D. Eskridge on fly sweeps now that he's back and healthy? Isn't that supposed to be one of his best assets? Randall McDaniel says, blow it up. I'm with you, Randall. Let's blow it up. Get the dynamite out. I need some C4. All right. I need you all to give me some wiring. Let's do this like the Kingdom. Okay. Let's do this like the Kingdom. Kaboom. Charles Riley, $5 donation. Thank you, Charles. Says Pete might get fired tomorrow if Jody Allen gets done with her Cyber Monday shop. Wait, hold on, Charles. Let me read this right. Pete might get fired tomorrow if Jody Allen gets done with her Cyber Monday shopping early enough. Those deals go till midnight, though. That's an underrated comment, Charles, because there's a little bit of light shade being thrown at potentially some of the rumors we're hearing with Jody being a little frugal and maybe money-centric in her approach, especially as it concerns Trailblazers and the Seattle Seahawks. Also might make a little more sense as to why you didn't spend that $13.3 million this year because of the worry and wonder about the bottom line. And there's part of me that does wonder a little bit about that with that, Charles. But yeah, Jody's got those Cyber Monday deals, and they go late. So if she can get around to it, maybe she'll get around to it on Tuesday, maybe 2024. It's one of those two. One of those two. Chris Maddox says, time to hire another USC legend, Lincoln Riley. Joe Biden's Make-A-Wish. Wouldn't be surprised if the Lions get their first win against us later on this season. I think the Lions got a win. The Lions got one win, don't they? Russell Mark says, get some sleep, Megan. This team isn't worth your time. Danny McCormick, guys, are we really surprised at this point? I'm not surprised. I'm going to do that. I'm not surprised. I'm just disappointed. I thought you could beat the Washington football team with Tyler Heineke. Down 2 offensive linemen, down Montez Sweat, down Chase Young. I thought you could beat that team. Brian Smith, offensive line is fine. NFC West is soft. Other NFC teams are too physical. I don't know. I've never heard Brian NFC West referred to as soft. That's a first for me on that one. Mike P, we need to highlight some scrubs so we can get some draft picks. Got to be realistic. Voodoo Magic, Jody needs to quit flicking her bean and start cleaning house. Randall says, trade Russ and DK. You get 5 first-round picks over the next 3 years on top of ours. Tear it down and compete in 2023 or 2024. I love it. I'd do it. I'm with it. You know I am, Randall, at this point. Let's go. Danny, DK is going to want out. This team is not going to be the same at all. Yeah, we could see everything turned over at this point, Danny. I would not be surprised if almost everybody's gone at this point in the way that this goes, including the coach, including the general manager, including the quarterback, including maybe even the wide receiver. They just go whole hog with it. Mike P says, can't wait to hear the boos at our next home game. Oh, they're going to come, and they're going to be loud. Leland Kimball with a $10 donation. Thank you to everybody who's supporting the channel tonight so much. I know you're hurting, but I do appreciate the support for the channel, and you right now at the moment, especially Leland. So thank you so much, buddy. There's literally every offensive stat was a record last year, but the defense was terrible, and our coach is a defensive-minded. So he declared that Shoddy wasn't playing enough complementary football. Yeah, it's a little of the issue here. You strike a little bit to the heart of the issue in general of how we've landed here with Russ, and in my opinion, the offense not as good as they could have been. And part of that has to do with a little bit of Carroll's wanting him to lean towards this team being sort of defensive-driven when all is said and done, and that he sort of begrudgingly accepts that he's got a Hall of Fame quarterback and that he's got to put a little more to the offense because of that. But even then, it's sort of a misnomer because, yeah, he does give Russ some stuff, but there's a line. You always go skill position minimum to a degree. So you might have a number one and a number two, but you don't have anything behind those guys, as evidenced by having Freddie Swain tried out there time and time again. And offensive line-wise, you certainly haven't built that around him. But yeah, he definitely got kind of blamed on Shoddy. Some of it, I think, in retrospect, Leland has to do with Shoddy also wanting to leave. I think he has a lot to say on his offensive coordinators, and I think offensive coordinators get tired of that. You know, Coach Carroll's a defensive-minded coach. Why is he calling plays? Why is he telling the offensive coordinator what to call? I get it, coaches will occasionally come in over the course of a game, but I think the level that Coach Carroll, puts himself onto that offensive side of the ball is quite often, too often. It needs to be in often. CWE says trade Russ for 3 first-round picks. I'm with it. Charles Riley with a $5 donation, bringing out our favorite hashtag at the moment, Charles. You're bringing out my favorite hashtag at the moment. It says hashtag Harbaugh to the Hawks. Jim is the answer, people. Live it, love it, wear your khakis, and accept it. I'm with it, man. I'm with it, Charles. You know I'm with it. We're gonna have to bring a lot of people aboard this one. We're gonna bring a lot of people aboard this one. Thron, Russ is 33 with an injured finger. 3 years max. Oh, I think he's got longer than that in this league. Maybe you're right. I mean, look, he's going downhill. Seahawks W, fire everybody. This is a tragedy. I'm with you. Everybody, I'm with it, Seahawks W. You know, burn it all down. You put a little fire emoji there, so I'm going to say burn it all down. You know what they say about forests that have forest fires rage through them? You know what they say about that forest and the smoldering lands that remain? The ashy air that is lingering? That is the most fertile grounds for the rebirth of the forest. So let's set this to fire, right? It's a controlled fire. Let's let it burn. Let's let it burn. Consumer 114, I think DK was wide open on that 2-point conversion too. He was. What the F? Russ just didn't look his way. He wasn't looking his way all night. I don't know. Is DK pissed off Russ? I don't know. Herbicide 73, I like DK Dunlap better when he wore 43. Me too. He's been a different player when he went single digit. I don't know if he lost a little bit of his juice. Mike Melda, Jets clearly won this trade. Clearly they did. Seahawks W, how do you not pass to DK Metcalf? It's frustrating. Frustrating a lot of me, man. I lament it constantly. Jay Porter, Detroit got 2 firsts for freaking Stafford. We could easily get 3 for Russ. I agree with you, Jay Porter. It's an ongoing battle I'm having with folks in the chat on this one. It's gone over the last couple of shows because people look at Russ and they go, no one's going to want this. No one's going to. You guys, Stafford went for 2. You know, how much is a guy who's literally going to go to the Hall of Fame and still has, albeit he's heading into that back end of his prime, but still into the back edge of the end of his prime. He will garner it from somebody, and it's a trade that you make that trade for as a team, and you're not just doing it for the impact of what it's bringing to the football field. You're doing it for the impact of what it brings organizationally. You're bringing on a leader. You're bringing on a guy that gets your fan base excited. This is something that can drive trades at times. Make no mistake about it. Mirza says the quarterback for the New York Giants is shit. I think Russ is going to New York. I agree. Agreed. That's where I think his most likely destination is going to be. Todd Wells says, I'll give Wilson $1 million as the backup. Fenda Bands, what the F is going on with Wilson? I think he's just trying to fight through that injury and it's messing him up. I think he's also not playing with very much confidence or swag right now, which I think is also making him look a little reticent, a little hesitant, and diminished. Big Baller Brian, do you think we will take a gap year on a quarterback next year? That would be the smart move in my opinion, Big Baller. I've looked at all these quarterbacks in the draft. I like none of them. I like none of them as my next signal caller into the next 10 years, whereas the next year, there's a couple of guys that are actually kind of interesting in 2023. I also think the first thing you have to do when you look at the quarterback of the future, Big Baller Brian, is you have to get your offensive line in there first. If you don't get the line right first, and then you go get your quarterback, you get that young guy beat all the hell, you get bad habits developed. Instead of doing that, get the line in place first to keep him protected. So I would lean more into that direction of it. Richard Gentry, can't wait for losing. Go Hawks. Go Hawks, Richard. Theron, can we trade both Russ and Pete Carroll? I don't think you're going to be able to trade Carroll, but yeah, you're going to probably trade Russ. Official Furious Gamer YouTube, the referees can't do crap. No, they can't. Brian Koski says total plays, Washington football team 80, the Seattle Seahawks with 45. So we nearly had half of the plays on offense that they did on their side of the ball. Jay Porter says, sucks. We're paying Russ top dollar for mid-level play and top money for Adams for decent play. It's not how you build good rosters, is it, Jay Porter? That's not the pathway to do so. You know, you really want to get better play out of what you're paying, right? That's how good rosters do it. That's how good organizations do it. And we're not doing that right now. That's for sure. Mike P says 3 firsts is not enough for Russ. Need a couple of starters. Still, like Phillies 3 firsts with Gardner Minshew plus 1 more. If Russ was playing at a level that gave people the ability to think that they're getting a Pro Bowl quarterback right now, as he stands, as he's currently situated, that would be one thing. But there's no denying that there is a level of impact, not just over what's happened this year post the injury, but what's happened throughout this whole year in Russell's play, on top of the back 8 games of the schedule last year, including the playoff game against the Rams. He still will carry value, but to believe that that value is going to bring something much past 3 first-round picks, I think becomes a little bit of a reach. In Utero says, nice to see you getting all these super chats, Brandon. It is. People are being very kind in Utero, and yourself included on that. I love it, man. The support in this channel is awesome. I maintain over and over. We're getting closer and closer, even in a bad season like this, because of this support. It's getting me closer and closer to being time for me able to say, hey, let's do this full time. Let's do this every day of the week with you guys. You know, I'm not scared. I'm just about to jump in those waters, and it's because of this support. So I really do appreciate it. You guys are awesome every time on this channel and on these live stream shows in that respect. Alex G, I think we keep Russ, get a Kellen Moore to be our version of Matt LaFleur. That's my first modus operandi of how I would operate. My plan of attack would be to keep Russ first and foremost if I'm the guy running things, and then to get an offensive-minded head coach first and foremost, and then to get that offensive-minded head coach a defensive coordinator that he doesn't have to worry about the defense. I essentially emulate what the Rams did with McVay when they brought him here. They brought in McVay. They said, you take care of the offense. We're going to bring in Wade Phillips. He'll take care of the defense. I'd replicate that. Jamie Dolan says 1 or 2 plays away, but such a lame game to watch. I want excitement. I'm with you, man. I do too. It was a lame game to watch. It was not always exciting. It had some moments, but it's brutal when you're watching the slow death, isn't it? Official Furious Gamer YouTube, 2 fake holding calls and illegal formation. Anyone agree? 100% agree, official. This is the Official Furious Gamer. This is the worst officiated game for us this year, and we've had some bad ones. We've had some ones that have not gone in our favor. But this one was a little bit even beyond that. Nick H says DK would have dropped the ball anyway. Consumer says, was Sierra part of DK's foursome? Wilson must be pissed at him. Something's going on. I don't know why he doesn't target him more. Even when he threw to him last week, you'd only throw to him when it was like double coverage. Voodoo Magic, Pete Carroll at the podium. We kept close and had a chance at the end. We called it. We called what he's going to say exactly. That's how well I know this guy at this point. We can literally, Randall and me, we're basically, I could pull his quotes without even having to see it. Your boy Michael, man, I'm going to keep watching, but it's hard to get excited for it. I haven't actually been excited watching pro football in weeks. It's hard to watch when it's like this, but I'm going to. Hey, you're going to be watching it with me, your boy Michael, so at least you got that going. It's rough to watch, man. I get it is. Hopefully this is what will push for change. The difficulty in watching now makes those folks at the top realize change must come, that we can't push this through another year. We can't go another last dance. No, let's not run it back. Let's fix it. Mike Melda says the illegal formation was sadly the right call. Ninja Dragon, Wilson and Pete are done in Seattle. You can't ask for a trade and then roll out a season like this and keep your job. I agree with you there. I'm good with it. Russell Mark says Brandon Nelson and Hawks Nest, new head coach and general manager combo. I'm okay with it. I'm good with it. As long as I've got control over Brendan as the general manager. He's just got to listen to me on everything. William Leonard said, let's all drink next game. Yeah, hey, at least that make the game fun, right? At least they have fun. Give me 2 shots and I'm making a call for some blow. Theron says we could have had Creed Humphrey. I was screaming to draft Creed Humphrey. I wanted Creed Humphrey bad. I still dream about Creed Humphrey times. There's those nights when I'm restless, tossing and turning in bed, and I just think about Creed and his ability in pass protection. And I cry a little bit. One little tear. One little sad tear. Jay Porter, I remember pre-Holmgren Hawks. Be careful what you wish for, people. Yeah, we could be back there again, but that's the thing about that is you can't really say be careful what you wish for without Carroll, right, Jay Porter? You have to go all the way back to be careful what you wish for. Oh, wait, not Carroll. Be careful what you wish for. Oh, not Mike Holmgren. 90s. So it just doesn't, what I'm kind of saying, Jay Porter, is the be careful what you wish for approach here as we stand right now. It's a little bit of a tough argument to be made because you can't just make the argument that we've never won before Russ came here. We never won before Coach Carroll came here. No, you have. I mean, you hadn't won a Super Bowl before those two parties arrived, but you had gotten to a Super Bowl and you would have won a Super Bowl if, surprise, surprise, in that game, the officials decided they weren't in the bag for the Pittsburgh Steelers. But to say that you're definitely going to be in a black hole of dread and sorrow for the next 20 years if both of those two guys move on, I understand where the thought process comes from in thinking that, but it's a little bit of a leap of logic to think that we know for sure we're not going to be any good just because those guys have been good, so we have to be bad whoever comes and replaces them. You know, that in itself does not mean you're going to be bad, in my opinion. Nick says, anyway, Russ could go to the Lions. I would not think so, Nick. That's a small market team. They don't have an offensive-minded coach. That roster is not in good shape. Russ does have some say here because he has the no-trade clause in his contract, so you can't just ship him off to anywhere you see fit. Razor Legend, well, teams above us in the hunt need to lose 4 to 5 games, which is not going to happen. Agreed, Razor. I think it's not mathematically possible to get into the playoffs at this point, but there's really no way it's going to go on. It's just not happening. Richard Gentry, this is just one of those years. Suck it up. Remember all the good times. Keep it moving. Keep it moving, Richard. I'm with it. I'm with it. Jay Porter, seems like we've had weird late flag decisions over the last 3 to 4 games that screw us. Agreed, Jay. Agreed. I've been a guy who's very hesitant to blame officials and to put it on them. I don't like doing it. I always think it's a bad look by fans when they do it. But there's no denying it's almost gotten a little bit progressively worse with the officiating over the last 3 or 4 games. And it's that one drive in this half that they gave him the touchdown on. There were some ridiculous calls. The pass interference on Sidney Jones was just dumb. Just dumb. Ugo Amadi had a holding call in this game that was ridiculous. Seahawks W says our offense went 3 and out 6 times in a row. That is crazy. Yeah. And again, why somebody mentioned the defense on this, why I have a hard time putting anything on the defense in this particular game when your offense is playing like that. Mike P says, how many players request a trade? We got a lot of big egos. I don't know that there's a lot of the DK thing is maybe, but the thing with the DK thing you guys got to consider with that is a little bit of the leverage Seattle has in being the team that can offer him that big contract right now, where they could also have him just sit on his deal as it currently stands. The players can no longer hold out like they once did if they're dissatisfied. They can force their way out of town. Odell Beckham just did it with Cleveland, for instance. So it's possible, but it's harder under the new CBA, in my opinion. I don't think anybody outside of Russell Wilson's going to probably request a trade, but we'll see. Freedom County, Russ is playing Jalby do whack to be good. I can't read that. Theron, Posick, and Fuller are the weak points in this line. We could have had Creed Humphrey. Yeah, could have, would have, should have. Jay Porter, I feel like we upgraded both lines. We'd be so much better. It's where I land with this on Jay. I said at the start of this last offseason, where I begin with on my priority list as we went in this last offseason after we lost to the Rams, I said, okay, here's what I would do if I'm the general manager. I address the offensive line as my number 1 priority. Number 2 beyond that would be addressing the pass rush and the defensive line. That was my approach last offseason. That's not the approach that they took. And I don't understand why. You want to be a team that runs the ball on anybody. You want to be a team that pushes your will on everybody else. You can push anybody off the ball. So then why don't you get the prime talent on the offensive line to accomplish that? You want to be a defense that runs a 4-3 under with a lot of zone, a lot of dropping guys into zone. You want your front four guys to generate the pressure. So why not put and invest in that front four to generate that pressure, that foundation of your defensive scheme? But they didn't do it. It's a head scratcher, but it does remain as we go into this offseason the way that I would attack if we're going to maintain, regardless, frankly, whether it's Carroll or whoever. I wouldn't if we're going to go to a 3-4 defense. I'll say that, because then we need to go get some cover corners. But if we're going to stay 4-3 under as we move forward, that's number one and number two on my list, Jay Porter. Russell Wilson's finger, what's the point in watching Seahawks games now? My witty banner during the game, my jokes. I got jokes. Mike P says, the game lacks integrity. Some shenanigans going on. I do not believe the NFL is an honest sport result. Well, there is the part of the conspiracy with this is that if you look at the NFL and you look up how they're registered and all that trademarking stuff and how all that, if you actually look at it, they're listed as an entertainment company. So if you go look at the WWE Pro Wrestling, it's also listed as an entertainment company. Football is not listed as a sport or competition in their trademarking. And that does give them a little bit of a room to be able to control matters if they were to want to control matters. It's not necessarily would be against the law for them to do so. I do think a little bit of this is getting on a bigger of a scale right now because of the fact of the gambling this year. The legalized gambling now has brought an element to this that wasn't exactly there before in this level that it is now. And it's making things a little bit, in my opinion, a little bit on, it's raising antennas, I think, a little bit higher. Voodoo Magic says Corey Seager's $325 million contract. Jesus, that's worse than Cano's contract. That's a rough one. They're trying to get better than Houston. They see Seattle on the up and come, and they're like, we got to match this to some degree. But I don't think that's going to be as good a deal. And the thing about those hitters out in the NL when they go to the AL, it seems like every hitter always goes down a little bit, and then he's getting older as well. So yeah, that contract's not going to sit well with Texas when it's all said and done. But they're swimming in money down there, so they got cash to burn. Big Baller Brian says Shane Waldron needs to go. Yeah, probably time to go. Cormier Racing says we shouldn't have fired Schottenheimer. Well, Cormier Racing, it was not a firing. It was a mutual parting of ways. And maybe in retrospect, we can see that Schottenheimer, one of the reasons it was a mutual parting and not Coach Carroll firing him, was maybe he was a little bit tired of Coach Carroll, not letting him really truly coordinate the offense, not letting him truly call the plays throughout the game. We saw the culmination of this in the Rams game where there was a key fourth down in one play. Schottenheimer calls the play. Coach Carroll doesn't like the play. They get into an argument on the sideline. We get a delay game penalty call. Turns into a 4th and 6. Much harder to convert. You're done. So I don't know if it's as much we fired him, man. It's the bigger problem at play that goes beyond just the coordinators on this team. It goes to the coach on this team. It goes to the figurehead on this team. It goes to the guy that has even more power than your general manager. Almost a de facto owner in certain respects as far as how Carroll sits. Alex G with a $5 donation. Thank you, Alex. You are awesome, my guy. He says, keep Russ, fire Pete, get a Kellen Moore to be our version of Matt LaFleur, replace the general manager. Though I do wonder how much say JS has on draft day. Well, Alex, you really encompassed considerably there sort of my thoughts on this as well. And thank you for the donation. As I was speaking about above on that, I'm in favor of an offensive-minded coach coming in for Russ as my first line of action. If Russ is willing to stay. Kellen Moore would be a great guy to take a look at with that. He'd be one of my top targets, I think, a local guy, the tosser from Prosser, however that goes. I do fall in line the same thing you said about John Schneider. It's hard to sometimes make the assessment with John Schneider as to what is really his decisions and what is Carroll, especially considering Carroll has the ability to overrule him at any point in time. The Jamal Adams deal, for instance, did not scream of John Schneider because he's a guy who has favored so much draft capital. To give up that much draft capital for a safety seemed more Carroll driving that, Carroll being himself a former safety. I mean, there is a reason if you look at since 2016, you have given up since 2017 alone, you have given up 2 first-round picks, you've given up a second-round pick, you've given up a third-round pick, and a fourth-round pick, all for the safety position, and I don't think it's any coincidence that Coach Carroll just happens to be a former safety at his days back in he played Pacific or whatever. But thank you, Alex, for the donation. And I'm not as sure on John Schneider, but I am sure on Coach Carroll. Seahawks WR defense has been playing lights out. I mean, how many chances can they give the offense? I agree. That's where I stand. They've been doing really well. They've been very much improved, and it's not their fault. Russell Mark says, Washington had the ball for double the time and had refs on their side and beat this trash team by 2. Yeah, not for those officials helping them, we probably win this game because of how close to the nature of the score it was. Mike P says, where's the tempo? It's there at times, but they're not accomplishing a lot with it, especially when they can't convert on third down. Tom Eaton says we lost this game in quarter 3. I agree. Somebody just mentioned above Tommy, 6 straight 3-and-outs, and that was right through the heart of that period. Freedom County says Pete is such a boring coach now. So jobby do whack do. Taj says, how that Jets trade looking right now? It's hurting, Taj. You gonna kick a man when he's down? Jamal got an interception today, okay? Just leave us alone. Sean Proper, this team is so depleted of talent. It's scary, but trading Russ gives you the best chance to get back to a potential championship roster. That could be very, very well said. And you could be right on the button with that this is the better way to go on this, is to move with Russ, is to move on from Russ to gain those assets back, to turn things back around. We've certainly had multiple first-round picks in drafts. We've had a lot of luck with that in the past. We've built some good teams in the past doing it that way. Charles says, that Russell Wilson's finger. Oh, you're sorry. Theron says, are Brendan Nelson and Kyle Rittenhouse the same person? Jeez. Seahawks WP Carroll ran the ball with 30 seconds left before halftime, laughing out loud. Yeah, he loves his running. We're just going to run and run. We're not going to do it well, but we're going to do it. Tom Eaton says, we don't know exactly if it is Waldron or Pete, but it is clear at least that Waldron cannot overcome Pete if it is him. And if it is not, Waldron is horrible. Either way, offense is offensive. Yeah, either way, he's not done a lot to give you, like, if you're going to be bad in your first year as a play caller, I can be okay with that, but give me signs of improvement. And there's been upward mobility of improvement throughout this year. And in many respects, the offense has gotten worse. They almost played their best ball in Indianapolis, and it has degenerated since then. Brian Koski says, what's up with the Waldo calling plays? Why was DK out? Lockett didn't have any catches in the second half. Total rushing yards equals 34. Damn, that's effing ugly. The whole game was ugly, Brian. I don't have any. I have no explanations for it either, why across the board it's that bad, especially when you're talking about not targeting DK. Brian says, DK, no 15-yard penalties tonight. Progress. Well, that's progress, I guess. That's progress. Leland Kimmel with a $10 donation. Thank you, Leland. You're awesome, my kind sir. Says, hired an OC with 0 play calling experience. We punted on every 4th down unless it's a gimme field goal. Suddenly, we can't coach young defensive backs. Sell the team, strip it to the studs, unload everything, but you better believe go Hawks. Well, I love it, Leland, and I'm with it. I'm with it on that plan, man. Somebody's going to be able to mention this better in the chat. I'm trying to explain something, but there's this whole process of a machine, and you got a machine built. And the longer the machine goes, the more repairs you've got to be repairing back around, the more it gets bigger and more complicated, and the more of the repairs are there. And eventually you're fixing this thing and that thing, and then you end up with the law of unintended effect, where you're trying to fix one thing, but it ends up breaking something else down the line, and you end up just getting to the point of, let's just throw this whole clunky, huge machine that's just gotten way too big, out of whack. Let's simplify it down. Let's strip everything back down, and let's get this streamlined. And that's the place where I think you do land a little bit with this team, where I land in a lot of respects. I know I'm still in favor of going for the Russ tree of this, but that's why I'm also okay if they want to just do everything and go full rebuild, Leland, because there's that part of me that wonders that. If it's a matter of they could do all the smart moves in the book, but the law of unintended consequences would still come into play, and whatever they pull to this way will just cause another hole to pop open in the dam on the other side. That's a little bit of my instinct on it. I could be wrong, but it's just what I feel a little bit in my gut, deep down in my gut. Matt Callaway, every team goes at Adams when the game is on the line. Oh, he held up on that one catch, man. He knocked that ball out of the hand of the guy, and he was right there in coverage. So I mean, Jamal played, I thought, a pretty good game here today. Had an interception, had probably 7-8 tackles. Good in the run game. I thought he did all right. Now, is it $17.5 million worth of play? Probably not that, but he was all right. Isaac Fisher says, well, this ain't winning football. No, it's not, Isaac. Brian Koski says 3 straight games, rushing for less than 100 yards. Yeah. Well, and I'd say for most of the season, you've not run the ball well in any of your games, really. You've got a couple of moments here and there, but it's been bad throughout. Danny says, I usually have some schematic points to why things haven't worked, but the truth is Russ will be a good quarterback again when he learns how to attack a too-high defense. Well said, Danny. They ran a lot of the too-high defense out on us this game, and they didn't always run cover two within it, but you did get that look a lot as well. And really it comes down to Danny. Teams are forcing him to be patient in his approach. And he's just not sticking in that patience. He's not throwing with enough accuracy. He's got to hit the short and intermediate part of his game. And one way or another, he's got to accept that. And if he doesn't accept that, as somebody mentioned above, Russell Wilson can throw out that whole 10-year talk. If you do not, Russell Wilson, bring in the short and intermediate passing game into your game and make that a strength, then there is a short shelf life to how long you're going to be playing this football game. Because teams have solved what you do well, and they are taking it away. And that's on Russ to make that change. Mr. Fantasy Football with a $5 donation. Thank you, Mr. Fantasy Football. You are awesome, my kind sir, for doing so. Says, would you rather trade Russ for a veteran quarterback, Bridgewater or Carr, or trade him for a young guy with a big ceiling, Hurts or Fields, or trust Geno? My methodology and approach on this would be as follows, Fantasy Football. I don't like the quarterbacks in this particular draft, so I want to wait a year to draft the quarterbacks. As well as if I've got a general rule of thumb of if I do draft a quarterback for the future, if I get my young signal caller in, I want to have a good offensive line around him because recent history has told me with teams like the Philadelphia Eagles in 2018 when Wentz was playing at an MVP level, or Jared Goff with the Rams in 2019. Or look at Dallas with Dak and how Dak has played as good as he has since he's come there. You give a young quarterback a great offensive line and you get him up ahead of things. You sort of start him up with you make the game a little easier on him as he's learning. So I don't get the quarterback this year. That leads me back to answer your question on this, is that I go for the bridge type quarterback, Mr. Fantasy Football. I'm not as picky on that because I don't believe you're competing in 2022 at that point. So it becomes a little bit irrelevant on who that guy is. I don't want to be married to him long term. He's there as a stopgap to get me to better quarterbacks in 2023 in the draft. That's really what the function is that he would serve. I like Carr better than Bridgewater. I don't think Carr's in the same territory as Bridgewater. Bridgewater's, no pun intended, truly a bridge. Carr is a guy that I think can be a franchise quarterback. Is he a great franchise quarterback? No. But can he be a franchise quarterback? Yeah, he can. He can. He's shown that, I think, with the Raiders there. And when you talk about trading for those young guys, the problem with trading with a young quarterback like Fields or Hurts is that they've already had now a year or two of their cheap rookie deal off the books. And part of getting these young quarterbacks, the benefit of it is that you get the 3, 4, 5 years of that cheap rookie deal to build out the rest of the team around them. If that's out the book, that means I'm getting less draft picks for Russ in that kind of trade to get one of those guys, and I'm going to end up having to pay them, and I'm going to be in the same boat that I'm in with Russ on a quicker scale and faster before I even have the team ready to compete. So I don't want to go that route because of that. Thank you for the $5 donation, though, Mr. Fantasy Football. You are awesome. Megan Gok Roger with a $5 donation. Thank you, Megan. Says, would like to say something about this team, but in keeping quiet, least anyone should be offended and flame me like last week. Well, Megan, if anybody flames you, we're going to jump right down their throats. So they'll last about 2 seconds in their flame before we get out the extinguishers. So, say what you got to say it. This is where we got to vent. This is where we got to get it off our shoulders. It's going to sit inside and eat at you if you don't. You know what I mean? Guys, let it loose. Let it rip. Unlike our offense. Oh! Little shade. I got to throw a little shade at the offense. Hey, they got it coming. Sorry. And if I missed your chat, just repost it back in. Nolan R. Vance with another $20. Okay. What does it cost? Okay, I'll do it. Let me hold on. Let's make a call. I got to call Dr. Sanders, my bartender. Just a second. We'll see if he's answering.
Hello?
Dr. Sanders, the chat's calling for you.
The chat's calling for me.
They're saying we need. They're all wanting me to get drunk, and they're putting money in my chat to make me drink.
Oh, I don't have any booze. Do I go to the store? Ask your chat.
All right, we might have.
What alcohol do they prefer?
What he has to go to the store to get it, folks. What are we calling? Is it a whiskey night? I think I got whiskey. think it's a whiskey night.
Oh, all right.
We gotta
Good
go.
whiskey or bad whiskey?
Is there a difference?
Not for you.
It's all the same to me, man. It all burns going down. Get the good stuff. I got. Huh?
All right, let me figure it out.
All right. Dr. Sanders is on the case,
All right.
folks.
All
All right. Thank you, bro.
Yep.
All right, folks. Nolan Arvance, you drop a 40 drop on me. I'll do some drinking with you, my guys. So that's how much it costs. You hit the mark. Let's do it. Let's roll. We might as well tonight, right? Let's make this fun, folks. Let's take this up a notch now, right? Let's see where we go with this a little bit here. Get a little water in here before I get a little tipsy. Nolan says, what did DK do to Russ? Any other offense could scheme DK open, but would Russ take an easy 7-yard throw? I'm not trying to be obtuse with this at all, Nolan. I have no explanation. I don't have an explanation as to why it is Russ has ignored DK so often. This goes back to last year. I mean, there was that Cardinal game. Remember the Cardinal game in Arizona last year? And it was very similar, where Russ just was not targeting DK at all. Finally throws to him at the end of the game, like this game a little bit, throws to him, gets a catch. Then they throw a bubble screen, which DK runs up the field and houses on 80 yards, and they call a weird BS holding flag on not Freddie Swain, but David Moore on the play last year. And I remember that game was where it kind of started at that moment where I was in wonderment and going, why not more? Why aren't you finding a way to get it to him? And then there would be a Ram game last year where it would happen, where they weren't throwing him the ball. And then you had the Ram playoff game where they weren't throwing him the ball. And then he's got the blow up on the sideline that everybody gives DK a hard time for in that Ram playoff game. But this is where I have a little bit of sympathy for DK. You're having one of the great openings to a career that wide receivers have ever had, and yet you struggle at times to get the same kind of targets that those same receivers who came before you, who put up the same kind of equivalent production, did. You know, you're essentially having to make your hay and be at like 70% in your catch percentage just to get your yards. And a lot of times when you're open, when the quarterback's not looking your way. Yeah, he has a couple of drops here and there this year that you can point to a little bit, but like last week, it gets a little unfair where Russ, or I think it was last week, where Russ throws into double coverage on him. He's got a safety underneath him. He's got a guy over the top of him. He still almost makes the catch, but it's like, is that what we expect at a DK in those moments? Is the only way you're going to throw to him is when it's deep down the field and in double coverage? Don't have a lot of explanation for it, Nolan. It drives me crazy because this is an offense scuttling and trying to find its way. It's got no answers, and it's ignoring some of the main answers that could help this team out. The fly sweep would help the outside zone run aspect, the outside attack aspect of your run game, which is nothing right now, which accomplishes zero. All you're able to do on the few times you are able to run is hammer it up the middle. So I don't know, man. I wish I had a better explanation for you. It drives me up a wall. Charles Riley says, I wish I could have given the thank you, Charles, for the $5 donation. You're awesome, brother. Says, I wish I could have given the disappointed father routine on Pete and John's trades draft pick misses. I can think of at least 3 worthy. Me too. I would love to be in a room with them and just, I would go at it with them. I'd go at it with them. I would challenge them on it. I would go hard, real hard with it. Because I need you to explain to me, Pete, John, what your thinking process was on this, on that. Jordan Brooks, not good in coverage. College tape shows he's not good in coverage. Has something like 80 dropbacks in coverage in his senior year. Some of that is QB spying. Some of that is dropping back in coverage. Not one pass breakup. Not one pass defensed. So Schneider says, well, yeah, you go back and look at his junior tape where he's playing in a 3-4 defense and he's playing man defense. You play zone. So John Schneider, why did you think Jordan Brooks was going to be good in your zone defense when the one time he was okay in coverage was in man? And even when he's good in man, you still have to take into account the fact he's only about sub 6 feet tall. So not really long, not really tall. If you get a guy like a George Kittle type that's 6'4" and can jump, he's going to have guys high pointing him a lot. And that's what's occurred with Jordan. These are the things where I would challenge them on that of how deeply did you guys go in the thought process of this? Or did you just get wrapped up in Jordan being a good tackler and a hitter and his thump and that he looked a little bit like Bobby Wagner in retrospect? Great. That's good he looks like Bobby Wagner. But how is it going to help this team? Paul Third with the $2 donation. Thank you, Paul. Says, sure, it's his finger. Remember the first few weeks? I'm beyond. I pass it. Paul, beyond is just his finger. I would not lay this. I think that's a big quotient of this. I do. Because I was saying before, I don't think that you basically break your finger in half and partially tear a ligament, and then 4 weeks later, you're back and it's all good. But with that said, this does go beyond his finger. This goes to embracing this new offense. And this is something that Wilson's got to do. You've got to embrace this new offense. You've got to embrace a new style of play. It's hard to do after 10 years, but to embrace it, you have to take those tiny baby steps towards embracing it. And if every time you take one tiny baby step towards embracing it, but then take 2 steps back into the old offense, you're never going to fully embrace it and get the benefits of that. Because that's the thing, is this kind of offense is going to take some time to adjust and acclimate to. But when you finally do, Russell, now you have all of that deep stuff in your back pocket whenever you want it. And then you've also mastered the short and intermediate stuff. So now you are the full meal deal as far as a quarterback goes. There's nothing they can take away from you then. But teams are taking away from him the things he does great and leaning him into the things that he does bad. And he's not doing that. It's like it's a little bit like the kid from the Sixers, right? Who's not playing right now, Simmons or whatever his name is, who like refuses to learn how to hit a 3-point shot in an era in the NBA where you've got to hit a 3-point shot. It's a little bit like of that, like straightforward of an issue. And it does go beyond the finger 100%, Paul. It absolutely does. Megan with a $5 donation. Thank you, Megan. Says, I have umpired in cricket, refereed, and it's not as easy as it looks, which is why I won't call them out. Usually. But this is beyond a joke. Megan, this is beyond a joke. I'm tired of watching this. I'm tired of seeing the refs have this impact on the game. They shouldn't. They absolutely shouldn't. It's horse crap that they have, and I don't know why the NFL wants to play this game, frankly, with it. Well, your product is good enough. You're making money hand over fist. Why have the officials come on and have this much impact on the game as well, which no fan wants to see on either side of the field? Let them play. Let the players play. I almost feel like what they got to do is, if it's really down to like, they just can't get these coaches and players to play within the scope of the rules because they got to call all these penalties and flags, then fine. What you guys do then is instead have it to where if you got to call a penalty, that the penalty is huge. It's a 30-yard penalty every time. Make it a great big penalty then for them to step outside the bounds of what is right or wrong. But don't do it this way where every time you start to get excited, you got to hold out. Oh, a great play happened. Hold on, let me wait 30 seconds to get excited to see where the flag's going to come in or not. Okay, no flag, I'm excited. But it's getting to that point where you got PTSD on great plays where you literally catch yourself like double clutching your excitement. I go to do my fist pump and I'm like, what? I don't want a false fist pump, Don't want that to happen. Doug Kilbride says defense did fine considering we had no offense and spent too much time on the field. Douglas, I agree with you, man. I got no problems with the defense and how they play today. Thrawn says, jump the Tacoma Bridge. That is epic. I could do the Tacoma Bridge too, but then I got to go into Tacoma. It's the problem is I got to get through Tacoma to go to the Tacoma Bridge. Viclo Pez Candy says, Russ no good. Put Gino in. That was the move to make 3 weeks ago, my guy. For sure. I think it's too late now, but I agree with you. Brian Koski says 33% completion rate on third down. That's effing ugly. It is ugly. It's bad. Not good. Don't do it. They should be better at it. It is absolutely league worst by a wide margin. Seahawks W. This season was over when we lost to the Titans. Showed no heart. That was right around the game where I started to think this hope is starting to lose for me as well. Yeah, it was the Rams game that killed me, but the Titans game put me on the path to death. Charles Riley Brando, your cat doesn't trust that Largent jersey. The cat thinks Pete Carroll was around it. Everyone's on edge tonight, Charles, even the cats. Buddha Magic Pete just said he's going to keep stepping forward. He needs to keep stepping towards the exit. Just keep it moving, Pete. I agree. Freedom County, Russ is playing John Hudd. Time of possession, 42 to 18 minutes for Washington because of third down fails. That's right. Third down fails all the way around, right? Ethan E says, I think we're going to lose to Detroit. I can't think we're that bad, but maybe I should be thinking that we're that bad. Seahawks W, I'll trade Russ for Gerald Goff. It hasn't come to that, has it? Jeff Ryans, yeah, the Tacoma Bridge could let you take in the Tacoma aroma just before it all ends. I mean, you want that to be the last thing you smell before you hit the water and leave this world? If I'm going to leave this world, it's at least with a little bit of some potpourri or something around me. Dwart 55 is not losing the faith. He says, win 6 straight and finish 9-8. I love your optimism, Dwart. I do. Mike P says, Pete to WSU, please. Boy, that would be a far drop, man. But dream higher for WSU. AI says, I don't think we're going to win another game this year. You're not alone, AI. There's a few folks in the chat that are believing that. Todd Wells says, I think we could have won with Smith in short passes. Todd, I've been on this boat since the Packers game when it was obvious that Wilson was not right, ready, or reasonably in good shape to go out there and play. At that point in time, I said, okay, let's get back Geno out here. He gives you a better chance, especially coming on the heels of that Jacksonville Jaguar game where he played so well, where he looked so confident, so in control. Yes, it was Jacksonville. I get it. But he still looked good. And we gotta keep in mind with him is that he came in, when he first came in, Geno, in that Ram game, drove you right up the field for 97 yards in that game. He struggled a little against the Steelers and the Saints, but those are two very good defenses. Geno would have given you a better chance over these last 3 games than Russell. That's just the bottom line here. Aiden Simmons, that last drive made the loss so much worse. It makes it hurt a little bit more, yeah. Vic Lowe wants Sherman and Beast Mode back. Probably not getting those guys back. You had a chance for Sherman, and they didn't want to sign him. Dave, I just don't get why we're so bad when it comes to drafting or signing offensive lines. Pete wants to run the ball, but we can't block it all. It's another one of those things that makes you scratch your head. I agree with you. It's the part of that I don't get with Pete. Okay, Pete, you want the old school philosophy of running the ball. Okay, it's a passing league and you want to run the ball. Okay, all right, I'm with it. You do need to know now you need to invest in your offensive line to then run that ball, right? Like if you just go out there with a bunch of guys that are secondhand parts or also rans, or you go bargain basement shopping for guys like Brandon Shell or Kyle Fuller, undrafted guy, and you're going to try him out there at left guard. If you do that, you're not going to be able to move guys off the ball. You're not going to be able to run the ball. But this has been a little bit of the blind spot in their rearview mirror where they don't seem to understand that the lack of ability to run has come from the fact that you're not building up the offensive line. There was a top 100 that the NFL does yearly on players that came out a couple of years ago. And they had a defensive line talking about Chris Carson, who I think was like 99 at that time. And he talked about Chris Carson. He said he has to get more done with the least amount of help. And he was talking about the offensive line opening up blocks. This has been a common theme for many different years in not getting the offensive lineman to really get the job done. And it doesn't make sense in regards to looking at Coach Carroll's philosophy and what he wants to get done. Mike says first it was win 9 straight, then it was 7, now 6. This team just needs to win 1. Yes, that's true. Brian Smith says the Washington football team had no kicker at the end. Game would have been over the last minute heroics if he was healthy. Yep, would have been. Seahawks Gaming says our season always ends on a 1-yard line or 2. It does happen quite a bit, doesn't it? Yeah, it's happened a lot in our history that it happens like that. I can think of 2 in the Holmgren era alone just in the playoffs. Dwart says Russell Wilson for Zach Wilson. I don't know. I don't know on that one. Zap916 says y'all be good next year. I hope so, man. Because this year's been brutal, Zapped. This has been brutal. Seahawks W lost to Colt McCoy and now Tyler undrafted Heineke. It's a precipitous but hard drop to the bottom. Mike Melda says that Jamal trade set this team back 3+ years. I don't think there's more that goes beyond this than just the trade of Jamal Adams. This is bigger beyond Jamal Adams, our problems here. Much bigger. Herbicide says Dixon's the best player on the team. Probably. Right now, yeah, I'd say probably. He's playing the best. He's giving you the most production. How about that? Freedom County says, if Pete's here next year, I'm definitely not watching. Can't blame you, Freedom County, if that goes that direction. I think he's been showing you a lot of signs over these last few years that the time is running out, that his greatest coaching jobs that he's done has been done in the past and will not be done in the future. Much less team building, much less player development and all that stuff. Let's just talk about coaching. I think all that stuff is the truth down the line as well. But that specifically stands out to me. Freedom says, he can't take another 3rd down and 10, 2-yard screen pass, give up. I get it. Voodoo Magic says Scherzer gets $43 million a year. That's Russ money. Yeah, they ended up giving him more money so they can give him a shorter term contract, give him a 3-year deal. So you don't have to give like their Mariners had to give up a 5-year contract, albeit for kind of a lesser player than Scherzer a little bit. They're trying to just go short term because you can have with those pitchers where you're paying them like the last 3 years of the deal and you're giving them significant money and they're not giving you anything. They're done as a player basically. Average Brendan Nelson fans says Waldron wasn't calling the plays. Pete can't convince me otherwise. I wouldn't try to convince you otherwise. All right, folks. My boy delivers. You guys know Dr. Sanders always delivers. All right. Motley Crue talked about, what was the Motley Crue song? What was it? Dr. Feelgood?
Yeah, baby.
So we had the Motley Crue Dr. Feelgood back in the day. I got my Dr. Feelgood. He's called Dr. Sanders. Okay. He has gone to postgraduate work academies. He's been everywhere from Yale and beyond.
All right, one of those.
Here we go. We got a nice little chaser here, baby.
Nope. Take a drink of that. Shoot that.
All right. To the rest of the Seahawks season, this goes out to Nolan R. Vance. You asked for some drinking here. I'm drinking with you, buddy. We're doing this together. On to greater days.
This is for you too.
Oh, that's for me too.
Yeah.
All right, we're going 2, folks. We're going hard. All right, here we go.
You're going triple in.
All right, here we go.
Here we go. Some Gentleman Jack for the boys. We're gonna be smooth tonight. Ooh. I'll take a little bit off that.
You can take a little off top of that one. Ooh.
Oh, that's delicious. That's so good. So smooth.
It is really smooth. Woo, baby.
There it is.
There we go. Number 2 down the hatch.
More beers. I got more stuff coming.
More stuff coming. You ask. You guys ask. Your request is my demand.
I'm delivering.
So we got
that.
Megan with a $2 donation says, Dr. Sanders, do you deliver down under?
Hell yeah, I'll deliver wherever you're at.
Megan's in Australia. So
I'll go down under.
He does. He does make house calls.
I do make house calls. I travel the world.
He's delivered babies. He delivers alcohol. He does it all.
Yep.
A little bit of everything.
I drive and deliver babies at the same time.
Ooh, that first shot's just...
Not drink and drive. But
that first shot is sitting somewhere.
You got to drink more of that Stella. Now pound that.
Oh, here we go, folks.
Get it down.
Here we go. Okay.
1, 2, 3.
1, 2, 3. These are the only shots tonight. This is 2 shots. I'm not going 4 shots tonight. Woo. Woo, here we go, baby.
Yeah, there we go. Woo! HawksNest, baby.
HawksNest.
Just let me know when he's ready for another one. We got a whole bottle here sitting.
Yep. I did it right. Nolan, I did it right, man. Nolan threw another $20 donation down. Thank you, Nolan. Says, I'm a gin man. Cheers. Well, Jolan, you asked for it. I provide. Whoo! Okay. We're getting lively now here on the HawksNest, folks. Be careful. we might start biting. But thank you, Nolan, for the $20 donation. It's going to get a little sloppy now, folks. You just have to hang on. The Wild's going to get ride. We don't got the safety harnesses have come off. The seatbelt has come unclicked. And we're about to roll here. Eric Cotter with a $5 donation says, Stella. Laughing out, Stella. That's my, why can't my Seahawks win? That's my Brando. The Seahawks are going to win. I don't know why I don't win. I end up doing walking on my Brando. I can't do Brando. All my Brando consists of me doing eyebrows. My son, why is my son so bad? Why have you done it to me like this? You've done me this way in the place. It all becomes Brando doing Godfather, basically. Thank you for the donations, folks. Charles Riley with the $5 donation says, Russ for Zach, no thanks. Bad as Rusty played, Zach is better suited to be a showcase at a New York Queen bar than starting an NFC West signal caller. Well said, Charles. And I'm not on the Zach train, but of course, Some of this is some of this is just built on my evaluation of him pre-draft, you know, and just not being super impressed by him as some of those other guys were out there. He didn't blow me away as much in that respect. So, you know, he's still a very slight guy. He's been injured multiple times. He's still as wild as the stick as we thought he would be. I mean, we're having problems with Russ playing within the context of an offense. You'd have a hard time keeping Zach in the context of an offense. You've already seen Robert Saleh have to call him out a couple times. Oh, okay. We got a little sipper here. A little sipperoo. A little sippy-doo.
A little bit less.
I like that. It's good. It's tasty. A little bubbly. A little bubbly. Thank you.
Love you guys.
Shout out to Dr. Sanders. Sanders says he loves you guys. Always coming right. Thank you for doing that. Hey, Sanders, money. Money. How much that cost?
Oh, you're good, man.
Oh, let me
My
get you.
donation.
Donation. I'll get you later. Nolan R. Vance with another $5 donation. Support great content. Like and subscribe. Keep hydrating, Brando. I'm hydrating, man. I'm wet. I'm wet right now. But thank you for mentioning that as well, Nolan, on top of the multiple donations from you, Charles, Megan, thank you so much, Randall, all of you folks. I appreciate you big time on that. As he said, if you like what you're hearing here, look, it's a small thing I ask, just a small thing. Of course, subscribe. I mean, that's a big thing. I'm not going to go that far if you don't want to, but if you want to, go ahead and do it. But, go up and hit that like button. I show up on all these other Seahawks fans that are not looking for Seahawks content because they're all in misery right now, but you still help me for those few that might be out there looking. Helps the channel grow. We're cooking along here on the growth structure. We're heading for the 10,000 subscribers. We're a long ways off, but we're making some progress. We're going downhill. Okay, we're going downhill. Megan says with a $5 donation, thank you. Megan says happy birthday to me, Brando. May go and get a vodka after I have something to eat. Well, I just did mine on an empty belly, so something good's about to happen. Nothing better than alcohol and an empty belly. That's what I say. Well, happy birthday, Megan. And again, too, when you come up here next year, we're gonna have to meet up here. Charles Riley with a $5 donation says, Dr. Sanders, what is Yale an acronym for? Oh, he already left. He's in and out. He's hard to pin down, that Dr. Sanders. So we'll have to ask him when he gets back with the next drink here. And if I miss you in the chat, just repost it in the chat here. We got a lot of folks in on the stream tonight, which is surprising, but awesome to see nonetheless. That we got so many folks in here ready to get it done. I love it. I love seeing you in here. And look, you guys are suffering, but better times are ahead. Okay, better times are ahead. It's a little dark right now, but as I've said the last few weeks, what do they say? What is that old quote? The night is darkest just before the dawn. We're at like 4:30 in the morning right now. You know what I mean? The equivalent in Seahawks, where Seahawks are at. It's like 4:30 in the morning, right? You almost can see that sun setting up on the horizon line. 8037 says, Joe Fan mentioned his mental conditioning coach and friend Trevor Moad. Passing might be affecting him. Yeah, I mean, I guess a little bit, 8037. There's a little bit of that to me that's like, I'm fighting my urge to roll my eyes a little bit, Like your quarterback play was built upon your mental conditioning coach. I mean, I don't know, AD. I go, you played this sport for 10 years. You shouldn't look like a shell of yourself 10 years in at this point. And, Joe may be hitting on something that's a salient point, but one that I don't really excuse Russ for, and it's a tough of him to have that loss and all that stuff. But we start getting into the sports psychologists and mental health coach conditionings, and my eyes are just sitting here fighting the urge to just, oh my God, really, but hey, maybe it's valid. Mike Melda says, Russ isn't worth 3 picks. Well, Mike, I hope you come back here when he's traded for 3 first-round picks and be like, man, you nailed that one. You were right on the button with that one. Dort55 says, Pete Carroll is in charge of players, coaches. Pete Carroll is in charge of a lot more beyond that. He sits above our general manager with his control. He can also override our manager on any contract he wants to dole out or any player that he wants to pick. Herbicide, thinking about it, Russ hasn't been good since the middle of last year. Correct. This is a year of bad play out of Russ. I would say yes, very much true. Freedom County Pete makes me sleepy. Yeah, he makes me sleepy too. Andrew Norman, we need a new quarterback, head coach, and offensive coordinator. Prove me wrong. Andrew, I'm not going to prove you wrong. I agree with you. I do. I've been partially open to doing a quarterback with keeping Russell Wilson with an offensive-minded head coach. The logic that is born out of this comes from the fact that you've never truly given Russell Wilson a top-notch offensive line in front of him, for instance. You've never stacked up the skill positions around him. You've always kind of done just good enough, just barely good enough / completely crap the bed as it pertains to the offensive line through the majority of his time here. I still wonder about maybe if you could get to a different level of Russ's play, if you could build that around him. But with that said, I'm okay with going that direction of things. Standard champion, I think one contributing factor is it's been less than 3 months since the death of Trevor Moawad, Russ's business partner, life coach, and best friend. Russ is missing Trevor's neutral voice in his ear. Again, maybe a little bit with it, but some of this is a little bit of hard for me to accept that. Because again, some of this goes back to him playing bad last year. Trevor was around last year and still we're getting the same kind of Russ we got before. Coach Walton says Russ for Keldon Slovis. Is that the USC kid? Seahawks W trade Russ for Danny Dimes. Well, I think you are going to trade 3 first-round picks and Danny Dimes for Russell Wilson to the New York Giants. That's my bold prediction for you folks. Kay says drink B. I'm all ahead of you on that one, Kay. I'm rolling now. The gun is hot, okay? The safety's been turned off. We got the clip in the mag, one in the chamber. Ready to go. Brian Smith says that old Russ is in the rearview mirror. Yeah, well, looking further and further away, isn't he? Todd Wells says Russ is scared. He's playing scared. Leland Kimball says we wouldn't be bad for 10 years. Gino began playing well in Shane's system. Look at how Colt and Heineke operate in a functional system within an offensive league. I'm with you, Leland. The people that'll say that they know we're going to be bad for sure if Carroll or Wilson or Carroll and Wilson both move on, I don't know why they speak with such certainty of believing that absolutely is going to be the case. Football allows you more than any other sport to turn around your fate faster than any other sport. Some sports, like I was mentioning with baseball, you give a player like Robinson Cano some 10-year, $300 million contract and it goes sideways, you're done for 5 years. You're Dunsky. That's not the case in football. You can make poor decisions and then the very next year, flip all those poor decisions out the door, get the decisions right, and turn the team in the right direction. It's absolutely possible. Todd Wells says Russ needs to smoke some weed and relax. In Utero says Brady's last throw as a pat was a pick 6. Yeah, it was, wasn't it? Theron says it's sad to live through the transition. It's a little rough, yeah. It's a little rough. Average Brandon Nelson says Pete was calling the plays, not Waldron. I can't see a coach like Waldron running it up the gut 5 times. Maybe not. I think some of it, average Brendan, has to do with the fact that they don't have the speed to get a running back who can challenge the edge. And we saw with Alex Collins call an outside zone run, and he just couldn't get out there with enough speed to get to truly challenge that edge. That's part of the issue. Is he's not going to call a play call that he knows is going to fail, which I think he probably knows it was going to fail if he tries to attack out there. This comes a little bit to a lack of getting somebody behind Rashad Penny at the running back position that actually has some wheels. Seahawks W, exactly. Run jet sweeps because our run game is terrible. I'd run like 5 of them. I would have ran 5 to Eskridge in this game. If you can't get him the ball as far as throwing to him, at least get him the ball with his hands in space. Let him go. Do something. Leland Kimball, Russ looks broken. The offense is broken. DK now is becoming a wasted pick, and Everett looks all pro. The offense only moves through him. Well said, Leland. Very well said. Herbicide, I don't really like seeing defensive linemen dropping back for pass coverage. Why don't we stick Neal on the defensive line and at least be realistic? Well, it's probably an indicator you mean dropping Neal into coverage if you put him on the defensive line. I'm not a fan of it either, Herbicide. It's born out of the zone blitz scheme of the Steelers in the late 80s and early 90s to drop a defensive lineman into coverage. They do it simply just to drop a guy. They don't even do it when they're blitzing. They do it to try to confuse a quarterback by getting an extra man in coverage. Doesn't seem to work all that well. Viclo Lopez says, bring Percy Harvin back. You want them all back, Candy? Jordan M., what do you think about Kellen Moore for new offensive coordinator? Jordan M., I don't think that Kellen Moore is going to leave the Dallas Cowboys in currently a good situation for him to go to a team that maybe is less talented with a quarterback with some question marks that he's got to learn a whole new relationship with. If Kellen Moore comes to Seattle, it's going to be he wants to come to Seattle as a coach, head coach, not as a coordinator. Russell Wilson's finger says Jody Allen should put the team up for sale on Cyber Monday. Mike P says Pete is throwing Russ under the bus big time in the press conference on missed throws and decision making. Russ is not back, according to Pete. Stay classy, Pete. Well, he's not wrong, but it's not a good look at the same point. Brandon Koski says at the Hawks Nest, Brandon, dude, can you hook up our favorite 12 from down under with a Hawks flag? She deserves it. Thanks. I'm looking for one for her, Brian, so I'm on the lookout. I was just over on the west side of the state, but the east side over here, it's less. But if I can get her one, I will. Yeah, we got to get her one for sure. Shane says, I know a game isn't won or lost by a single play, but our Hawks have been getting bent over by the officials. The holding call on Ugo and the DPA, defensive pass interference on Sidney Jones kept the Washington football drive alive. Such BS. Agreed, Shane. The calls have been getting progressively worse over the last couple of weeks. And it's been game in and game out, and it's gotten old. It's gotten old because you can start to look to 4 or 5 plays in a football game where you're like, wow, those 4 or 5 plays made a big difference. They start to make a big difference when it goes beyond just 1 or 2 calls not kind of going your way. I'm getting annoyed with it as well. Shane says DK is going to punch Russ later tonight. He deserves to kick him in the crotch, man. Get me the ball, Russ. Luna Racing says, how do we feel about the Niners now that we have to play them at home Sunday? It will be a tough game and interesting too. It'll be a tough game. It will be an interesting game. I got no confidence that we're going to necessarily win that game. What do we have? 1 win at home this year? We almost do better on the road this year than we do at home. We do better on the road than we do at home this year so far. So we seem to have lost a lot of our home field advantage recently. We'll see how it goes. We seem to play the Niners pretty tough. We seem to be a bad matchup for Shanahan and his scheme and what they like to try to do. But the Niners are playing a really good football. Their best football of the year. Seahawks W says Pete is holding Russ accountable as he should. Coach Waldron says Russ to the Blazers for Lillard. Charles Riley says Brando just did the disappointed father on the Seahawks. I am. I'm disappointed. I'm beyond angry because you've disappointed me so often. It's that father who's like, his kid's gone out like 3 different times. He's already crashed the car a couple times. He's been pulled over drunk. He's got caught stealing. And now the cops are bringing him back to the front door here after they found him out trespassing in something or another. And I'm just shaking my head. I'm just shaking my head and doing a shot of whiskey as I usher him into the door. All right. Come on. Come on then. Come on then. Eli Borjo-Quez, are you beating the Niners next week? I don't see how. Brian Goski says Dixon should kick Russell Wilson in the balls too. He's the only decent player. Agreed. Zap916 says NFC West is loaded. Seahawks would be number 1 in the NFC East. I don't know, man. Zap, we just lost the Washington football team. I don't think we're beating the Cowboys. We're probably 3rd place in that division. Nathaniel, do we blow it all up this offseason or try it one more time? I try one more time because only a year ago we went 12-5, so might as well try while Russ is still under contract. Well, of course, there's a lot of this that kind of goes beyond that, right, Nathaniel? Because some of this is a little bit about Russell's mental state. If Russell was already asking for a trade last offseason with the way that this year's broken, why wouldn't he want to trade all that much more this year? I think that's a little bit of a part of it. I don't want to run back Russ and Carroll together anymore. I don't. These two do not go together. I don't want Carroll here long term. But if Carroll is to remain at this point, I don't think Carroll can remain with Russell Wilson as the quarterback. I just don't think that they work as a tandem anymore. They did it one time. They don't anymore. Shane says Collins with that turnover on our 30-yard line was brutal. That was horrible on Collins' part. Just the worst time for him to have that punch out happen when it did. I mean, it was just, the defender's coming behind you. Protect the ball up. You got your yards already there. You're probably going to get a first down. I know he's trying to make a play, trying to do something, but Mohammed Al-Sharfari says, this is a bad season for the Seahawks, but we shouldn't blame Pete Carroll or John Schneider. Fans wanted Dunlap, Carson, even Dwayne Brown, and kept pressing to give them contracts, and they were a letdown. The fans certainly were pushing for those people. I mean, there's a division, I would say, a little bit with Carson. There's a lot of us, like, if you're listening on this channel, Mohammed, I don't want to sign Carson to a new contract. I didn't want to give Dwayne Brown a contract extension, and I was fine with bringing back Dunlap. The problems this year, to me, go beyond Dunlap a little bit. And I do think, frankly, Mohammed, you can blame the front office. And there's almost one reason above all else that you can blame this front office. In this NFL this year, Mohammed, the salary cap went down for the first time in about 20 years in football. Every year you could write down, the cap was going up 10%. Every single year. Now this year, for the first year in 20 years, the cap goes down from $200 million last year to $182 million this year. And in that time of that happening, you as Seattle decided, you know what? We're also going to save an additional $13 million on top of the cap lowering down. So Seattle is essentially operating with a de facto cap this season of $168 million, while the rest of the NFL is operating with a $182 million cap. That does go to general managership. If you're going to make that move as general manager on a team that's in competition with a Hall of Fame quarterback in the back end of his prime that just comes off a division title, and you're that confident as to believe you're that good, that you don't need that $13 million in cap space, then you better believe you're going to get the flames blown right at your face when it doesn't go right, and you're looking at the roster going, this roster should be more improved beyond this. We need a better frontline offensive lineman than what we have right now. Because after all, Wilson said, I'm getting hit too much this offseason. I've been hit too much on my career. I've been sacked more than Drew Brees has for his career, despite the fact Brees has played me more than 14 years, played 10 more years than I did. And Seattle heard that and went, yeah. Okay, we'll get Gabe Jackson. That was their big move. Not good enough. Not good enough. But one of the reasons why, Mohammed, I do believe that they should be blamed for this. And the fans don't drive the team. The fans can have a say on stuff. But at the end of the day, it's your job as the general manager to be smarter than the fans. If the fans are operating at exactly the same intellectual level as you, then your ass needs to be sent out on a rail. Jordan M. says, Ethan Posick and Kyle Fuller are oversized bouncers that put on a helmet and tackle the ground. Oh, I love it. Now, as I could ramble on for literally 30 minutes about how terrible this game was. I'm 5 hours into my rambling, so there's a lot to ramble out on this game. In Utero says the all 22 will show Russ not throwing it to the open man play after play. They did a couple of times of all 22 shots in the game in Utero, and it showed it on those. So yeah. No doubt in my mind, you're going to see a lot of that on the tape where Russ is not taking the easy completion, because that's what we've seen throughout this year up until this point too. Nas says, nice to have Julio Jones or AB or Odell or Creed Humphrey. Yeah, a lot of other ways you could have roster built this up, right, Nas? A lot of other smarter ways you could have put this team together to have improved this team and the overall product of what you're putting out there. Yeah, agreed. Would be really nice. One of the reasons why on all three of those guys, I was John Bonham of the Zeppelin drummer fame, like pounding the drums. Like as hard as that guy used to hit the drums, I was hitting those drums as hard for all three of those guys at any one given time. Because I wanted to try to improve this team, because I looked at this team and said they're not good enough as they currently stand. In Utero says Pete needs to coach his grandkids next year. Shane says that's how Waldron chose to use our highest draft pick. What a waste of talent. It's a waste. Waste of a pick, waste of a talent. Waste of a rookie year. Waste. Leland says Russ has the yips. Yeah, he's got a little bit of the yips going on. Agreed. Patrick Renault, have to have depth to play through injuries, but how to play through getting balls punched out of their arms just doesn't make it very predictable anymore. True. Nathaniel says Hall of Fame quarterbacks don't come around often. Use him while you got one. Plus, the quarterbacks sucked this year in the draft. Try again with the defensive line and the free agency. We got $61 million in cap space. Yes, I know I'm too optimistic. No, nothing wrong with being optimistic, Nathaniel. And again, when it's all said and done, I've leaned in the direction of doing what you're proposing be done. So I can see the sense in it, and it is hard to find quarterbacks. It is hard to find quarterbacks, be it beyond Hall of Fame quarterbacks, just Pro Bowl level. It's tough. I think there's more of them coming out that are ready to play, more of them with more ability to play. I mean, you saw that.
Drink your drink.
I'm drinking my drink.
Drink your drink.
That's got some strength to it. I'm beer man. I'm doing this drinking beer man moving forward tonight.
You call the doctor and you better get ready.
I called the doctor, but I can't be. I gotta work tomorrow. Brian, where are we at? Russia's shown his ceilings, his big DABM. Best football is behind him, and all the excuses of him just needing a few more guys around him no longer cover his flaws. He hasn't done a thing without the Legion of Boom carrying him. Well, it's a little weird on this big DB because I agree with what you said. I don't disagree with you that we probably have seen the best of Russ. I will say that the team is not really ever fully built around him. Dwayne Brown is your only real plus left tackle coming into the season, your plus offensive lineman across the board. I mean, when it starts with the offensive line, first and foremost, you're not really building around him. And while Tyler Lockett and DK Metcalf are great, you got nothing really behind them. So it's, they've done just enough to build around him to a minimal level, but they've certainly not given him the same kind of build around him that you've seen, I think, with even, be it a Mahomes or go down the list of guys, quite frankly. But I do agree with the first part of what you're saying. Big DB says belongs with Eli Manning in the Hall of Very Good, Not Great, Great Hall of Fame. Big DB, he's got 8 Pro Bowls. I think he's got it all. No, he belongs in the Hall of Fame. Russell Wilson's been way more of an impactful player than Eli Manning. So I disagree with you there. Seahawks Gaming, that play by Rasheem Green was the fastest defensive lineman ever since Clowney in 2019. Wow, man. Big boy up and running. He's legit 275, too. To get up to that kind of speed, 18 miles per hour, is impressive. Collins YT says Russ is not going to be any better. He will only be going down with his play style. Can't make any reads, and his legs are going to slow down. Completely getting rid of his scramble mentality. Well, he's definitely not taking yards in front of him that he could take easy yards, to your point on that. So yeah, it's maybe time to move on here. Mike P. Russ doesn't like to share the limelight with DK. His brand allows only one diva on the Seahawks. Maybe so. Maybe there's something to play here. Jace, we lost a bet rid of Russ and Pete. We lose the Jets. You might have to rephrase that, Jace. I can't quite read what you mean on that. Oh, God. Whiskey. Collins YT says, happy birthday to Russ. Completely sold the game, and the whole city of Seattle now hates him. Hope he gets some love from Sierra at home. His head was not in the game today. Something looks off in him, man. Something looks off, and it looks beyond that finger. That's for sure. Seahawks W said, nobody will forget what Russ has done for the Seahawks, but his career is done in Seattle. It is looking like that. June 32nd, I thought our defense played great considering being on the field the entire game. I can't knock anything in the defensive performance in this game, June 32nd. I really did thought they played fantastic football out there. Yeah, there's a couple drives they got through, but you're going to wear down. When the offense has 6 straight 3-and-outs over the course of a game, you're going to wear down. You're going to eventually break. Every defense would in the NFL. It doesn't matter how great the defense is out there. Every defense would fall into that stretch of things. And I'll tell you this, the same Rams defense that everybody tells us is all great and amazing and everything. Look at how many points they gave up to Green Bay in Green Bay versus how many points this defense gave up in Green Bay not just a couple weeks ago. I think that's a little telling about where this defense has come along at. And it's worth noting they're playing as well as they are. HB, how are we sitting on cap with a roster like this? Of all the years. But I can't see Russ leaving after a season like this. He's a legacy guy. I don't know. I can kind of see Russ leaving after a season like this. And I think it's inexcusable that you're sitting on cap space like this, HB. At no point in time in the last 10 years during the Coach Carroll and Schneider era have they sat on anything close to $13.3 million of cap space. And let's face this as well, HB. It's not just $13+ million of cap space. It's $13 million plus Russell's based the bonus, which they could have converted at any point in time, which they negotiated in Russell's last contract, and which would have created another $10 million in cap space. This team essentially left $23 million of cap space on the table this year and said, nah, the team's good enough. We don't need to use that money. That is ineptitude. That's almost, in my opinion, a fireable offense on its own. Goax05 says, what if we had Yannick Ngakoue and Joe Thuney on this team? Oh, how much better would you have been, Goax? Thuney goes to left guard. Damian Lewis gets to stay at right guard. That's a step in the right direction, and you got yourself another pass rusher in the mix. A guy that hasn't costed a lot. I don't think he costed a hell of a lot of money to sign. Would have been interesting. Kay says, did anyone get hurt tonight? How was Everett? Everett was good. He made some good catches in this game, Kay, and nope, don't think anybody got hurt. Everybody looked like they got out of it okay. Bobby got dinged a little bit, but he seemed to get through it okay. Kay says, how did DJ Reed, DJ Dallas do, and Eskridge had return? Eskridge did nothing. Dallas didn't do a whole lot, and DJ Reed looked good. But offensively, those guys got nothing done. JDM says, damn, scripted games confirmed. Gematria, ritual by the numbers. You're going deep with it, JDM. You're going gematria. All right. We're going numerology. Okay. I'm with you. I'm with it on it. Seahawks W says DJ Dallas is a keeper. DJ Reed is a keeper. Dallas is just average. That's you paying DJ Reed this offseason, Seahawks W? You're going to have to pay him. Mike P says, bingo. Gambling has changed the refs' game management. New York calls in the keys. The Bills upset in Jacksonville made millions for Vegas. DraftKings parlays didn't have to pay out. It's a business. I think it's getting a little bit to that point on things. NFL is, they're playing a real. Be careful, NFL. That's all I'm gonna say, man. Is be careful, because you will start to force people away. You will start to make people leave. They will recognize the forest for the trees on this. Cons YT says, why are so many people in this chat blaming the refs? They had little to no impact on the game. Y'all just don't want to accept that this offense with Russ is horrendous. I think both things can be true, Cons YT. You looked at this game, the defense was holding the Washington football team to nothing. They appeared to have another stop late in the second quarter when the officials on like about a 6-play sequence ended up giving like 4 flags or something like that to the opposition. You had the play with Rasheem Green on roughing the passer, which was not roughing the passer. You had the holding call on Ugo Amadi, which was not holding. You had the pass interference call on Sidney Jones up the football field, which was not pass interference. These are just the 3 plays off the top of my head as I'm getting buzzed. And that's just off the top of my head. There were more beyond that. The onside kick. We can kind of keep going here if you want. Seahawks W says Kerry Hyder's a scrub. I don't think he's a scrub. I thought he played pretty solid football today. He's been our best edge run defender on the team this season. Nathaniel says, during the video after the Rams beat us, you said Shoddy was the problem. Why believe otherwise now? I don't think that I ever said that Shoddy was all of the problem, Nathaniel. I think I said he was part of the problem. I don't know if I said he was all of the problem and that you were fixing everything by going away from him. As far as why believe otherwise now, is I'm seeing more failures from other parts of the team. I'm seeing more of bad Carroll. I'm seeing more of bad Wilson. I'm seeing more of bad General John Schneider and leaving money on the table. So there's been further data from the Rams playoff game to now, Nathaniel, that I get to operate off of. You never stay stagnant on an outlook of something when something new has occurred. I'm not going to ever hold in that way. I will change with time as I get more data. That's the way you stay being correct, as opposed to holding on to something because it was my take and I'm just married to it. But, look, Shoddy was a big part of the problem. We learn now more. Coach Carroll's a big part of the problem because of how much he puts himself into the offense. A big part of what I said with Shoddy at the time, though, too, Nathaniel, was that if you move on from Shoddy and you bring in a new offensive coordinator, the coach needs to butt out. Nathaniel, has Coach Carroll butt out? Has he stayed out of things on the offensive side of the ball? I don't think so. Russell Wilson Finger says Pete tricked John into thinking he could teach Brooks to defend the pass. I guess so. JDM says Jägermeister. Well, we went with whiskey out the gate here. Mason Dale, I've lost a little faith in Waldron, but the problem is we don't have the right type of offensive lineman to play a scheme. We got a bunch of big maulers. We need more athleticism, mobile guys. I agree with you there. You don't have the right offensive lineman in the scheme for sure. Should have maybe addressed that this offseason. In Utero says, I haven't drank in over 11 years. Congratulations, In Utero. Pretty smart decision. Eric S. says, why did we spend a second rounder for a gadget receiver when a center O-line was a glaring issue? We got killed by a four-man rush. A four-man rush, Eric, that is missing... a four-man rush, frankly, that's missing Montez Sweat, and I can't drink. I'm getting buzzed.
That's the point, right?
I need a second. I need a second. I need a second.
I'm just having one.
Oh, yeah. Hell yeah, dude.
Cheers it up.
Cheers it up, man. Go Hawks.
Go Hawks, baby. Hawks. Megan, I hope you have a wonderful 45th birthday.
Megan, Eric just wish you a happy 45th. Or Aaron just wish you a happy 45th. So, Dr. Sanders is wishing you a happy. Hope it's a good one. Eric, why did they not go for the center? I didn't know it on draft day. I don't know why now. I have no explanation for something that didn't make sense then, doesn't make sense now. I don't know why. Everyone was telling me that D. Eskridge was going to be a Tyreek Hill. Oh, we just got Tyreek Hill in the second round. Oh, Brandon, it's fine. We just got Tyreek Hill. We don't need Creed Humphrey. We just got Tyreek Hill. I was like, are you guys watching the same tape I'm watching? Did you guys watch the college tape of Tyreek Hill? Like, just different players. You know, yeah, both of them are quick. Both of them are fast. Different players. You know? Brian Myers, Eric S. Sorry. Mike P says it goes back to the Buffalo game last year. Russ got so beat up, so crushed, he never looked the same after that game. We noticed he lost his fearless swagger back then. He will never be a runner. Mike, it is one of the two games. It's either the Buffalo game or the Cardinal game the week after that, but there was one of those two games where something changed in Russ after that point. I can't put my finger on what it is exactly. Maybe both of those two games he took real big hits. There's people that have said maybe he just got his dome rocked and his bell rung and he's just not quite the same guy at that point. I don't know what it is. I really don't. But he does look different. There's no doubt about it. Arizona old guy. This team sucks. It's time to blow it up and start over. Goodbye to Carroll and the coaching staff. Trade Wilson for money and draft choices for the rebuild. Start from scratch. I'm okay with it, AZ. I'm okay going down that realm, and you're not alone. Many folks in this chat have been in that same lane of things. Matt Calloway says Russ won't run because who's going to trade for a hurt quarterback? He wants out. Could be some of it, Matt. I mean, the guy does, when he does run, tend to protect himself as well as any quarterback in the sport, so you can still get down. You know, you can still slide, and they're not going to touch you. In Euro says our time of possession is embarrassing. It is embarrassing. Jeffrey Huggins, did you see Russ's face all game? He doesn't want to be there anymore. This team is the worst in the league. Something seems checked out in him, man. I don't know if he talks about wanting to play 10 years in this league, but I don't see a guy particularly looks like he loves playing the sport right now. I'm not trying to read too much into this stuff, but, you know. John Sims says Gino's warned with the cryptic tweet. He did kind of warn with a cryptic tweet. Yeah. Mike P says, be nice. Jermaine curses from Tacoma. Bruce Clevenger says, Al Woods in coverage? What the F is that? They've been doing all that type of stuff throughout the year, Bruce. They've been doing it throughout the year. I don't like it, but they've been doing it a lot. Y2K says, sad day for Hawks. In better news, the M's are going for it looks like. It's good to see. Eric Cotter says, I'm drinking Gentleman right now. Nice, little Gentleman Jack. Love it, dude. Well, cheers, dear Eric. Cheers. Herbicide says, Stella. Stella's just that's just my chaser. You know, it's a nice, clean, easy chaser down the back. Mike P says, we need to showcase Gino and some others. Got to generate some draft picks. I'm with it. Oh, that whiskey is spinning around in my belly. Spinning around in my belly. Erica, why is dropping O linemen, D linemen into coverage so often, says Eric. It's the wrinkle that they tried to bring into play this year is to drop defensive linemen into coverage. The thought process is that you get an extra body there. You squeeze the zones a little bit tighter, the passing windows a little bit tighter. Unfortunately, though, that you have one less guy getting to the quarterback. And again, when this has been done historically, Eric, it's done where you run a zone blitz. So you overload one side of the offensive line and then drop a defensive lineman on the other side. The point of that being is that you're then forcing the quarterback to go to his hot route to the other side of the field, but then you drop the defender right there where the hot route's at. That's why you do it normally. The Seahawks are not employing it with the same thought process at play, unfortunately. Megan says, is that a cross between Brando and Walken? Yeah, it turned into Walken, Megan. After a couple of shots, my Brando becomes Walken. Herbicide says, oh, damn, loading you up. Yeah, Dr. Sanders, he comes hard. He's coming hard. You bring Dr. Sanders out, he's bringing it. Brian Myers says, I'm out. Night, Brandon. Night, Brian. Thank you for hopping on in. Good to see you, buddy. Luke 99 says, that's how we do it in Spokane. Way to represent, Brando. Hey, you know I'm going to come right. I'm going to represent the spoke. I'm going to represent the spoke. Mike Peace is still safe. Stray Flowers will be playing the playoffs with Cincinnati. So the world is completely insane. It is insane. He'll probably play good with Cincinnati too, right? He'll probably play better in Cincinnati than he's playing here. Giant Opinion Sports says, remember, it's pants down, then shit. I will remember that. Harley Jen Xers says, time to flush Carroll and company. Ken Norton Jr. can't coach his way out of a wet paper sack, and Schneider has made more bad player acquisitions than good. Legion of Boom is, and hitting on Wilson will be his legacy. Definitely the best moves they've made were made in the past, aren't they? Not right now. Not in the last few years. Daniel W. says, Wilson doesn't fit the Waldron offense. Matt Carroll would be perfect. Matt Corral would be perfect. He runs RPO and Old Miss and has a beautiful deep ball. I don't know, man. He is small, though. He is very, very slight as a guy. So I'm not sold on him, Daniel. I just can't. I don't want to deal him with a quarterback for 10 years with size limitations. I don't want to get back into that same boat with the next quarterback that we pick, personally. Brian Roberts says, smash that like button and subscribe. Good night, Brandon. Respect, brother, and fellow 12s. Well, thank you, Brian. Yes, do please hit that like button if you like what you're listening to. I do appreciate it. Joseph Santiago says, Yale, yet another learning environment. There you go. Obi-Wan, I've accepted that we aren't making the playoffs. I just want us to beat the 49ers, Rams, and Bears. The best way to earn some respect back is to ruin other teams' seasons. I'm with it. D-Nugget says, what is your plans for the channel if we just keep on losing? D-Nugget, I'm doing more. I just released a video last night, actually. We're getting back over to my Seahawks Scouting channel, which is my alt YouTube channel, is Seahawks Scouting. I just did Daniel Lele, a University of Michigan right tackle. So we're going to be diving more into some of the player scouting with the guys coming out of this next draft. So that's kind of where we're going to be going towards a little bit more with it, D-Nugget. I'll be doing my live stream still. And I'm probably going to be about due for working on some more great Seahawk moment videos. So I'll probably be going back in and doing a couple more of those here when it's all said and done. But, we'll keep it moving. Jose Rodriguez, good to see you on in the chat. You have finally come over here, huh? Jose has been a guy that's been a long, ardent supporter of Coach Carroll. Can't blame him for that. I understand, but I think he is finally here. He says, Pete, it's time to go, man. Understandable. Bisuka 37 says, Russell's going to L.A.? How? I don't see how. D-Nugget says, mental coaches are valid, but you need to balance with raw football to know how and basic skills. Very much so. Nolan Arvan says, really appreciate the defense getting their shit together. They were especially bad for a few weeks. They've stood up even with what still looks like poor game planning. Agreed. Defense has been really there have not been a lot of surprises or things that impressed me this year so far, but I have been impressed by the turnaround of the defense. And I honestly didn't think they had it in them. Even beyond last year where they turned it around. I looked at the upcoming schedule that they had facing them. It wasn't like last year's back into the schedule where you're beating up on a lot of the weak opponents in the league at that point. No, you're getting some tough challenges. Green Bay on the road, the Cardinals, but they've done well. They've really improved. Suka. Mike P says yells derived from the Welsh word yael, Wales. Joseph Santiago says Russell Wilson pays over $1 million a year for his trainers. $1 million. $1 million. Joseph says, seriously, over $880,000 a month for trainers. Give me a break. Well, I mean, it's when you're employing a lot, look, taking care of your body, and you're a $100 million athlete, it does make sense if you were going to put that money in. There's a lot of things, like you look at it like you're putting your chef, you're putting your trainer, you're putting your masseuse, and he's got the masseuse that gives him a couple of handies every once in a while, just to get him right. So that's extra couple bucks. Mason Dale says, remember, San Francisco had to give up 3 firsts just to trade for a rookie with only 1 year of tape. You should be able to get 3 firsts or more for Russ. I agree. I believe that's going to happen. Hawks 808, get some Stellas as well. Cheers, my brother. Cheers, Hawks 808. Yin Yang experiences. Hey, man, stay cool. Thank you, Yin Yang. Russell Mark says this offense is what it would look like if the National Kindergarten Football League existed. Let's get some puppy on the street. Come on up here. Who's the puppy? Who's the kitty? Oh, God, don't lick me. He died. Who's a big girl? Who's your big girl? Who's your good girl? You good girl? You good girl? Why are you so pretty? Why are you so pretty? Why? Who made you so pretty? Who? Who did that? Mike P says, let DK do a Lamar Jackson Wildcat. You got to get creative. Hey, if you can't find him touches, do something, right? Get something done. Mr. Fantasy Football, I watched the live stream press conference. Pete and Russ did the normal everything is fine script. That's all they know how to say, man. I'm used to it at this point. I don't expect anything different. I'd like something different, but I like for somebody to come in the room and start kicking over the mic stand and being like, this is unacceptable. But, everything's positive, everything's great, everything's wonderful. I guess that works too. DJ Owen says, I think my next Seattle Seahawks jersey is going to be a Michael Dixon, the punter. At least we have 1 Pro Bowler on our roster this year. Hey, at least that's a jersey that's going to remain for a while. He ain't going anywhere either, even if they go with a new coach. Traveling Lance says Pete should buy Russ a nice bench for his 33rd birthday. Yes, he should, Traveling Lance. Aaron Sanders, Dr. Sanders in here says, I think it's you always lose everything. Oh, I think that. 49ers will destroy us. The 49ers will destroy us next time we play. Yeah, 49ers will destroy us. They'll probably beat us. I don't know if they'll destroy us. It'll be a close game that we'll lose right at the end. Mr. Fantasy Football, trade Russ for 3 firsts and Hurts. I'm okay with that move. And that would be the ideal haul for me, Mr. Fantasy Sports Football, because you're getting all 3 of those first-round picks in this draft. I like that. I like that a lot. And getting Hurts on top of it wouldn't be a bad kicker. Mariah, I see any nice posters I can find at DK? I'm sure there's a few of them out there. Danny says, Russ admitting to crying in the locker room and then tearing up in the presser just breaks my heart. It's hard to blame one person here. It's Pete, it's Shane, it's John, it's Russell, it's the O-lines. Yeah, it's nobody is the one person that you can run to and say that's all on them. It's a lot of people that you got to dole out the blame to. It's as I say many times on the show, it's a pie. It's just like a pie chart, and you're doling out the blame of the pie chart. And I do think that Coach Carroll has to own a majority of that blame and that it's rightfully on his shoulders, but I think that there's other people that have done their part as well for us to arrive at where we're arriving at. Ying Yang says, can we bring Largent back? Let's do it. I'm okay with it, man. He's my favorite player all the time. You want to bring him out even at 69 years old? I'm good. Let's go. I got a couple donations I missed here. Sorry about that. Charles Riley, the $5 donation. Thank you, Charles. Says, Dr. Sanders is the only MD I don't get in a second opinion after seeing. That's because my judgment is bad enough to see him at all. That's right. That's right. You only need one diagnosis with Mr. Dr. Sanders. You only need one diagnosis. That's right. I love it. Megan with the $10 donation. Thank you, Megan. She says, B, My mother told me that she was watching a video on YouTube about the All Blacks rugby team and asked me if Bill Belichick was the coach. I had to explain who he was and which team he coached. See, even she knows inherently, Megan. She associates, I don't know if that's the Blacks, just that's the name of their team, right? But associate the color black with Coach Carroll. He is dark as night. He is the purified evil. So even she knows when she doesn't know, Megan, you know? That's her subconscious knowing somewhere deep inside. Nolan R. Vance with a $5 donation. Thank you, Nolan. Says, everyone thinks you only need Heineke to win. Washington football team isn't exactly lighting the world on fire. You still need a top quarterback play to win a Super Bowl. Yeah, I wouldn't want to go for let's build a defense and just have a game manager at quarterback and we'll build a super team around the game manager. I want a talent at the position. I want a guy who can make the throws you need to make over the course of a football game. And that's going to take investment. I think even the Washington football team showed you that they don't have faith in Heineke because they went for Ryan Fitzpatrick this offseason. You know, if they had faith, they would have ran with Heineke, but they said, no, it's Ryan, and he won the job coming out of training camp. So even Washington shows you that they were looking for more from the position. And that was a team that was a lot of people thought would compete this year. But no, I think you got to go bigger than that. I agree, Nolan. You got to go bigger than that. Charles Riley with a $10 donation. Thank you, Charles. You are awesome, my fan. He says, I wish Megan could find an MD like Sanders for her flaws. Dr. Sanders' methods are controversial, but life-changing for good or bad. No reward without risk, Megan. And Dr. Sanders has a long history in him. You never know, Megan. He might help you with those. Dr. Sanders might have the way for you, Megan, with those migraines you got. So he might have that right concoction for you. And Megan responds to Charles with a $5 donation to me, which I appreciate. Says that Charles Riley agreed, but you know my heart lies with Coach Carroll no matter what. And I'm not sure there is room in my heart for both. I don't know. Dr. Sanders makes you feel good. Dr. Sanders makes it all good. Casey Gerald came out and said the O-line is a problem. Well, it's definitely a problem when you're running out Kyle Fuller at left guard, Kay. You know, Damian Lewis couldn't make this game. He went out with Kyle Fuller. Posix not doing great. Nobody else is doing really all that awesome across the offensive line. They didn't play marvelously in this game, and they certainly didn't get any sort of push up front in the run game. That is absolutely 100% the case. No doubt about it. No doubt about it. I'm behind on the chat here. Let me see where we're at here. Tommy Eden says, at least Brando knows how to take a shot, unlike this offense. Oh! I love it, man. I love it. I'm going to make you guys laugh with it. Before we're going to do it, I got my favorite all-time dirty joke I got to tell you guys before the show signs off tonight. I'm going to make you guys laugh before we leave at some point, so don't let me forget. Brian Myers says, night. I'm out, Brandon. Have a good night, my guy. Good to see you on in the chat. See where we're at here. Does Russ have an actual opt-out clause after the season? Asked Mike P. No. He's got a no-trade clause, but he is still under contract moving forward beyond this year. It looks like Tizzle's banned to ban, so T-Sizzle has got up on his little cart, and we knocked him off because the mods are doing their job. Thank you, D-Nugget, whoever knocked him out of there. Appreciate you. Whole league now knows Hawks on the schedule is an easy win. It's becoming an easy win. Nolan R. Vance, that late game sack with Russ not throwing the ball away had me ready to karate kick my TV. Oh, just an awful play on his part. He's outside the tackle box, throw the ball to the sticks, get rid of it, get done, get out. That's what he needed to do at that point. Silly play on his part. Silly play on his part to take a sack there. And just, again, part of the reason why we say he seems out of it. He doesn't, what is going on with this? What's going on upstairs right now with Russ? Up here. That's a play where he would know on any other given year, just get rid of the ball. Why are you taking the sack there? I know you're trying to press. I know you're trying to make a play. But don't get rid of the ball. Live another day. You're in 4-down territory. You have 2 more downs beyond that play. You don't have to go for it there. Mike Jacobs, someone needs to wake Jody Allen up, evolved, and understand change is needed. Mike, I hope somebody's shaking her. Somebody's shaking her and saying, look, Jody, do you want to own this team or not? Do you support this team or not? Do you understand that right now what this team looks like on the football field is unacceptable and that change is needed? And you need to play a part of that because currently you own this team. Not Paul Allen's ghost, you. So get out there and do something. D-Nugget, I don't care about losing. I just hope the team doesn't move to Oklahoma City. We're not moving to Oklahoma City. We got a lock-solid lease. The NFL is dealing with a problem right now with St. Louis, who didn't have the same kind of lock-solid lease that we've got with having built a new stadium. Seattle's not going anywhere. Megan says, at Aaron Saunders, is Aussie currency good? I'm going to need to know before I start drinking, as the Alaric-induced migraine is going to be hell of a way to celebrate my 45th birthday. Well, Dr. Sanders has your answer there, so don't worry about that. He's got you, Megan. He's already calculated that. Andrew Tobias, why on 3rd and 10 are we throwing a 1-yard pass? Let me know when you know, Andrew. Let me know when you know. I don't have there's not a good explanation for it. Again, this team to think it can punt possessions or give up and roll its belly. You saw this last week, Andrew. There's a play last week against the Cardinals about the 50-yard line. It's 3rd and 16, 17. You're not going to get the first down, right? There's no way you're getting the first down, but you could get yourself into field goal range. Instead, Seattle runs a draw. Why? For the same reason here, where you run a 1-yard pass on 3rd down and 10. Doesn't make any sense. It seems kind of crazy. It seems kind of silly. Audie Bell says dead cap money is why Russell will be back next year unless someone gives up the farm for him. My opinion on this, Auntie Bell, is that they've actually positioned themselves well to swallow the dead money cap. The one upshot of rolling over $13 million of this year's cap into next year's cap is that does take down Russell's dead money cap from $26 million down to $13 million. So at $13 million, if Russell Wilson wants to move, they will move him at that point, and you are willing to swallow the $13 million dead money. Audie Bell says the refs were good for 4+ for the Skins. Agreed, Audie. Agreed 100%. In Utero says Russ's dead cap, if traded, will be split into 2 years. In the long run, will save the Hawks $11 million. They could do it that way, I guess, yeah. Patrick says, what percentage do you think Russ is at? 73%, Patrick? 73? That's a hard line. That's a hard number. Tommy says, think about this. Waldron called plays where players were wide open. We saw it. Is that bad offensive coordinating or bad quarterbacking? We can find a cheaper quarterback who can make 2 throws a game, like Wilson did tonight. Agreed, Tommy. If you're going to make $40 million, you better play a whole hell of a lot better than you played tonight. I mentioned this about Russ time and time again, is that, at $40 million, you do not expect the talent around you to be elevating you. You need to be elevating the talent around you. And it sometimes seems like it needs to be working in the opposite direction with Russ, which is a little disconcerting at times. Mariah C says, who gave you the drink? The drink was one of my roommates. We call him around here, Mariah C, Dr. Sanders. Okay. He is the nephew of Dr. Feelgood. So if you go, guys, I know some of you younger folks, go watch yourself the 1980s video Dr. Feelgood. Motley Crue talked about this. Okay. There's a doctor that made them bands feel good, got them on the road, got them running. When times were tough, when they couldn't get out there and jam, man, he came out there and gave them just what they needed. Now, it might have been a little cocaine, might have been a little bit of whiskey, might have been just a pat on the back, but Dr. Sanders has what's ailing you, just like Dr. Feelgood had what's ailing Motley Crue. He's carrying on God's good work, just as his dad did with Motley Crue, so does he for me. He's my personal bartender. He travels with me everywhere. You guys should see his traveling bartending station. It's amazing. Audie Bell, Wilson lost his mental edge when he went Hollywood. I agree. The more Hollywood Wilson is gone, the worse his game has gotten. The second he got about Mr. Unlimited was the second he started getting limited on the football field. Mariah C says, Fire Pete is trending on Twitter. If I wake up tomorrow, Mariah C and Pete has been fired, I will be celebrating and I will be streaming. So I hope that is the case. I hope he retires after this game. Just he can move on. He can move on. Richard Gentry, just think of all the good times. Go Hawks. I still love the good times. We got the Super Bowl at least. At least our trophy case is full, right? You Cardinal fans out there that have been pumping your chest to me the last couple of weeks. Yeah. You're doing pretty good right now. How's that trophy case? Still a little dusty? Still a little empty? Still left wanting? I think so. Tom Eaton says Sherman would have lit that sideline up had he still been on the team. He would have grabbed the ref's mic and called Russ out on national TV. You better believe it. Maybe one of the reasons why they didn't try to sign Richard Sherman. They didn't want anybody upsetting this boat. But maybe an upsetting of the boat, an overturning of this boat is what needs to happen. Indeed, maybe we need a little bit of capsizing to occur here. Seahawks Primo says, if you're ever in the Tri-Cities, hit me up. We'll do, Seahawks Primo. For sure, bro. Al Maroon, come correct. I always come correct, Al Maroon. Andros Motto, from the outside looking in, the offense is averaging 20 minutes and the defense is out there 40 minutes. Yeah, the defense is out there 40 minutes, though, to a large degree having to do with the offense. You had 6 straight drives in this game of 3 and out. 6 straight drives of 3 and out. Okay, that's going to lead many different defenses to eventually failing when the offense is having them trotting out there time and time and time again. The NFL is built to allow for offenses to succeed. You can only hold them back for so long. Mike P., if you drink the bottle, you can do a Dean Martin impression. Everybody loves somebody time. Every Dean Martin every bit of film you get on Dean Martin, he is absolutely half in the bag every time you see him on those old tapes. I mean, he is absolutely shit-faced every single time. It's amazing. That guy literally lived off of liquor. I don't know how old he lived, but he couldn't have lasted too long. Like that liver must have just been about coming out of his body at the end. In Utero says Pete's running out of Fall Guys. He is. Running out. In Utero, I was on Brendan Nelson's channel last week, and Brendan talked a little bit about this old story about an executive, and you got a CEO who's taking over from another CEO. And the other CEO gives him 3 envelopes as he's taking over for his job. And he says, when something really bad happens, open the first envelope. And when something bad happens after that, open the second envelope. And something happens bad, open the third envelope. And he gives it to him. He goes, oh, thanks. Hey, that's great. Opens the first envelope up. It says, blame me. Blame your predecessor. So that's what the CEO does, right? He blames his predecessor. Okay. And then it comes up to another tough point in the road where he opens up the letter. It says, reorganize, restructure. Yeah, that's kind of like what the Seahawks did in 2018 when you moved out 2 offensive coordinators at that time, being Bevel and Chris Richard, so you could get Ken Norton and you could get Schottenheimer in here. And you did it again this last offseason, moving out Schottenheimer and moving in Waldron. So you've already opened up number 2. You know what the third one is? The third one is, start writing 3 letters. That's what the third envelope says. Start writing 3 letters. And Coach Carroll has arrived at a point where it's time to start writing 3 letters, in my opinion. Mason Dale says, when of this game, realizing this may be our last primetime game for a year or 2. Who knows? Maybe we get those London games every year like Jacksonville. It's going to maybe get a little dark, Mason, that's for sure. We'll probably get 1 or 2 games a year, but not many of them. Cases there. Gerald came out and said the O-line is a problem. Well, it is part of the problem, Kay. I'd say that beyond that, the big part of this goes to your Russell Wilson, your starting quarterback. Coax 05 says Dixon had 400 punt yards. I wouldn't be surprised. That's amazing if true. He basically punted like 5 miles in this game. Al Maroon says, you might call me a fall guy due to my love of autumn. Oh, I love it. I love what you did there. Sofa, what are you doing? Sofa's coming in to get some love, Aaron. Puppies need love too, even when our Seahawks team lose. Tone Redskins. Hey, guys, Washington fan here. Good game, Seahawks. Good game, Tone Redskins. Good job on your team's part. You guys got done. Sofa. Come on. Chad wants to say hi. Come on. Come say hi to the chat. Come say hi to the chat. Oh, she's out of control. She's a wild girl. Mason, maybe we're getting a guy from the 49ers Shanahan tree. Would have been better fit for roster. More power runs concepts while also utilizing Metcalf and Everett's physicality more. Maybe. I mean, really, some of the problem to me offensively comes down to, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter who you bring in. It's Coach Carroll getting himself out of the offense and allowing it to do whatever it's going to do. Sink or swim, flaunt or fail, whatever that is the case, he needs to stay out of that for that to happen, whoever the offensive coordinator is, and he's not doing that. Mike B says, Dave Wyman says he wants no booze. We get 7 words. Thank you, sir. May I have another? Mike, isn't that silly? The people that tell you don't boo. I'm not supposed to boo this crap product in the field. I'm not supposed to boo. I paid $250 a ticket to watch this. No, you boo. You boo. And rightfully so, you boo. Wyman's another one of those guys that the longer he goes on, the more he talks, the more he pisses me off. He needs to shut up. I don't care if you played linebacker in 1986. His opinion's getting more and more silly and more shrouded in, you fans don't know what you're talking about. Shut up. I know everything. Shut up. No. Boo. Boo this team. They earn it. They earn it. They earn it with their hubris and their ego and their massive pride. They've earned it. Give it to them. And Turtle Dad, thank you for subscribing. You're awesome. Mason Dale, I don't know why we keep running screens or outside runs where Eskridge is the primary blocker. That's not his thing. Let Metcalf or Everett do that. Yeah, let them do that, dude. Agreed. I don't know why he's doing it either. I don't know either. They ran the one play they hadn't run since the Colts game with Eskridge on that, which is supposed to be a misdirection. The only problem is that it's a misdirection based on a fly sweep. The only problem with that is you don't run fly sweeps, so why is the defense going to even worry about it? Which they don't. Aaron says there's nothing gentleman about Gentleman Jack. Dark Knight Jedi, I'm going to the 49ers game next week with a 49ers fan. How do I do this? Laughing out loud. Heartbreaking season. You're glutton for punishment, Dark Knight, but I'm right there with you. So I'll be suffering with you if it's any whatever. And hey, we do play the Niners tough, so maybe we just come out and surprise everybody next week. Grug says, Brandon, are you on the trade Russ train? I lean in the direction, Grug, of saying build around Russ with an offensive-minded head coach and build a true great offensive line around him and let him go and see what you can get out of him. That's my first and foremost way I go about it, but I'm also almost as equally okay with doing a full rebuild. Carroll, out. Russell, out. Schneider, out. I'm fine with just a total rebuild as well at this point. I really am. I'm more salivating for change more than anything else. Let's just give me some change. Stop doing the same thing over and over again. Stop doing the same thing over and over again that fails and expecting it to go in a different direction. That is to me that is insanity to me, and that's what's going to lead to more years of this kind of stuff, which I don't want to watch multiple years of this version of this team. I don't. And if I do, at least it's to be for the hope and prayer of a future development where they start to come together and look great in a year from then. E. Gibson says, I think this is the culmination of Carroll not making adjustments to a changing NFL and poor drafts in recent seasons. It's time for something new. I've mentioned, I did an article recently on my, for my members only. If you want to become a members only, by the way, that's how you become members only on my channel. You can read articles like this, some very intricate articles which speak to some of this. And I wrote an article this week and I called it Lessons Never Learned. Lessons Never Learned was the name of the article. And when I went blow by blow, I'm not going to speak to each and every individual one. You can go read the article as a member of the channel if you want to go do that. But let me just give you guys the quick ones on this. Number one, Coach Carroll thought the cover 3 defense would last forever. Number 2, if you're going to steal from Sean McVay, don't treat your thievery like a buffet. Number 3, use of motion. Seattle doesn't use motion prior to the snap at the lowest rate in the NFL by kind of by far, while motion has become a big part of the NFL. Refusing to build a decent pass-protecting offensive line while the NFL has transitioned to more of a pass-happy approach. Broken rookie goods. Every single first pick in the draft for the last 6 years has come in broken. Why? Fly sweeps. Once again, I wrote this article 4 days ago, yet again we see it in this game. A lack of willing to embrace the fly sweep element of the football team. Why? Cornerbacks matter. Seattle, for years, has not been doing much investments in the cornerbacks. In 10 years, the highest investment you made in the draft is a late 3rd round pick. Past Richard Sherman, you've paid no money for the cornerback position. Why? Impact from the 3-tech. Did you guys see an impact from the 3-tech defensive tackle position in this particular game? I didn't. Expecting young pass rushers to be rookie standouts. We've seen that time and time again. Getting Russell Wilson an established offensive coordinator with control. Never seen that even. Even Waldron, he is untested and he doesn't have control. Not only did you not get an established one, you didn't give him the control to get the job done. Here's another one, going skill position minimum. Love me Tyler Lockett. Love me DK Metcalf. What's behind them? Because you're giving a lot of meaningful targets in these football games over the last 3 games to guys like Penny Hart and Freddie Swain. Why? Here's another one. Moving players from their natural, most comfortable position. Ethan Posick, Jordan Brooks, James Carpenter, Damian Lewis, Poona Ford, Marquise Blair, Justin Britt, Christian Sokoli, Jermaine Ifedi. The list is long and undistinguished, but you constantly move players from their natural position where they're most comfortable to a position where they're not most comfortable, and then they fail at that position, and then you end up moving them back to their natural position. They've made this mistake over and over again, spending significant money on aging free agents. Ziggy Ansah, Bruce Irvin, Greg Olson, Ed Dixon, finding an answer to flood zone concepts. The Washington football team in this game literally attacked us with flood zone concepts probably about 4 or 5 times, and every time they ran it, they didn't run it all the time, but on the few plays they ran it, they had success. You've not had an answer to that. Outside zone runs. You ran 1 outside zone run in this particular game to no success. You've not had a backup to Rashad Penny who has the wheels to make the outside zone run effective and dangerous. Again, this is an article I didn't write tonight, guys. I wrote this 3 days ago, yet all of these same still mistakes apply to this game that are applicable. Outside zone runs, fly sweeps, finding an answer to flood zone concepts. This was written a couple days ago, yet they continue to be a problem in this game, and they will continue to be a problem going forward. Part of the reason why I have little to no faith, Grug, that they are going to actually be able to fix this thing as we move forward. E. Gibson says, I think it's a culmination of Carolina. Oh, sorry. Luke 99, instead of paying your trainers, how's about giving a little bit back to the team? I'm okay with that, Luke 99. Look, if you're going to take every last dollar bill as a quarterback, if you're going to be asked to be paid at the level of, I want to be the top 3 highest paid quarterback, I want to make $40 million when there are very few quarterbacks making $40 million, you better be earning that money every week. Because I can take that $40 million and put it into a variety of different assets to beef up my team. So you better be amazing. And he's not been close to amazing, Russell Wilson. Tone Redskins, Washington football fan, coming in with a $5 donation. I always appreciate when folks from another team put in a donation. Thank you, my guy. You're awesome. Says, good game, Seahawks fans. It's a revenge game from last season. We needed this one. Well, look, you guys have a chance to go probably a little bit further than we got a chance of going right now as we stand. I'll give you that. And thank you for the donation. Look, it was a good game. You guys played really well. You out-coached Coach Carroll in this game, I believe, certainly from an offensive coordinator standpoint. You found a way with a guy in Tyler Heineke who's got his share of deficiencies to his game, but yet you put him in a position to succeed throughout this game. I wish our offensive coordinator would tear a little bit of a page out of your offensive coordinator's playbook in that respect, because it really got them far. And there were so many plays that I sat there and went, man, if we ran that kind of play, that made that so easy on Heineke, that made it so easy as far as the read and the throw. We certainly don't do it a lot. Megan with a $5 donation. Thank you, Megan. Says, and let's face it, B, I never have seen the good doctor smile, and coach's smile melts my heart every time I see it. Aaron Sanders, we need a smile. Megan says she hasn't seen a smile out of you yet, so she can't make the determination yet. I'm telling you, Megan, Dr. Sanders is the way. Nolan R. Vance with the $5 donation says, wow. Wow. Greg Bell says, Gerald Everett asked how Russell Wilson looks to him. Gerald Everett says, we struggle in protection, and the whole league knows that. Wow. Well, Kay had mentioned that Gerald Everett was talking a little bit of trash towards the offensive line. In actuality, this is a little bit of trash to Russell Wilson a little bit, because Russell Wilson has a part in that protection. He has a part in that protection a little bit, but I know that him and Everett are close, so I'm going to guess that maybe he wasn't throwing total shade at him, Nolan. But I'm not surprised to hear that. Yeah, I mean, one of the things that I've knocked Russell Wilson in his game, Nolan Arvance, is that the pre-snap stuff has been struggling with him. He does not trust what he sees pre-snap to what happens post-snap. This really came out last week where you saw the Cardinals defensive coordinator really strutting and really peacocking after the game, talking about how we showed Russell something pre-snap and then did something completely different post-snap. And really that was speaking to how they knew how to confuse Russell Wilson. And it did confuse Russell Wilson. And I've seen it confuse Russell Wilson for years. It's the part of the game that I hold his feet most to the fire for, because when I've seen Hall of Fame quarterbacks in the past Okay, Hall of Fame quarterbacks. I'm not talking about the best of the best. I'm not just talking about Tom Brady. Go Tom Brady. Go Peyton Manning. Go Drew Brees. Go Phillip Rivers. Go down the list of these guys. Go Tony Romo. When these guys got to be the age of 32, 33 years old, they had a mastery pre-snap to where if you blitzed them, they made you pay the price. That's not the same case with this around the league and how people defend Russell Wilson. Where what they'll do instead is they'll stack the box and then they'll drop a couple guys back into coverage off that stack front. But you never know which of those guys will be. Russell Wilson always seems uncertain of which guy that is that's dropping into coverage. And it allows for him, it ends up leading to him holding the ball in the pocket for too long and having to take that much longer to go through his reads. So not surprised to see that. I'm a little surprised to see the quote, but not surprised by the meat of the quote, Nolan, in that. Megan with a $2 donation. Thank you, Megan. I appreciate you. Like $100 on this donation tonight, Megan. Thank you so much. So 73% for Russ at the moment. 20% tops, B. Hey, maybe so. 20% is pretty low. I mean, he threw for 200 yards, Megan. You know what I mean? Like a good Russ on his average normal day throws for like 300 yards. He threw for 220. He ran for 20. I'm going to still sit at 73%. But I'm not going to argue too hard. You can convince me on 20%. You can easily bring me to that side of the fence on this one. Eric S. says, what do we realistically get for Russ? 2 first this year, 1 next. I think 3 first-round picks is kind of the floor, Eric. I don't know if you get a lot beyond that, but I think 3 first-round picks, however those picks come in, 3 this year, 2 this year, 1 next, 3 over the course of the next 3 years, you will get 3 first-round picks for him when it's all said and done. I do still believe that, and that's really a bold prediction that I'm going to stay fixed on. You will get that. Somebody will give that up for you. D Nugget says, Hawks Next, the best Hawks YouTube channel. Thank you, D Nugget. Appreciate it. Cran Dude. Should they bench Russ for the rest of the season? I think it's almost a little too late, Cran Dude, to do any benching of Russ at this point. It doesn't really accomplish much. They should have benched Russ after the Packer game when they realized he was so far, as Megan said above, at 20% tops, basically. I mean, when you realize that that's the case and what you're dealing with, time to probably bench him and go to Geno, especially with Geno playing as well as he did in that last action you had in Jacksonville where he really was coming on. I mean, Geno's not a guy, he's an undrafted try-hard guy. He's a former 3rd-round pick, a guy's won football games in this league, a guy with an arm. He can get it done. But you should have done it prior. It's a little bit too late now, quite frankly. A little too late now. Mason Dale says, I'm past the point of sadness and dread. Yeah, this season has sucked, but this is going to be the turning point for a better future. I love your optimism. I really do, Mason. Says players come and go, but the fans are here forever. You better believe that. We're here till the day we die. Players do come and go. It's a league that turns over very fast, but we stay with our team. We're rooting for the team. We're rooting for the jersey, not for the player, but the jersey. Inuro says if Russ wants traded, he will be the most likely restructure his deal to help facilitate a trade. Agreed. I'm sure they'll work something out to make this happen. Somebody mentioned that they can maybe move the dead money hit to 2 years. I wouldn't be the least bit surprised in Uteros to see whatever new team he goes to if he actually takes a discount and going to that team to make the trade a little more palpable for whatever team wants to go out there and get him. But I agree. Andrew Tobias says, turn out the lights. The party's over. It is over. It's a good 10-year run, man. You had a good 10-year run. You did. Audie Bell says, in order for us to be fixed, he has to humble himself back to the kid his father raised. Hollywood Russ has lost his mental edge in the locker room. Agreed, Auntie Bell. I think a little bit of this you're speaking to his responsibility. It's something I pointed back in Russell's quote at times when you listen to him in the press conference. I come back to Carroll on this a little bit because I think this is a top-down thing where Russell's taken a little bit of a page out of Coach Carroll's book as far as don't take responsibility, just always push it forward to the positive, to what the good that's going to happen soon. Don't linger on the negative. But there's a degree, I think, which you need to linger on the negative in order to solve what is broken, solve what is going wrong. And that is the part that they've been so hesitant to do. And it's not just been Russ, it's been Carroll too. They've been so hesitant in that respect. And it's like, you guys own it, then you can fix it. But until you come to the point of owning, which they have not done time and time again, it will never get fixed. Part of the reason why a little bit of my faith is shaken in not just this organization, not just this coach, but this quarterback as well. How can I trust that you're going to fix something that you take no responsibility for being broken? Tommy Bell, while we are Motley Crue songs, how about the same old situation to describe the current state of the Seahawks? It's the same old situation. Donovan Bell, this seems similar to last year, but last year we got lucky and won close games, and this year we lost them all. A little bit like last year, Donovan, but I almost go a little bit worse. I think your defense is actually playing better than they played through the back half of the 8 games last year, which is, I know, odd to say, but I think they are. But I do think that the offense is playing worse than they even did in the back half of the 8 games. They're even in a worse shape. Nolan says, saw a fun stat on Twitter. Seahawks are the only team to go 3 and out 5 straight drives. They did 6 in this game. They were also the only team to do it twice. Brutal. That's not a good look, is it? That's not a good look. Mike P says, who the hell is David Wyman? David Wyman's a former Seattle Seahawks linebacker who is one of the talking heads on 710, has a job on 710, and he is always positive. The fans always need to shut up and they don't know what they're talking about. And he loves every linebacker that he has ever looked at who has ever come to the Seattle Seahawks. That's Dave Wyman. Tone Redskins Washington fan ho. I subbed to your channel, Brandon. Thank you, man. I appreciate you doing that. I really do, Tone. I love having other fans in here from other teams. It gives us good perspective on things. So welcome aboard. Welcome aboard. Plenty of space, plenty of room. Have a seat over here on the beanbag chair. Case is, what the F are they saving the cap for? You weren't our worst loss. I don't know, Kay. It's the part that's made me more maddened than anything in this team. It's one thing if you make a move and the move doesn't go right. It's one thing you make a move and a move that looks like strategically it was a smart move, an understandable move, and it doesn't go right. You can understand that. When you make no move in the first place and you just leave the money on the books, that's the part where you go, why? Huh? In a year, by the way, Kay, that there was so much riding on this season. Say nothing of, hoping the team could get to a higher level than they've been the last 6 years, which is basically one and done. Hoping the team can get to a conference championship, as over the last 4 years, there's been 13 of the 17 teams in the NFC who've gotten to the conference championship game. Seattle has not been one of them. So in the hopes of turning that around, of getting to higher heights, to leave that money on the board, to say we don't need to use that money, I have no explanation for why they would have looked and done that in that realm. The only other explanation I have is one of two things. Either one, Jody Allen's a cheapskate, or number two, they had a plan for moving on from Russ after this year, and the $13 million is sitting there in order to help ease the dead money hit of $26 million. Megan says, with a $2 donation, no chance, B. That smile and those beautiful eyes. Nice, Megan. Mike P says, thanks for your contributions to the channel. Your feedback improves the chat. Absolutely does. Mason Dale, wonder how Calvin Cowherd is going to spin this game, saying Russ did all he could and carry the team. I'm not a Carroll supporter, but Russ is playing bad football. He's playing a horrific football. And yeah, Calvin Cowherd is definitely in Russ's pocket. He is there to be his talking head when Russ wants to get something out and said. Colin's going to have a hard time, though, and I'm going to guess, here's my bold prediction for you, Mason. Colin's going to be very quiet when it comes to Russ tomorrow. You're going to hear not a lot about Russ tomorrow. Probably a little bit about Carroll, probably a little bit about this team. You'll just hear nothing. He'll just gloss right over the top of Russ because he wants to keep that relationship, of course. Brando says, I trust Dr. Sanders to bring me back some of the recreational things I do. But if you see him being strange around drifters, be vigilant. Sounds good. Tommy says, boo like the wench from The Princess Bride. This team deserves it. They deserve it. And I have a feeling they're going to put a product on the football field next week that's going to deserve some boos as well. Nolan Arvance says, Wyman's paid by the Hawks. He was just reading a company-paid TPS report. TPS report? I love it. A little Office Space reference in there. I love it. That's so perfect. So perfect. TJ Singh says the time of possession is ridiculous for the past several games. It has been ridiculous, TJ, and it's been since Russ has come back, and they're not able to sustain any drives. I think it was Nolan Vance up there just posted that the team has had 2 times this year. They've gone 5 straight drives of 3 and out. No other team has even had that one time in the NFL this year. This is by far the worst offense in the league. This is an offense that's the worst in the league with guys like Tyler Lockett, DK Metcalf, Dwayne Brown, Russell Wilson. I'm not expecting you to be the best here, especially with Russell Wilson broken, but to be the worst in the league with that kind of talent that you're bringing on to play, that part is a big time head scratcher. Look out. Puff says, yo, Brandon, tough loss tonight. I'm not mad, just disappointed. I think that's been pretty much a common refrain. On a brighter note, I'll finally be getting my season tickets next year. Ride or die, I'll be out there rooting for my team next weekend. I love it, Puff. Get out there, be that fan. Don't get lost, don't get down. We're gonna stay till the end of the season. You know I'm gonna be streaming till the end of the season. I ain't getting up like that. I don't care. I love this team. I love you guys in this chat. I love interacting with you. Look, you never know where we're gonna be next year, Puff. Things can absolutely turn around. Nothing is set. We're not locked in. We're not in Loserville for the next 5 to 10 years. What it takes is a firm hand. What it takes is a change. What it takes is putting the resources in the right places. What it takes is a better philosophy. These things can get turned around in an off season, but they do rely upon you looking at the situation and saying something is broken. Something is not right here. Something is amiss. And that has been the place that this team has been hesitant to embrace that. Instead, it's, well, we've been a consistent winner. Well, we've been so close. Well, this goes our way, this breaks that way, and then we're going to be fine. No. That's not right. Big changes need to come. Big changes need to come. And it really does start with Jody Allen at the top. She needs to get herself in here as an owner or sell the team. Pick a lane. I'm so tired of the middle ground road of things that they go. We don't want to build all offense. We want to build some defense. We don't want to spend all the money. We want to save some of the money. I want to own the team and carry on my brother's legacy, but not really be really active as an owner. You know? Pick a lane. What do you want to do here? What are we doing here? You know? Let's not play to win games. Let's play not to lose games and then lose games anyway. Like, pick a lane. Pick a lane from the ownership standpoint. Pick a lane from how you do personnel-wise. Pick a lane from how you coach this team. And the soft serve crap ice cream we're getting right now is not getting it done. Again today in this game where you're just running the ball up the middle constantly to Nowheresville, accomplishing nothing. And you're doing it into the third quarter. Throw the ball. Let's go. What do you have to lose at this point? What are you scared of at this point? We play so scared. We play so frightened. We're like that dog that you go to pet where their tail goes up between their legs and they start shaking the second you put your hand on their head. John Doe says, Russell Wilson's worth first-round pick in my opinion. Most general managers will use the eyeball test how Russell Wilson's playing this season. He is dead last in the league in EPA when expected to pass. He has 2 great wide receivers, but he can't go through basic progression, missing wide open receivers. I think at best, a first-round pick. Sad to say, but our offense is terrible this season in almost every category. Offense is bad this year, no doubt about it, John. Russell's definitely played way worse, and he wasn't playing great before the injury, but he's played way worse than this injury. My belief on this, John, is this. I'll be really succinct with this because I've said it probably a ton of times on the channel. I know you're probably the first time you're hearing it, but this is my following. Matt Stafford this year, who is not a Hall of Fame quarterback, who's not been all that remarkable with Detroit, got 2 first-round picks for Detroit this offseason. So if Matt Stafford and all of his I've never won a single playoff game in my life player can get 2 first-round picks, why can Russ not get 3 first-round picks? Yes, Russ is not playing great. Do you think, John, maybe some of the general managers in the league might also think that there might be a general... All it takes, remember, John, all it takes is one. You can have 30 general managers who think exactly the way you're thinking. It takes one in New York to say, hey, I'm John Mara. I own the New York Giants. I just fired my head coach. I just fired all my coaches along with that. I'm just going to now fire Dave Gettleman. My fans are pissed off. They feel like we're a little rudderless. They feel like we don't have any hope for the foreseeable future. Hey, I go make a big splashy trade for Russell Wilson. That not only gets my team better, that not only gets me a leader on my football team, but that gets me a huge win with the fan base. This will drive this trade. So you've got to go, John. This is the part that I harp on again and again. Go beyond the player and where he's playing right now. Put things in perspective of where he's been recently in his career. And when he went down to an injury, John, before he went down to the injury, he was setting career highs in completion percentage. He was setting career highs in yards per attempt. He was setting career highs in quarterback rating. So while there were things he wasn't doing even great at the start of the year, he wasn't at this bad level he's at right now. Whereas most general managers in the league, I think, will look at the situation and go, he's still playing with a broken finger on his throwing hand. It's no wonder that he's not playing great. That's my opinion of where this will fall out of. This is my bold prediction, John. I think I'm going to be proven right on this one, my guy. I really do. I understand where you're coming from with your thought process, is to think that his value has been basically destroyed. But I don't think so. Complex Music said, what the F happened? Our quarterback is a shell of himself right now. The team just doesn't have any momentum moving forward. Defense played pretty well, though, I thought. Kay says, wishing you happy. Wishing you happy. It's a good one, Brandon. 2021, laughing out loud. Me too to you, Kay. I'll tell you where, at this rate, 2021 can't end fast enough. I don't know about you folks, but bring on 2022. Come on. Come on, baby. John Doe says, I personally wouldn't trade more than one first-round pick for Russell. I thought he was a top 5 quarterback since season 1. He's not anymore, though. Again, John, I don't think guys are going to hold him accountable when he's trying to play through injury. And then he's going to get a little bit of a benefit of the doubt in that respect. And again, you got to put. Again, remember this last offseason, you saw a guy in Matt Stafford who's never won a playoff game, who's made, I think, 1 Pro Bowl, if even 1 Pro Bowl, who's known as a stat Padford. That guy got 2 first-round picks. So if he can get 2 first-round picks with his pedigree, why is it Russell Wilson cannot get 3 first-round picks with his much better pedigree? He's got 8 Pro Bowl selections. He's got 2 Super Bowl appearances. He's got like 9, 10 playoff wins. I don't think it's going to play out that way, guys. We're going to get more than that. Chosen One says, good effort to the last play of the game. I guess so, Chosen. Offense wasn't the greatest of effort throughout. Andra Riles coming with a big $5 donation. Thank you, Andra. I really do appreciate it. Says, so sick of the Russ naysayers. He's dealing with a finger injury. He has 10 touchdowns and 1 interception before he got injured. Everyone talking S just needs to get rid of Russ. Everyone talking S just wants to get rid of Russ. Well, thank you for the donation on this, Andra. I'm one of the people that's a little bit of a different, though, to the argument of what you're making. Because I'm one of the people that has said long-term, I'd like to get rid of Coach Carroll, keep Russell, get an offensive head coach, build around Russell Wilson, truly build around him and go forward. So I'm saying that, but at the same point in time, I've got to say, Andra, he's not acclimating to this new offense. You have a new offense that's built to take advantage of the short and intermediate passing game. And while Russell certainly is impeded by that finger, and that's harming things, he's also not making the greatest of decisions throughout this year in acclimating him to that offense. He falls a little bit too often back into the old habits. With that said, I think the finger is what's causing a lot of the issues as we stand right now. And again, Andres, I was making the point to somebody else saying he couldn't fetch any assets in return. I disagree, because when he was healthy this year, he was playing very efficient football. Great football, amazing football, no, but efficient, good football. And I think that there's enough teams out there that'll say, we'll build a whole offense around him, unlike what Coach Carroll did there. We'll do it differently than how Seattle did it with Russell, so we'll get more out of him because of that. But I'm not a person that Andra wants to see him moved, first and foremost. I do, at the end of the day, want to have it be an offensive-minded head coach. But I think that the folks' criticism of Russell here is valid. He played a game in this game where he looks out of it, where he looked mentally out of it, not just from the finger standpoint. There were a few throws that were certainly on the finger, but up here, upstairs, there were some times where you're going, what's going on here? What's wrong, Russ? Nolan R. Vance with a $5 donation. Thank you, Nolan. Says, I can't remember if I asked this. Russ still has to approve all trades, or am I incorrect? Would he go to the perennial crap New York Giants? A great question on your part, Nolan. First and foremost, yes, he has a no-trade clause in his contract, so he gets some decision He gets some control as to where he goes because of that. There was a couple years ago in 2018, I believe it was, when Russ signed his last new contract. Those negotiations went up until the 25th hour, and the Colin Cowherd connection has been going on since that period. Russ's people were leaking things to Colin Cowherd at that time. One of the things leaked to Colin Cowherd at that time is that Russ was sort of interested in thinking about going to a bigger market. And what if his star was a little bit brighter and going to a bigger market? Would he get MVP votes? Would he be held in higher acclaim? Would he be more revered as a player? And the New York Giants were the team that was specifically pointed to as the one that he was interested in maybe going to for those reasons. So there is absolutely a little bit of footsie going on between Russell Wilson and the New York Giants prior to this point. I still do maintain that they were the number one team who would look to trade for him, that they would be sitting at the head of the line and the number one team he'd want to go to. All that being considered, they're going to want to probably move on from Daniel Jones at this point. But yes, I think he would want to go there. I think he would look at it like New York's going to build around me. It's a big market. I'm not going to have a defensive-minded head coach. I'll have an offensive-minded head coach. All of that will bring with it. So I think he does want to go there, Nolan. I still think he would. Megan with a $2 donation. Thank you, Megan. You're awesome. I appreciate you. It says, B, what would Paul Allen do with this team? I do think that Paul Allen probably would have forced a trade last year with Russell Wilson, even if you didn't get all the draft capital back that you would have liked to have gotten. I think he would have just seen the situation for being broken, and I don't think Paul Allen would have stood on a broken situation. I think he would have looked to have made a change. So he would have changed at that point. I think past now, if he had not made the change last year, moving into this offseason, I kind of think that Paul Allen would have maybe blown it all up at this point. I think he would have just turned everything over. Quarterback, general manager, all of it is where I think he would have gone at this point. I don't think he would have been a person sentimental about this and that we got to try it one more time for the hell of it. I would think he would have been like, something's broken here, something's not right, something's not working, as he did in the Mora season, because Megan, it was highly unusual to fire a coach after 1 year with Mora in 2007, and like he did, but you did it because it was so broken and because Mora obviously was not the answer at that time. So one of those two things would have happened, Megan. Probably would have been Russell being moved, as Allen didn't tend to be a guy who's going to sit on his hands. Mason says, can we stop drafting rookies who get hurt? I understand bad luck, but when it happens year after year after year, it's something else. I agree with you, right, Mason? There's a degree of it that you go out the gate of saying it's bad luck, but when you get to year 6 of it happening, you say, wait, this is a trend now. This is a trend. This has now occurred many times before, and then that means that it will probably occur into the future. That's the key on this, Mason. It's not just about you failing 6 times prior on those first picks. It's about you failing going forward as well. Bear with me, I use the bathroom, folks. Be right back. Kill this. Yeah. All right. La 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 la. Brandon, how you doing, Brandon? It's just always deep shot. It's almost like he can't see over the middle or disregards it. Russ will never throw a check down unless it's a 2-minute drill. Yeah, Brandon, it's one of the parts of his games that's driven me crazy because I've seen shorter quarterbacks like Drew Brees literally make a career off of throwing the check downs. You got a guy like Kyler Murray this year who's used it really well to great effect. But Russ just does not embrace it. It's been a part of his game where the detriments in Russell's game, and he does a lot of things great, but those detriments in his game have just grown over the years because defenses have further leaned him towards those detriments as opposed to allowing him to flourish in the things that he does great. And that has caused these problems where it just becomes, they're pushing him and further into that corner. And if he could just solve the corner, which is embracing the short and intermediate game, he can get out of the corner and back to the deep stuff that he wants to complete. That's the sort of the irony of all this is that he can get back to the things he wants to do, which is hitting the deep shot, throwing the moon balls. But he first and foremost has to make the defense play it legit. You can't let the defense drop into deep coverage every time because they know you're not going to throw the check down. Or what are they going to do? Drop into deep coverage every time. You know, that's going to be the fallout that you get from that. Case, is that your dog? Must see. Sophie? Sophie girl? No, that's my buddy's, that's Aaron's dog. So she's a lover though. Okay. Come here, Sophie. Come on. They want to see you in the stream, puppies. They want to see you in the stream. Gosh sakes. She smiles though if you can get her. Come here. If you can get her, she'll smile. No, she's not having it. She's one of those dogs that actually, when she's happy, she actually gets a big smile, like ear to ear on her face. It's hilarious. Come on. She wants me to rub her belly, so and I'm making her get up, and she's like, look at her. She's all nervous.
Come on, baby girl. Come on, baby girl. You're all right.
Come here.
Oh, there we go.
Come here into my hands. Come here, baby. Here she is. Look at this girl. Look at this girl. Look at her. Look at the, oh God. Look at that cute face. Look at that cute face. Look at that. How do you say no to this face? She comes up all the time, just wants belly rubs. Oh gosh. You like sit on my lap? Oh no. She's very licky though. She's very licky. Good girl. He likes this. And her name's Sophie. She's Sophie girl. DJ Owen says, let's go Hawks Nest. Let's go. Let's go. I gotta read the chat. I can't read the chat if you lick me in the eyes. Spectre7 coming to the big fat $10 donation. Thank you, Spectre7. You're awesome, brother. Says, got kicked out of a bar unwillingly over this game. Thank you for being live and keeping me alive. Spectre7, that's what I'm here to do, man. I'm here to take a little bit of that pain off your shoulders. I'm here to relieve a little bit of it. You know, a little valve release there. A little bit of steam coming off the top. That's what I'm here to do for you, man. So, sorry you got kicked out of a bar, but look, if there was a game that was going to get you kicked out of the bar because of how frustrating it is, because how livid it was making you, this would be that type of game. This would have been that type of game to get you into that state of mind. No doubt about it. It was getting frustrating throughout watching it. I was live streaming it throughout, and it's just like, guys, come on. Work with me here. Come on. Quit making this look like so out of whack and just, I don't know. Andra Riles with another $5 donation. Thank you, Andra. Double dono coming in here. Thank you so much. Says, you're right, he's struggling to adapt. But for fans to keep essing on him like Mahomes didn't have a worse stretch, or A-Rod in Matt LaFleur's first year. Yeah, well, Andrew, I think, Andra, you touch on exactly where I land out on this situation where people say, what would you do going forward if you were the owner? What would be the choices that you would make? You encapsulate very, very well why I lean in the direction of first and foremost saying, keep Russ, get an offensive-minded head coach, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Because you can't really say that he has had the offensive-minded coach to really guide him towards the offensive mindset that you need and all the things that embraces with that. Instead, you got Coach Carroll coming in kind of to, I don't want to say sort of sabotage things, but I feel like if there was a development of Waldron that could have taken place this year where he comes in and he says, okay, Russ, you're going to do things this way this year. And Coach Carroll, you butt out. And it's me and Russ. It's me and Russ. Mano y mano. Us two. I'm looking you right in the eye, Russ. Here's the parts of your game you're going to need to embrace this year. Here's the parts I'm going to force you to embrace this year. And that's what Russell needed, was that firm hand on an offensive side of the ball. But you don't get that when Coach Carroll comes in there and goes, yeah, why don't we just run up into a wall for about the next 5 plays? Oh, let's take some deep shots. Oh, let me call this. Let me call that. Yeah, I can get where you're coming from on that, Andra. I will say a little bit with this, though. Again, he's had now, even past the injury, he's had over a half a season of games where even if we're not getting the full results of this transition under this new offensive coordinator, we're not seeing any real big flashes of it either, of him starting to embrace the short passing attack, of him getting any more accurate on those short throws. Now, again, some of this completely comes from the part of running the attack appropriately and attacking in the way you need to. But again, some of this is on Russ. It's a bit of both, I think, Andra. It's a bit of both. But again, let me just reiterate with you, and thank you so much for the double donations on your part. Look at here we got. Bring in the.
Dude, here's the big dog.
Here's the big dog, folks.
Yeah, he's kind of a butthead, but.
Look, there's the big dog. He's
T-Bone.
He's like, what's going on? He doesn't know what's going on. Dad's told me, but I don't know. You're famous, buddy. You're famous, Tiberius.
Famous now.
So it's a bit of both, Andra. It really is. I do come back to it gets hard to hold Russ's feet to the fire when you can't remove Coach Carroll from the process. That's why I end up landing on holding on to Russ, building around Russ, getting the offensive head coach. Is it would have been really nice to be able to make that assessment of Russ, but you can't do it yet. A lot of the thing that impacts making the decision with John Schneider. It's like, it'd be great to be able to go to John Schneider and say he should be fired, he should be gone. But what has been Coach Carroll? What has been Schneider over the couple of years? Who did the Jordan Brooks pick? Who was the one that asked for the trade of Jamal Adams and insisted upon it? Was it more Schneider? Was it more Carroll? It gets harder at that point when you have a man who has so much control. I've called him a micromanager for this reason, and I think it is an apt description of Coach Carroll right now as he sits, as I've also called him as somewhat of a de facto owner. Brian D says, do you think Jacob Eason is our guy? No, Brian D, I do not think Jacob Eason is our guy. If anybody watching him at the University of Washington saw a guy that would be limited, to say the least, on the next level as an NFL quarterback, probably a backup guy at best, one of those journeyman backups that somehow last 13 years in the league and make like $32 million, that he would be one of those type of guys, but he's not going to be a starter. He has nearly no mobility, and though he has a big arm, his accuracy is off. The biggest tell here was the Colts releasing him when Sam Ehlinger, the guy that they picked to maybe take over as that backup quarterback, tore his ACL, was out for the year, and you have Carson Wentz in the state of where he is, where he's not exactly a guy that's a picture of health. So they still released him knowing all that information, which to me speaks to the fact that the guy is just still what we thought he was coming out of college, which is a guy that's never going to be a starter in this league. Kay says, have been saying this, but without a good running back and good pass rush, it makes it all bad. Love Gerald and DJ. Can't remember a pass DJ Reed has not stopped other than when he slipped. DJ Reed's been fantastic this year, Kay. No doubt about it. He's been really good for us again, especially once they slid him after the first couple of games back to that natural cornerback spot where they tried to move him at first with Trey Flowers from where he was so good last year. I don't lean more to the running back side of things on this, Kay. When it comes back to running backs, I more lean to offensive line. And when I look at the offensive line, you really didn't do a whole lot to make this the strength of the football team. If you make the offensive line the strength of the football team, to me it matters a little bit less in regards to the running back that you're trotting out there. There was a tweet here that I thought really stood out that I read this today. And this is one that really stood out as far as these are the running backs. Oh, did I miss it? I think I had it. I thought I had it bookmarked here under my tweets. Bookmarked. But essentially, it's all those running backs taken in the first round, for instance, first round picks of running backs over the last decade. Mark Ingram, David Wilson, Doug Martin, Trent Richardson, Melvin Gordon, Todd Gurley, Ezekiel Elliott, Christian McCaffrey, Leonard Fournette, Sony Michel, Rashad Penny, Saquon Barkley, Josh Jacobs, Clyde Edwards-Helaire. Those are your first round picks. And frankly, when you look at the success of those first round picks, you probably say, if I look at what my chances are of landing a good running back in the first round, I probably shouldn't take a running back in the first round. But what about the running backs that have been paid recently? Christian McCaffrey, Dalvin Cook, Alvin Kamara. Well, we saw it with our own guy here in Sean Alexander. When you pay running backs even, it ends up hurting you. I go back again and again. It's really, for me, driven my offensive line on this, K, as much as anything else. Build up the great offensive line. You will have a good running back. You look at the Cowboys of the last few years, right, K? Ezekiel Elliott's the big name, the top 5 first-round pick, right? The flashy guy. But it's been their backup running back who's actually been more effective when he's been in there. And I think this does speak a little bit to the parity of running backs across the sport a little bit. B-Ross says, if the 49ers can trade 3 firsts for Lance, an unproven rookie, you better believe we can get 3 firsts for some and some for Russell. Agreed. Dubs McDougal, good to see you on in. You're one of my patrons. Dubs McDougal says, I sent that PP dance. Nice. suddenly struck me the need. Nolan Arvan says, to be fair, I have cracked my second bottle of Roku gin and have had several potty breaks this evening. I just did my second one, I think, of a 5-hour stream. I've got a bladder like a horse. Wait, that's not a good bladder, right? Horses are always peeing. That doesn't work. That doesn't work. John Doe, the only positive thing I take away from this game is how much effort the defense put in. I haven't seen them play that hard in recent memory. Somehow we were a 2-point conversion away from OT. Defense played fantastic in this game, John, and the real part that stood out to me in this game was how they hit. There's a good 5 or 6 real, just jaw-rattling kind of hits out there in this game. Love to see them making them pay the price for those catches, those runs. They played with some physicality in this game. They got a good enough amount of pressure, which has been a struggle. It wasn't great, but it was good. Still gave up a lot of those easy type of completions, but overall, at the end of the day, you can't argue with the fact that if his offense can at least get some sustained drives earlier on in this game, the defense doesn't wear down. The defense doesn't wear down. The defense remains effective throughout the course of the whole football game. I don't think that that's a wide leap to make. Joseph V asked, what kind of dog was Sophie? As Aaron responded, that's a lab and a German shepherd mix. But she's all herd dog. She is a herd dog, and that's a sheep dog if I've ever seen one. She's a herder. Big herder. Mason says, this is my first year really diving into the draft prospects, knowing we'll probably rebuild. Didn't play football, but have been watching for a while now. I'll give you a heads up if anyone catches my eye. Please do, Mason. I love suggestions in the chat of anybody prospects you guys want me to take a look at. So if you got somebody that is gravitating towards your eye, please let me know. I will take a look. Kay says, I swear on my life, Pete is play calling. I hope Shane is not a victim of this year. I wouldn't be surprised in the least if that's the case, Pete, Kay. So I'm with you. I could see Pete having a lot of say here. I think he's got a lot of control. I don't like it, but I think it's present. I think it's valid. I do. That Jaguars mic'd up session from a couple weeks ago to me, Kay, was so startling to watch. Spectre7, $5 donation. Thank you. Spectre7 says, whoa, man, I'm trying to come back from a mess of a game. I need someone to smack me upside the head. I wish I could do it, my guy. I wish I could, but my head's still getting smacked as we currently speak. So I'm just getting through as we can from my end of things, but it's brutal, buddy. It's brutal. Mason Dale, I still think selling the team to someone who cares is priority number 1. I agree. It starts with the top down, right? Starts with great ownership and then carries downward, right? And you can have a great coach, but if you don't have great ownership, you're not getting anywhere. So I agree. I'd love to see a new owner in this at this point. I don't think Jody Allen is as in as her brother anywhere near. I think she's trying to carry on her brother's legacy, but she's going to reach a point where she's doing that at the cost of hurting this team, and that's not carrying on his legacy at that point. Mason says, are we officially knocked out of playoff contention? No. You're 2 games out of the wild card, Mason. So you're technically absolutely still within it. Likely to happen? No. Do we deserve it to happen to get in the playoffs? No. TJ says, all we got to do is go undefeated, and then we have a 40% chance of getting the 7th seed. Light work. Very light work. T Sizzle says, you can't lose any more games to have a shot at anything. That's right. There's definitely no more room for failure now. No more room for failure at all right now. Megan with a $5 donation. She's finishing it off tight. Megan's put down like about $70 to $80, $100 in this chat. I can't even keep track, Megan, tonight. Thank you for all you do on this channel, all the support you put on this channel. I hope you are getting that Largent jersey. She says, not feeling the best as I'm still dealing with a severe migraine. Need some sleep before tomorrow, so I am out. Well, you get some great sleep, Megan, tonight. Thank you for all you do again on supporting the channel. I really do appreciate it. I hope that migraine gets better. This loss certainly didn't help matters, did it? Didn't help matters. TJ says, if we can get the 7th seed, we probably have to play Tampa Bay. Light work. Yeah, easy. Tampa Bay. No problem. No problem. Tampa Bay or Green Bay, right? It's going to be one of the Bays. Or get one of the Bays. Megan Gock Rogers says, Aaron Sanders, thank you, and thank you for understanding my love of the coach. Aaron knows what's up. Jerry Stevens, I feel like I'm the only Seahawks fan that isn't freaking out about Russ. The run game is awful. He's learning a new system and coming back from injury. He has 10 years of proven quarterback play. Well, again, and I reiterate this a couple times, Terry. Let me reiterate it one more time here. Where I land about what future plans that I would like to drive towards as we go forward with this team in the future is this. You move on from Carroll. You potentially move on from Schneider, depending on how the decision-making has come down the pike. I do keep Russell Wilson. I go get an offensive-minded coach to then build around Russell Wilson, Terry. So this is that place where I ask a lot of my people in the chat to wear multiple hats at times, to think about multiple things at once. So to think about, well, I would like to still keep Russell here and build an offense around him, where at the same point in time, Russell Wilson's not playing well. And all of the things you mentioned, Terry, are absolutely the truth. The offensive line's not doing great. The running game's not doing well. You're not necessarily pass protecting at a top-notch level. But Russ is also playing badly within that. All of those things are true. Is it enough in how he's playing bad to move on from him? No. I still, in my first point, would keep him. But I do think that there is room here to go at Russ a little bit, Terry, especially understanding that this isn't just this first half of this year we're dealing with. This is also the back half of the schedule last year. This is also the Rams playoff game last year. So now we're starting to build up on over a year of data on this, of him playing at a certain level of play. And I think that it's understandable that it gets some fans a little up in arms. Again, I'm not arriving at that point, Terry, so I want to make sure I'm preloading this right. But I understand where they're coming from in that thought process, where you're paying him $40 million a year, Terry. It's his job to elevate the talent around him, not the job of the talent to elevate him. I would say a little bit. But again, to your point, everything you said was absolutely 100% on point. Mahfouz Abraham says, with the way it's going, I think Pete is staying, and Russ leaves with the way Russ is playing compared to how good the defense is. And I think that's the worst case scenario. Very well put, Mahfouz. Very well put. But because I think that is probably, if I was a betting man in Vegas and somebody says you're at the last $1,000 and you got to lay a bet here, I would probably lay the bet that is the way that this is going to play out. Where Russ leaves, Pete stays, Pete talks himself, and I got my defense right. My quarterback just messed everything up. Blah, 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 blah. That's not right either. As you said, it's the worst case scenario. But I do think that's a likely scenario. TJ Singh says 10 straight winning seasons will be broken with one more loss. Yami, what's up, Yami? 7947 says, Jesus, worst shift of my life, and then I wake up to this. Sorry, Yami. It's brutal, my brother. It is brutal. Mason says, I hope these last few years of Seahawks football don't cast a shadow on Carroll's career. He won us our first Super Bowl. Sadly, he's heading closer and closer in that direction, Mason, and especially if he ends up having Russell Wilson shipped out and he remains and sort of forced Russell out the door at that point, that will add a huge blemish to the end of his run here. It will. It will. We already look back at the Legion of Boom era and say they should have done more. There should be more than one championship pelt on the wall. And we can't say that. And that's already the case. To do it on top of it, to say basically Carroll and his hubris and his ego at the end basically dragged it all back down to the bottom of the ocean in his decision-making would be rough. But it would go in that direction if he continues down the same track of things. Nolan Vance says, having Pete say openly in the press conference that he doesn't know what to do at this point last week is telling that your message is old and flat. Yeah, I never want to hear a coach admit that, even if that's the case, that you're out of ideas, you don't know what else to do, you tried everything you can try, and it is more to what your point is on that. It's an indicator that your time has passed. Is if you as a coach can't find an answer for your team, you can't find a knob to turn, a lever to pull down, you're out of answers, you're out of ideas, and you also happen to be an older guy with an older methodology and an older approach in your philosophy and in your schematics, when you put that all into the same bag, it probably ends up bearing out in the wash that it's time for you to move on. That's what we call the handwriting is on the wall. E. Gibson says injuries, poor game management, bad penalties have hurt Seattle in recent years. Now we don't have the talent to overcome those avoidable mistakes Carroll has been known for. Well said. I agree. Terry Stevens. Yeah, I totally agree. He isn't playing well, but that's why I think bringing in an offensive-minded head coach is the best situation for the team. Also, Jordan Brooks was awesome tonight. Jordan Brooks has been up and down this year, Terry. You know, there's some games where he really stands out and looks good. There's other games where, man, he falls on his face. I thought he was really good tonight, really solid. And again, Terry, that's why I land at again and again at the end of the day where I wash out on this is keeping Russell, keeping the offensive-minded coach. Some of this is a little bit of the failure of Coach Carroll, Terry, as if Carroll had brought in really truly an offensive-minded coach who could take Russell Wilson's game to the next level. I've called it his postgraduate work. Essentially, you've already got your college degree. Now you need to go to your postgraduate work. And rather than bringing in that kind of offensive coordinator, Carroll instead went for a lot of guys that were just sort of going to be yes men to him. And then in Waldron, get this young, untested guy that he can easily manipulate and move how he wants to move. That's not what I was prescribing. And because Coach Carroll's not taken those steps, it ends up having me land at the stance of, I don't want to end up moving on from Russ and saying, but what if we had done that and him go to a team that does do that for him and then him find some untapped reservoir of greatness inside him that we could have tapped into, but we were just hesitant to do because Coach Carroll's a defensive-minded coach and he doesn't really want to build an offensive-minded team first and foremost. That's what ends up landing me again and again on this back again with building it around Russ, Terry. Yami says, so say we are not keeping Russ. Has his trade stock diminished so far that we do not get multiple first-rounders? I don't think so, Yami. I think you still get 3 first-round picks. Matt Stafford has not had one playoff win in his entire career. He played for the Detroit Lions. He was known as Stat Padford. Yeah, he had the big arm, but there was not a lot there that made you go, ooh, this guy's amazing. He went for 2 first-rounders. Russell Wilson's made 8 Pro Bowls to Matt Stafford's 1. Russell's been to 2 Super Bowls to Stafford's 0. Russell's won like 9-10 playoff games to Matt Stafford's 0. If Matt can get 2 first-round picks at 33 years of age, then Russell Wilson at 33 years of age should also be able to get 3 first-round picks. Should be able to get more, in my opinion. I do really believe that, Yami. Consumer says DJ Dallas has more touches than DK Metcalf. Like, what the F? Get the ball to your playmakers. Agreed, Consumer. How do you not? And it's game after game we say this. How do you guys keep ignoring DK? Why do we keep ignoring DK? Why is the only time we're throwing to DK is down double coverage? Or in this game, you threw a couple of throws to the sideline to him that were thrown 10 yards over his head, where he had no chance at him. Why? Kay says lessons never yearned. Sorry, B, you're cracking me up. That's just my sloppy drunkenness talking, Kay. That's all that is. Just my sloppy drunken whiskey talk. Puff says Russ has been good for so long, it's hard to see him anything short of spectacular. Very well said, Puff. Very well said. And look, he has, up until the last couple of years, he has certainly, from about 2015 to 2019, he carried this team on his back. No doubt about it. He overcome the deficiencies of Coach Carroll. He overcome the deficiencies of this roster at that time to get us to wherever we got. I give that fully to Russ. Berg Show says, how can you go on and on about a terrible team with a terrible record for 5 hours now? It's all about the money and super chats for you? It seems to be. Berg Show, I go on 5-6 hours on every stream. I never understand how folks get so shocked by me, my willingness to go to 5-6 hours of stream. I do every stream at 4, 5, 6 hours. I've done 5 and 6 hour streams on times where we've lost. So I don't understand what you're saying there, Berg Show. If it's all about the money, why would I be reading your comment? Wouldn't I be skipping over your comment because you're not paying me money? If it was all about the money? Huh? Berg Show, don't get it twisted. I do this because I love doing this. I do this because this is my passion in life. I do this because this is my getaway from real life. I do this because I love it. I do this because I enjoy the chat. It makes me laugh. It makes me think. I don't do this live stream show because I expect my team to win every time for me to do my live stream show. I do it because I truly do enjoy it and it is my passion. I like getting donations as well. Why? Because it opens the door to me being able to do this long term. So I no longer need to have 3 jobs at one time. I get to make this my only job and my only passion and do it 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. That's why I do what I do here. So please don't get it twisted. I love the money, but the money is the bridge to getting me to do this full time. If nobody wants to put anything in the chat, and here's the thing that gets me most annoyed with that Berg show. I go 5 and 6 hours to make sure I respond to everyone in my chat. Everyone in my chat. To make sure that nobody feels like their voice hasn't been heard on my show. If I cared about money, wouldn't I just read the money chats and then get out? Oh, no more money. I'm out. Bad form. Bad form on your part. And you're missing it completely if that's how you're viewing what I'm doing here on this channel and why I go as long as I do. It hurts. It hurts, Burke Show. That stings a little bit, man. Why bring that energy in? Why bring that energy in? Mahfouz Ibrahim. I've been thinking about this for a while. Who do you think was the most important player of the Legion of Boom? I think Sherman was the key to all of it. It's so hard to find it as a defense that there's one most important player because it all works so cogently together. Earl Thomas playing free safety and keeping things clear and over the top in center field meant that Cam Chancellor didn't have to play in cover 2 situations. So Cam Chancellor get to operate out of the box, right? Earl Thomas cover 3 being where he was as the single high safety and to keep things clean over the top allowed for Sherman to know that even if he wasn't on a particular play, able to keep things over the top clean, he had Earl Thomas there. That was a hell of a card in his back pocket to be able to pull out at any given time. Really, it would be hard for me to pick one guy over the other because they all functionally so worked well together, even to the linebackers up front. If I'm absolutely forced to make a call, I honestly might lean to even Earl above all else because of how you almost in Earl got a guy that was like worth 2 players and what he could do. He essentially did what cover 2 does with one guy. Doesn't mean he was the best player, but just that he allowed everything else functionally within that defense to operate appropriately because he could be that impactful as that single high safety. And while Quandary Diggs has gotten very close to where Earl Thomas was as a player, he's not there, not quite. Matt Stafford, John Doe says Matt Stafford was tripping over his own feet 2 plays in a row to start the game versus Green Bay. At least Wilson has an excuse with his finger with inaccurate passes, but Stafford is terrible lately. Well, Stafford's also, to your point, he has been bad. You're right. He's been worse and worse lately. I think he's also fighting through a myriad of other injuries. It was spoken about that he has a back injury. I've seen him roll his ankle. He also had a finger injury that came up in the same game that Russell Wilson had his finger break the way it did. So he's, I think, fighting through his own share of injuries as well, John Doe. I do believe that is the case. Mason Dale, I get it now. Coward realizes Russ is declining, but he's using his platform to keep his trade value high. He's really a diehard Hawks fan playing 3D chess. I knew it all along. I love it, man. Hey, that'd be awesome if that's what he's doing. And I gave Colin a hard time last year where I was like, dude, you're from Seattle. Can you stop trying to push Russ out the door and like support the team a little bit, even if you can't like full on support him? Even if it's sort of like up and around and back and through again, you know? John Doe says, hot take, 49ers knock out the Rams in the first round of the playoffs. I was really impressed how the 49ers played the Rams. They got the ball out so fast versus a great defensive line. I wish the Seahawks would do that. Me too. Me too. I think that's the way, your point on that, John, has been the way I've looked at with the Niners recently, very much so, in that you've got to attack them in the short passing game. You also have to run effectively with them. They run their defense where they'll take the defensive ends and angle them inside just a little bit. So they angle him inside off of your offensive line's outside tackle. That gives the offensive tackle a natural bit of leverage on outside zone runs, which is, of course, somewhat of the bread and butter for your San Francisco 49ers offense, especially when you consider what Deebo Samuel does within that offense. They're a bad matchup for the Rams. They are, John. It's just we're a bad matchup for the 49ers, and the Rams are a bad matchup for us. It's very circular. But that's the way the NFL is. Sometimes it's just you have bad matchups as far as it fits personnel-wise, and it's a little bit of how that plays everything out.
Fuck the Berg.
Fuck the Berg. You ready to get some...
Fuck the Berg, dude.
Fuck...
I just watched your channel. It sucks ass. FYI.
I know where Berg's coming from, man. I'm like, dude, Jesus Christ. Dude, like, I'm about the money.
Sitting on here, You're doing your thing.
I know. Like, I'm doing my job. He comes in and throws a big wet blanket over the top of my head. And like, dude.
Sometimes jealousy's a bitch, right?
Why kill the energy, man? Yami says, funny how Berg's show is accusing him of money grabbing and has like 3 please pay me apps on his channel info. I don't take a lot of things. I'm not going to take a lot of things. You guys can hit me pretty hard and I'll shake it off. But to say my channel's about money? Like, really? You know, like this channel takes legit 40, 50 hours a week of my time. Like, there's easier ways to make money. If what we're trying to do here is make money. Terry Stevens says, I think Chancellor was the tone setter and the leader of that defense. He kept guys accountable. It is hard. This is where it gets hard for me, Terry, in making the distinction of who was the more important, who was the one who had the most impact. I mean, it's really about the greatness of their defense that they were all so intricately with each other. It was hand to glove with everybody and their skill. Thomas's skill set to Chancellor, to what Sherman did, to even what Bobby and KJ did, the linebacker core as well. It makes it harder to say that there's one guy above and beyond, but you can make an argument for all of them, I think, because of that as well, Terry. I mean, you could convince me of any of them as saying that they're the most important part that made it run. John Doe says Earl Thomas, he agrees with me, says Earl Thomas was the key to the Legion of Boom, in my opinion. Without him, the whole rest of our defense couldn't play so aggressively. Earl was like the 2 players in one practically. Stole the words out of my mouth on that, Joe. That's done. That's exactly what I think. And like great minds think alike, I guess. But that's what I looked at it as well, is that he sort of gave you a second player for one because he could play, essentially, he could play what you'd get in cover 2, but he did it with the single high because of his range out there at free safety. Nolan Arvan says, don't forget to read The Alchemist, The Four Agreements, and The Daily Stoic. Well, thank you, Nolan. I forgot about those books, but I will check those out. I remember you mentioned that in the last stream a couple times ago. I will. I need a good book to read. I'm due for a good book here. So we got to do it. I'm getting ready too, maybe here to publish one of my, I've been working on a book on the background here soon that I'm going to be publishing that's not football related, but more on that soon. Jeffrey Huggins, thank you for the $5 donation. Jeffrey, I appreciate it. It says, for your dedication and love for the people who comment, you're appreciated. Well, thank you, Jeffrey. I don't need anybody to donate at any point in time. It's great to get the donations because it's, like I said, an indicator to me that we're getting closer and closer to me being able to do this full time. By far, the majority of, we got our sponsorship, we got the monetization off of the ads, but you guys donating is where the majority of this money comes from, this channel. And again, it's to get us down the trek, Jeffrey, to do this full time. I want to do this 7 days a week. I want to be on here streaming all the time with you guys, talking with you constantly, because again, I love to do it. I really love to do this. People talk to me all the time like, I can't believe you're 6 hours in. I can't believe you're 7 hours in. I can't believe you in 8 hours. It's not really all that impressive when you consider I love doing this. This is, I get off on this, guys. This is my favorite part of my week, to come out here and do this with you guys. So it's like when people go, man, such dedication, such hard work. It's like, I guess I get a joke with you guys, BS, talk football, get geeky with football. There's no work there with that. It's all love, man. It's all joy, you know? Sector 7, thank you for the $5 donation. Says somebody's doing the toxic waltz. Something signing good music, toxic waltz. Yeah, we got a little toxicity in here at the end, didn't we, Sector 7? That one came out of left field. It's like, you're only on late because you like the money. Because you like all those thousands of dollars. As if I'm some stripper on a pole and you guys are like flicking dollar bills at me. Like, I mean, come on now.
That fucking pisses me off. I'm actually fucking hot now. Dr. Sanders is going to go.
Dr. Sanders is mad. Dr. Sanders is taking offense to the Berg show. What's going on here, you know? What's going on, Bergs?
Did you get on here? You're fucking doing your shit. I know how much time you put in this bitch. And to say you're fucking on here for super chats, that's not anything what you're fucking on here for.
Fuck no. I'll do a 24-hour. I'll do a 24-hour stream tonight just because. Dude, just because.
It's such bullshit, man. It's like, it's so toxic fucking crap.
It is. Somebody mentioned though in the chat that he's got on his channel. He's got 3 posts. So he mentioned he's got 3 spots where he's mentioned about donating money to him.
Oh yeah,
so
dude, it's
maybe it's a little bit.
His channel out. I was like, you want to get some flame wars? Like, fuck it. I got 4 followers. I don't give a fuck. I ain't accusing anybody else of being fucking crazy. You know what I mean? Like, just be happy for a dude that's doing what he wants to do, and you know, people like his content. You know,
that's what I'm with it. Like, dude, we're already suffering with the loss. We're gonna pile on top of this. Like,
that's
gee.
That's just, Here's the thing. One of his shows had like fucking Seattle Mariners beanie on. I checked his channel. Like, you don't think I'm a fucking IT dude. I know what I'm fucking.
My guys got my back, you people. You let out the dogs when you let Aaron out on this. Yeah. So I let out the uncaged dogs. I've been feeding him in a week. So you be careful. It's the mouth. You might have had a raccoon bite him that was half feral. You know, the lockjaw setting in.
You can criticize whatever, but like, I don't know. Don't come after me, motherfucker.
I appreciate it, man. I know you got my back, brother. I know you got my back. I just on Burke is always usually Burke show's pretty nice, and in here and we're usually talking football. That was an odd left field comment. I was one like, what are you talking about, man? We did this for like a year before we even got a super chat. I love doing this with you guys, and like throw out his stand. I love doing this with you guys. I would not be doing this for 6-7 hours if I didn't love talking with you guys. Seahawks are football is my favorite sport. Seahawks are one of my favorite things to cover and get into. I like getting in the depth of this stuff. I like pulling through every last detail. Some people might get bored by that. It's not me, though. I love this stuff in that realm. It gets me excited. It gets me passionate. That's what I love about the sport of this football is it's not just a sport you watch on the surface of things. It's the sport that has so many different layers beneath it. You've got the schematic layers. You got the coaching layers. You got the play layers. You've got the chess match layers between the coordinators that's ongoing. And all of it you can unpack for almost days because there is so much detail to it. That is what is so awesome about this sport to me. That's why I love talking about it so much. It's so different than other sports that I get. What happens in baseball is what happens in baseball. What happens in basketball is what happens in basketball. There's only so many little turns of things that you can describe and how the strategics went back and forth at each other. And this coach did this, this coach ran some zone in basketball. And then this guy ran a little more man in the basketball. Like, it's very almost a little more simplified where football is so complex and there's so many things going on every play that it makes it that much funner to talk about because of the richness of it. Nolan Arvant says, with a $5 donation, thank you, Nolan. You are awesome. Says, be impeccable with your word. Don't take things personally. Don't make assumptions. Always do your best. That's it, man. That's it. And it's a soft mantra that I maybe not aware of that I try to live by, but I do. I don't take things personally, except when people say silly stuff like that. I'll take it a tiny bit personally, where I go, wait a second here, huh? What? But look, as I've said, Nolan, what I look at on this is that I say I'm going to try to be honest with you guys, even if it causes me to get flamed in the chat when it's not a popular opinion, but it's going to be honest with you. I'm always going to try to be honest. Always going to give you guys my best. Always going to give you my best foot forward. And I'm going to deliver that with every show. And whether you guys donate or not, I don't care. Just show up, watch. That's the only thing I really want at the end of the day. Beyond donations is watch, subscribe. You do that, we're going to get to me being able to do this long term, regardless of whether you're donating or not. So do that as a minimum. You're the bee's knees in my book, as far as that goes at that point. But thank you, Nolan, for all the donations you do on the channel. I hope you're buzzed as I am a little bit here, my guy. I salute you with my drink. Take a little sip. Let that whiskey go down. There's a lot of whiskey in that drink, Mr. Dr. Sanders. Woohoo! Standard Champion says Earl edges it in his role. He unlocks the rest of the secondary to make plays with aggression and confidence to lay the boom. Very well said, Champion. And that's where I land on it. I think Earl, at the end of the day, if you've got to press me to make a choice, this is a little bit like Sophie's Choice, which, folks, if you haven't seen that movie, there's this movie with Meryl Streep where she's playing a Jewish girl, and the Nazis are there with their in where they're Poland or whatever. And they've got the trains, and Meryl Streep's character has her two kids come out. And the Nazi comes up to him and he says, pick one, yeah? You pick one, yeah? He says, what? And it's, of course, Meryl Streep at her most epic in her acting style. Of course, Meryl's just like one of the best actresses ever. And she's just totally in flux because she's got to choose between her two, which kid she's going to basically send off to death, to the concentration camp, and which kid gets to live and survive, and she has to make a choice, and the movie's literally called Sophie's Choice, which if you're going to try to make me pick between the Legion of Boom players as to who's the best, you're making me make Sophie's Choice. You're making me have to have pick with the Nazi telling me, choose? I think you should choose, yeah? I think you should make a choice, yeah? Make a pick. Which child you do not want, yeah? Which is worse? Who's a more naughty boy or naughty girl? Terry Stevens says, I did not realize that having Seahawks talk show is a get-rich scheme. Totally kidding. Thank you for the time you spend here. Yeah, you're not getting rich at any point in time. Maybe once you get to like hundreds of thousands of subscribers, but yeah, it's we're not getting there anytime soon on this. It's going to be a while before we get there on that. Flag Sabbath says, you and B. Nelson are the only ones that talk to us in the cheap seats. It's because I love you guys. I know your heart beats blue and neon green. I know you love this team like I love this team. And if I did anything short of that, I'd be selling on you guys. I'd be selling on your support of this channel. No doubt about it. Jeffrey Huggins says, hey, you skipped my other comment. Laughing out loud, 5 years of sparkling deterioration. Where do our Hawks go from here? Please speak as if you were the general manager. I did a pretty lengthy article on this a couple weeks ago for my members on the channel, Jeffrey. So I've got a pretty good idea of where I would go with this. You get an offensive-minded head coach. You obviously get a guy that it could be a variety of different names. There's Eric Bieniemy. There is oh my God, I can't think of his name. Former Eagles head coach. There's Harbaugh with Michigan. You might make a call to. Honestly, it's less about an exact guy on this and more about a guy that is an offensive-minded coach who will push to build around Russell Wilson, offensively speaking. This offseason, I would hammer the offensive line at that point. I'd put a majority of my resources behind finding left tackle, center, right tackle. Some of that might be trade. Some of that might be draft. Some of that might be signing in free agency. Some of that might be trade. But I would make the offensive line where I would dedicate things towards. I would then also try to build up the pass rush around that. Some of this depends on if you move on from Coach Carroll or not. You gave me the ability to control, so at this point, I would move on from Coach Carroll, so you have an offensive-minded coach. I get a defensive-minded guy in. I bring a guy in, Jeffrey, like Brian Flores of the Dolphins, if he were to get fired. He would be my ideal. I get a 3-4 attacking downhill scheme. I find a way to use Jamal Adams correctly in the appropriate style of defense that he fits for. I think that everybody else can kind of work around that a little bit. I turn a little bit of that defense over. I build the defense with Brian Flores, Jeffries to say, look, take your chances, take your risks. I'm not as worried about the big plays anymore. I want to create chaos defensively. I want to be a juggernaut on the offensive side of the ball, but on the defensive side of the ball, I want to be a boom or bust. I want to acknowledge the fact that because I put so many resources behind the offensive side of the ball, I put so much money there, so much draft capital there, I can't expect the defense to be top 10, but I can expect it to cause turnovers. I can expect it to make sacks. I can expect it to cause chaos through its risk-taking nature. I like that because I think that in this modern day, Jeffrey, offenses are going to be productive no matter what you do. We had Tyler Heineke in this game, able to be productive on us despite not giving up the big plays. That is the way it goes. Teams will be patient. Teams will work the ball up the football field. That is just the nature of things when you have an NFL that for years has changed the rules to accommodate the offenses. That's the way that this rolls. So I lean into that. Not just on the offensive side of the ball, but on the defensive side of the ball as well. So the majority of the resources are going to the offensive side of the ball, not just with the offensive line. I'm going to get a third skill position player via, again, either picking, trade, whatever, something more certain than an untested rookie like Eskridge. Maybe it could be a tight end that's a super dynamic tight end. But essentially, at the end of the day, I'm building around the offense first and foremost and seeing where that rolls with it, Jeffrey. Seeing how that goes, specifically by rebuilding the offensive line first and foremost. Giving Russell a top-end offensive line for really the first time in his career since 2012. Spectre 7 with a $2 donation. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Says, play the song Toxic Waltz by Exodus. It's the S. It's the shit. I will play that one. Exodus. All right. I'm not aware of Exodus. I'll check them band out. Brandon, thanks for everything you do, B. I am a college football player at Western New England University in Massachusetts, and I love being here every stream just listening. I'm listening while I'm doing my final project. Oh, I love it, Brandon. There's something I love most about some folks, whether they be at work or you're doing some schoolwork, and then I'm just in the background. It sort of just tickles me a little bit because it's a little bit of how I used to, of course, consume this kind of content and whatnot. And there's just something awesome about that. I enjoy that quite a bit, just being in the background in that way. So I'm hoping to keep you entertained. Hopefully you're doing awesome in your college football career there at Western New England University. You're in a beautiful part of the country, no doubt about it, Brandon. And thank you for watching. Thank you for the kind words. I appreciate you. Mason Dale said, watch the game with my dad. He was saying how bad Seattle's pass protection is. Had to point out that looking for the deep ball every play makes it harder to block. It's a good point, Mason. Longer developing routes require the offensive line to block longer. Shorter developing routes require the offense to block shorter. The easy, quick, short 6-7 yard plays get the ball out of your hands in under 2.5 seconds. The offensive line doesn't have to do a lot. I think that's a solid point on your part. And this is a little bit of why we harp on this with Russ recently, which is a little bit of a lack of embracing the short passing game, which would help out that offensive line. Always kind of holding it, looking for that deep play to kind of develop down the field. This is, of course, something that isn't just to Russ. This is to any quarterback that's a scrambling quarterback. It could be a Lamar Jackson. It could be a Cam Newton. It could be whoever. You know, scrambling quarterbacks tend to hold the ball longer. They tend to take more hits. They tend to be under pressure more. I will say that I don't think the offensive line played phenomenal as in pass protection in this game. They certainly gave up too many pressures for my take with a front four going at him, especially a front four that was missing the two best edge rushers that they had. But with that said, it was more to your point as to why you weren't having more success in that game, being better with the short and intermediate passing game. That was the problem offensively speaking, not necessarily the offensive line. John Doe says, what do you think the percentage chance is Wilson stays with the team this offseason? It's so hard to tell with Wilson what he wants to do. I think he's loyal to our team, but it's so bad right now. I think that where this all goes is that Carroll continues to stay here moving forward, John, and that Carroll dictates a lot of what happens with Wilson. And I think Wilson wants to go to an offensive-minded head coach. The 4 teams that he put on his list of teams he'd be willing to be traded to this offseason were all 4 teams led by an offensive-minded head coach. I think that's where he was going to want to go. I would put it at about 80% to 85% chance at this point that Russell Wilson is going to leave. The thing you got to understand about this, John, is I've been doing this for a couple years. I was predicting back on literally the day that we drafted Jordan Brooks that we were probably going to come down a trek of eventually trading Russell Wilson. Not simply for the Jordan Brooks pick alone, but because it was more of a pattern of behavior to show that you were not going to build behind Russell Wilson. You were not going to make the same transition that Bill Belichick made with Tom Brady, where Bill Belichick was cut out of the same cloth as Carroll. Same cloth. I'm going to build a strong defense. I'm going to run the ball. I'm going to play great special teams. I want a game manager quarterback. But Bill Belichick realized halfway into his career that he had Tom Brady. He had a Hall of Fame quarterback in his midst. Maybe I should take advantage of that. He took advantage of it. Coach Carroll came up to that same fork in his road, and he said the fork in the road showed to him, rebuild your defense, build around Russell Wilson. He took the middle approach. He tried to cut it right down the middle, which is not making a decision on either side of things at that point. Charles Riley says, I want a Brandon-authored sci-fi adventure with names very similar to some of the Hawks. Well, it is a sci-fi, so I got a book coming out that is a sci-fi book coming out, and it's going to be a big one. So if you end up, I'll post it in eventually in the chat. I'm getting the last bit of it done, so I'm ironing out the last few kinks on it, so to speak. But I'll have it for you guys sure. But it's a little bit of a sci-fi. It's got a couple mixes of different genres in it, but it's a tomb. It's like, it would be like this thick as a bic. I've been working on it for about 13 years. John Doe says, does Stafford have a 2 to 3 pick 6 games in a row now? Yeah, he has 3 games in a row with a pick 6. The Rams were so desperate, but Stafford is probably going to let them down at the end of the day. It does look like that is going to be the case with it. I think some of it is he fighting through a multitude of injuries. I think he rolled his ankle badly a couple weeks ago, which would not be the least bit surprised to hear that he has a high ankle sprain. I think the finger injury is bothering him, and then he's also dealing with some sort of chronic back injury they talked about this week. So yeah, I think he's fighting through some stuff, and it's hurting him. And Rams went all in on this year. They went all in on this year. If they fall short, yeah, you think we're in bad shape. You talk about the work that they're going to have to do. Terry Stevens says, this team feels a lot like the late Marvin Lewis years of the Bengals, barely hanging on to games until it falls apart. Yeah, it's pretty similar. Pretty similar. Agreed. In Utero says, introducing Pete Carroll as the Yes Men. And the Yes Men. That would be Carroll. That would be Pete Carroll's band in Utero. Pete Carroll was doing a worldwide tour. It'd be Pete Carroll and the Yes Men. And everybody would be playing the same note. John Doe, I think the Seahawks and the 49ers were the best two teams in 2012. It's a shame we got knocked out by Atlanta. Never was a fan of Bevel, so at least I could understand our failure. I agree. I think we were the best two teams that year. Kind of as evidenced by the year after that, you end up beating the conference championship with the 49ers the very year after that. I think it would have played out the same way. It would have been interesting to see the game, us going into San Francisco at that time with as hot as we were playing, with as good as we were kind of matching up against the 49ers. But tough that we lost that game. Tough. We went down and Russell drove the team back, got the what would be the game-winning score. You had about 25 seconds left on the clock. Matt Ryan completes like 3 easy throws right up the field, gets right within field goal range. No problem. Tough. Mufaz says, do you think Earl will get his name bannered? I think his play deserves it, but with the way he left, I don't know. He deserves it, Mufuz, but I don't think he gets it. The reason I don't think he gets it, to your point, I think there's a couple of specific things that are the problem here. Number one, flipping off Carroll from the field. Now it's going to make it tough. Number two, going into the opposition's locker room in Dallas after the game, after you just beat Dallas to remain in the playoff contention, and then asking Dallas to come get you that off season. That's not going to ring well beyond with Earl, even beyond some of the stuff that he had happen with the Ravens, which was another further black mark. Blake Stollard says, do you think the Seahawks have thought of replacing Pete with Eric Bieniemy, the Chiefs' offensive coordinator? I think he would be an option. I don't know if he would be the top option on the board. He seems to be a little cold around the league past the fans and the talking heads and pundits who say he should be given a head coaching job. It seems like he doesn't have as much heat out there for him. Look, he's not been, Andy Reid calls the plays with Kansas City. That has not prevented other coaches from getting head coaching jobs. But for whatever reason, he just doesn't seem to be the top of anybody's list as that number one kind of guy. There seems to be something with him a little bit that, I mean, even Colorado didn't go to him as a head coach. Some of that having to do with his little bit of his troubled time there with Colorado as a coach before he got to the Chiefs. Mufuz says, yes, I do agree that Russ should be worth at least 3 first-rounders, but the reason Stafford was 3 firsts were because the Lions also took up Goff's huge contract. It was only 2 firsts for Stafford on that deal, Mufuz. And yes, you're right, Goff's contract that did factor into that because the Lions were offloading some of the Rams owing on that. You're right, 100% right on that. But I do think as well with that, the thing you got to factor in with this is that you get on Russ, and if Russ doesn't sign to a new contract out the gate, you're getting Russ at a very cheap deal. You know, Seattle's having to eat $26 million of dead money at that point, which is more dead money, frankly, than the Detroit Lions had to, eat to sort of move on from Stafford. That also has to be factored into it. But I still fall on line with believing that he's going to get 3 first-rounders, at least. And you agree with me on this. Mason says, I get it now. Coward realizes Russell... Sorry, I already read that. Flag Sabbath says Exodus. Yeah, it's going to be an Exodus probably, yeah. John Doe says, has been saying go Hawks pretty much every media he's ever done. That doesn't like a guy who doesn't want to figure things out and make it work in Seattle. We are so bad, he might not have a choice. Maybe, John. I mean, Russell made a lot of overtures last offseason to doing as much as he could without just coming out and saying, I want to trade. He came as close up to that line as you can come as a player without just physically saying, I want to trade. I mean, literally submitting a list of 4 teams you're willing to be traded to. You don't want to be traded to, but if you were going to be traded to, I mean, you don't want to be traded to, but if you're going to be traded to, when you get to that standpoint of things, you're getting pretty close. And when you're coming on the heels of a tough year like this, if you were already on the edge coming off of winning a division, of having your most successful statistical season as a quarterback, where are you at now after a year like this? Mason Dale says, I'm from Spanaway, but moved away 6 years to North Carolina. Not many Hawks fans here, so I look forward to talking the team with all of you every week. I love it, Mason. Thank you so much for hopping in here, and I love this being a go-to spot, especially for your folks who might be around the country and not able to talk Seahawks shop with just regular fans on a daily basis. I hear North Carolina is beautiful. Daniel W. says, I don't think Pete leaves after we trade Russell. I think he tries to show he can do it without Russell for a year or two. I think he walks into the sunset. I don't think he walks into the sunset on this note. I agree, Daniel. I think the way that this plays out, in the likelihood this plays out, is that Russell Wilson requests a trade and is granted such. Coach Carroll thinks maybe I can rebuild the team like I did to 2012, 2013, where I have a cheap rookie quarterback, and then I'm able to build essentially a super team around him. I think Pete looks at it from that fashion a little bit, and I agree. I think at the end of the day, he ends up remaining. He does. Charles Riley says, by the way, Brando, I'd super chat some more, but I got to get some sleep because unlike you and Russ, I don't have a doctor in the next room to hit me with an IV before heading to a 9 to 5. Stay cool. Thank you, Charles. I appreciate all the donations you do on the channel, all the support you put to the channel. You're awesome, my brother. You get some good sleep tonight. Go have a good day at work tomorrow, and we'll see you again here in like Wednesday, Thursday when I go live next. Samuel Gutierrez. Wait, I just hopped on. What is going on? By the way, what's up with Russ? DK was open on plenty of snaps, including the 2-point conversion. Why throw into double coverage when DK had separation by himself? I'm so upset, man. Well, we're just turning over this loss, turning over the season, Samuel. So that's been kind of the nature of the beast here in the chat through most of this. Yeah, DK was open on the 2-point conversion. I think some of it had to do with Russ panicking a little bit in the pocket, trying to get rid of the ball a little bit too early. If he just holds on to it a little bit longer and waits for DK to open up there in the back, it's there wide open for him. So tough on Russ there. Sometimes in the last recent few weeks, we've seen him at times panic a little bit in the pocket, as opposed to just step up in the pocket, climb the ladder. He did it in this game at one point for a great play that helped him out. But we saw last week in the game against the Cards where he needed to do that game where step up in the pocket down near the end zone. You got Gerald Everett breaking free underneath. It's wide open, but ends up throwing it away a little early because he just gets a little panicky on it. Samuel says, who was in the background? What's going on? That's Dr. Sanders. He's my resident bartender. When things go bad, when things are going wrong, when things are turned sideways, I go to my resident bartender, my in-house bartender, and he brings me some whiskey and a beer, and things get just a little bit better. Samuel says, I just got back from my mental breakdown after this game. I'm glad you got over it so quickly, my guy. Puff, thank you. Welcome to the Hawks Nest Ring of Honor. Puff, thank you so much. Please do go to your community post. I've got a variety of different articles I write there, so you can go back over the last couple of weeks. I wrote an article about my off-season plan. I wrote an article about the 12 things that the Seahawks have recently gotten wrong, lessons unlearned. I wrote an article about the greatness of Bobby Wagner and where he fits all time as far as middle linebackers go. So thank you. Welcome as a member of the channel now, and please do go check out some of those articles. Thank you so much. Nolan R. Vance, thank you for the $5 donation. Nolan, it's like you got like $70 on this chat so far, man. Thank you so much. Says, hey, Brando, mention the member perks more. I am old and didn't know to check that stuff out. Facepalm. I'm sorry, Nolan. Yeah, I mean to mention them more. I got to find a different place to put in the community chat because I think it gets lost in the community chat. But yeah, if you're a member of this channel, I do a weekly to bi-weekly article on the channel. I put a lot of work into it. It's usually a couple thousand words sometimes, but I try to really put something into it, make it something decent, not just give you guys something where I'm just trying to throw words up on, kick out a quick article for you guys to read. I'm definitely trying to expand on those perks for you guys as far as members go. I'm a writer by nature, so I'm not going to try to toot my own horn here, but between live streaming and writing, I'm a better writer, if you guys can imagine that, and just at least in my opinion on that. So please do go over there and check out those perks, Puff. Just under the community post, you can see a lot of the different articles I've written on that. Again, I do appreciate you guys doing that, and thank you for mentioning that, Nolan. I do have to mention that a little bit better and more about what you kind of get as far as being a member goes. Flag Sabbath has he wants Brian Daboll, who's the offensive coordinator for the Buffalo Bills, and then bring in Wade Phillips as the counter. That is the methodology that I'd like to employ here, Flag, which is that you get the offensive-minded coach. You say you're the head coach. You're in charge of the offensive side of things. Then we're going to get the defensive guy in here to run that stuff whole hog on the other side, and you don't have to worry about any of it. I think that is a fantastic approach to go with. It simplifies a little bit of what the coach has to take care of and be responsible for, which is a good thing because there's so much that a coach has to be responsible for. I think, too, with football being as competitive as it is, the more you can take off of a coach's plate, the better. But Daboll is a very inventive coach. Probably would work well with a guy like Russell Wilson, I think, and how he goes about his business. That's a big play. That's a big play offense there with Buffalo. They're not just a dink and dunkers, which I think that would fit well with Russ. I like it, Flag. I love it. Puff says, finally home from work. Time to take a shot with you, Brando. Glad to become a member. Best Hawks channel on the market. Well, here's me sipping on my whiskey here with you right now, man. Taking a shot with you, Puff. Glad you're back home from work. I hope it was a good day at work. Whew. Whiskey's strong here. We got the Jack going hot. Got the Jack going hot, Puff. So glad to have you on in here, man. Good to see you. Eric Porter says, Russell looks worse than he's ever been before. I know the finger is not 100%, but I feel like it's the mental part of the game. He looks completely over his head. It's really sad. No control at all. I'm with you on that, Eric. I think this has gone beyond the finger. The finger's obviously impacting stuff, no doubt about that. But there's something also mental here at play. We can't deny it. He just doesn't look right. People have mentioned, Eric, at times in my chat, something happened on the Bills game with a hit he took, or something happened the week after that in the Cardinals game and the hit he took. He has not looked like the same player since those situations occurred. He just does not look like the same guy. I'm not going to blame it on that quite yet, but maybe people have a little bit of a point on this matter. Jeffrey Huggins says, music to my ears. Yeah, you should be the general manager. Yes, you're hired. How you stated it. Concentrate on fixing the offensive line. Get a pass rush. Get a defensive tight end. Build around Luss. Build around Russell Wilson. Hawks, are you listening? It ain't complicated, is it, Jeffrey? We don't have to make this too hard at one given point, do we? And if you look at the teams that have the success in doing this and going this route, they do pretty well with it. Does it always equal you a Super Bowl? No, it doesn't. Is it still hard to get to a Super Bowl paying a quarterback top money? Yeah, it is. But you can do steps to help yourself in that realm of things. I look at the Chiefs right now. The Chiefs are trying to get just by on defense. They're doing just enough. They did just enough guys defensively to make it kind of work. Then we're going to build a super offense. And it's worked for them in that quotient. It's been smart for them going that route of things. And I'd love to see it, Jeffrey. It's part of why it's hard for me to be fully on board with saying, let's move Russ. Because you've never done this yet in his 10 years. You've had a Hall of Fame quarterback here for 10 years. And at no one point in time have you gotten him a top 5, a top 10, a top 15 offensive line. They would think that'd be maybe something you'd want to give a Hall of Fame quarterback. Yeah, he's good enough with a bad offensive line, but if he's good behind a bad offensive line, if 2017 he can play at an MVP level behind a piss-poor offensive line, imagine what the sky of the limit could be if you actually got him a great offensive line. I think it remains the better point. Berg Show says, if Russ gets traded to the Giants, he will say, go Giants after every presser. He's so pretentious. I think he would. Maybe. Go Hawks is kind of a thing. I don't know if go Giants is kind of a thing. But maybe you would. You might be right. B-Ross says, I better only have to hear Carol say we are battling and competing only 6 more times in my life. Yeah, I'm over the battling and competing. I'm over that too. I'm over the empty words. Empty words are not getting you anywhere at this point for me. It does nothing for me at this point. Daniel W. says, if Carson's having an abysmal season and injured every season, got a first-round pick from the Colts, believe Russ is going to get 3 firsts and more. I'm glad you believe the same I do on this, Daniel. That's where I stand. You know, Carson Wentz, Matt Stafford, these guys can get kind of top draw for what they are, then why can't Russ? And are really, Daniel, people going to hold Russ accountable for a time period over this last 8 games where he's playing with a broken finger? I think that he's going to get the benefit of the doubt, at least by a couple of general managers. And again, all it takes is one hot-to-trot general manager to be on the Russell Wilson train with that. Blake Stoller says, how do you feel about Eric Bieniemy? I'm a little bit lukewarm on Eric Bieniemy. He certainly has earned the right. If you look at recent coaches who've coached under Andy Reid, who've been given jobs, be it I don't know why I can't think of his name right now, but the former Eagles head coach, you got the Bears head coach. These guys come from underneath Andy Reid's coaching tree, and guys that had never been given a coaching, had never been really calling plays, but got a head coaching opportunity. So if they do, and Reid continues to have the success he has, why shouldn't Bieniemy? But once you get past that sort of logical point of it, once you get past that logical point of saying, well, he should because those other guys did, well, there's not a lot of other reasons behind that, Blake. Andy Reid is the play caller. And what has Bieniemy done that you know of him having that effect on that offense? Be it maybe he's super inventive and bringing in new stylings to Reid's offense. We can't say. I think he would be a candidate. You look at him. There's other guys, though, that I would gravitate towards and want more beyond Eric Bieniemy. That'd just be my flavor of it. The Berg Show says, how many times in a row can Pete say, I need to watch the videotape after many terrible, inaccurate Wilson throws? Again, he doesn't give you a lot in the press conference anyway, so he's a very hard guy to get you to get honest stuff. He's always going to speak in platitudes and give you a lot of coach speak. He's always been that way. I think that right now it's just a little more infuriating because he's covering up stuff that we would like to rather be brought out, laid to bear. Mason Dale, would you do a Russ deal to the Giants for Daniel Jones, Andrew Thomas, 1 first rounder in 2 seconds? Let me look at Andrew Thomas's level. I haven't been monitoring Andrew Thomas's level of play, so I can't say for sure whether or not he's been a guy that he's been solid. 73.4. Yes, I would make that move. I would make that move. If Russell's pushing to be out of town, of course, Mason, if he's wanting it to be done. If he's saying, I need to be out. Prob says, what do you think on DK storming off the field after the game while pointing at Geno? I've been on DK's side on this for a long period of time, and I'm not leaving off of it at this point. There's times where Russell Wilson forgets to throw to him. There's times where Russell Wilson ignores him for a whole game. You're not winning. You're not being productive offensively. If you were being efficient on offense, if you were scoring points on offense and DK wasn't getting the ball, I might tell DK to shut up. But when you're not those things and he's not getting the ball, he's got a point. He's got a point. So I understand where he's coming from. And I don't want my players to be okay with losing. I don't want them to just kind of shrug and go, okay. There's this meme that was shown recently of Lamar Jackson playing the Rams at the end of the half. And Lamar makes some crazy play at the end of the half to throw a touchdown. And you see in the shot, they've got Myles Garrett coming over to Lamar going, oh, man, good play, man. That's good. You did what you did. And then Jadeveon Clowney's in the background. He's ripping off his helmet. He's throwing it. He's slamming it to the ground. I want the guy carrying like Jadeveon does. Not like the guy like Myles coming over there going, well, it was a good play. And I want the guy who cares like that. That's what I want. So I'm not going to knock him for it, Prof. Mariah C says, I need to get TMS therapy after this game. I don't blame you. I might need it as well. Blake Stoller says, by the way, I'm a Rams fan, but got a brother as a Seahawks fan, unfortunately. I appreciate that, Blake. Man, I appreciate that. Thank you, bro. And like I said, I love having all fans in here from all teams in here. Gives us perspective, especially within the division. And I appreciate what you guys did. What you guys did this year is a little bit of like what I wish our Hawks did. You're not getting all the benefits of it, unfortunately, but it doesn't mean the ideology is wrong, which is we're in our window. Let's go for it. All the chips to the center of the table. There is no tomorrow. I like that approach. I like that approach at the cost of we might suck for a year or two. I'm okay with it. It's so hard to win in the NFL. If there's places that you can get advantages year by and year out, do it. Do it. TJ Singh, what's my second favorite team? It's hard to have a second favorite team. I'm a Seahawks guy. I don't even have a team I really don't root for beyond my Hawks. I really don't. I think I have a really keen appreciation for what the Ravens have done. I think they're an organization that's not held as high as they should be for some of the moves they've made because they do so many things so smart. And they've been so good for so long because they're so smart in what they do. Things might fail for them, but you rarely can look at the Ravens and say it failed because of bad decision-making in the way they roster built, in the way that they get the most out of their players. I have a lot of appreciation for the way that the Ravens go about their business. Flags Abbott says, thanks for getting me to work safe in my snowy drive. Well, I'm glad to hear you got in safe, my guy. Hope it's a good day at work. Chef Russ, too clutch. This team's mixing of the Kool-Aid has turned into an H.P. Lovecraft fever dream. It has, man. A lot of Jim Jones additions into that Kool-Aid too, Chef. A lot of Jim Jones additions into that Kool-Aid. Mason Dale, do you think the trade for Adams, the Brooks, L.J. Collier, and Penny Picks is the front office not understanding the modern-day NFL, or is it them trying to outsmart everyone? I think every one of those picks has a different reason for why those picks were made. I think the Jordan Brooks pick was made because the team was anticipating that something was going to happen to Bobby Wagner that had happened to some of the other Legion of Boom members as they got into their early 30s. They had given Bobby a third contract. They had seen that on third contracts, a lot of the players end up broken. I think that drove them to pick Brooks, who could fill in at the will, but then eventually would take over for Bobby at the middle. So it gave them sort of two positions in one on that pick. LJ Collier was a pick where they panicked. They believed in looking at that defensive line draft. It was the deepest defensive lineman that you've seen in the first round in probably 20 years. You ended up having, I think, something like 17 defensive linemen and defensive ends taken in that first round alone. The problem with that, of course, is Seattle made LJ the 17th defensive lineman pick, is that rather than going out and, let's say, getting the best center that was available on the board, the number one center in the draft, or let's say maybe the best linebacker in the draft, or the third best receiver in the draft, you went for essentially the 16th best pass rushing defensive lineman in the draft. And that was because you had a need at defensive end. You weren't picking for best player available. You had not addressed defensive end properly in the free agent period. You'd only got Ziggy Ansah, who had a huge amount of question marks surrounding him. And so you needed to make the pick for a defensive end who could actually produce from day one for you. And that's why you made that pick, is you sort of squinted your eyes and turned your head sideways and said, he'll be good enough. With Rashad Penny, they made that pick because of Todd Gurley. Gurley had been killing them, especially on outside zone runs. Coach Carroll said, I want to emulate that. He then went out there and picked Rashad Penny and then slammed him up into the middle of the defense and had him run essentially Chris Carson running plays after drafting him to run the outside zone stuff. So that's why all three of those picks were kind of made for the different reasons. The Jamal Adams one was a pick that was made more for like the reasons of the Jimmy Graham pick. You went out there and grabbed a guy who did something with one team and was not just greatly successful with that team, he was all pro-like successful with that team. You then brought that player to your team and then had him do completely different things with your ball club. In Jimmy's case, it was turning him from an H-back slot wide receiver into an inline tight end. In Jamal's case, it's taking a guy who should be playing at the line of scrimmage and now moving him out and having him play single high and cover two a predominant amount of his snaps. The Berg Show says Wilson to the Lions for Jared Goff and 3 first-rounders. I would do that. Goff will be he's my placeholder. So I'm not making my quarterback pick anyway, Berg Show, until 2023, so I'm okay with that. Chef Russ, Too Clutch, says this team's downfall is poetic and will probably be taught in history. It will be. There are some crazy lessons to be learned from this era of football and lessons that can be applied across the board in football going forward, in roster building, team building, how to get the most out of the talent on your football team, when you should actually build around a quarterback and when you should not. I think there will be a variety of different lessons learned from what the Seahawks team has done over this last 2 years. Samuel Gutierrez says, Russ looks defeated. Ship him out. Kidding. I just hate what I saw from him today. Seriously, though, he seems so done with Seattle. Something seems off in the head. I don't know if it's him being done and not out of it. I don't know if he got blasted in the Bills-Cardinal game last year and he's never quite gotten over it, but there is something wrong with Russ, and it goes beyond just the finger, no doubt. Berg Show says, if Geno was playing, how many of these games, 3 games, Russ has played since the bye would Geno have won? I think 2. I agree with you, Berg Show. I think you win the Green Bay Packer game, and I think you win this game. I don't think you end up giving even 17 points up to the Green Bay Packers in that game if Geno's in on offense, because he's at least got the offense functional at that point. Prob says, I agree completely. You, Odell's dad, and DK's dad need to come together to drop the ultimate Russ ignoring DK clip compilation. Yeah, man, I've seen it a lot now. You know, I've mentioned a couple games specifically. This came up, the Cardinals game on the road last year, the Rams game in Los Angeles last year, the Rams game at home in the playoffs last year. And there's been a couple games throughout this season where Russ just doesn't throw it to him. And I bet you could put quite a cut up together of all 22 tape of DK being ignored in just that kind of fashion by Russ. And I don't have a good excuse for it. I don't know why Russ is doing that. I don't know why he's not looking more to DK. He must just be looking at pre-snap going, he'll be double teamed. I'll just ignore him. But then he doesn't get doubled and you just ignore him anyway. Mason Dale, I was kind of hoping for a DK fade on the 2-point conversion. They were playing man, but he was still open on the design play and Russ missed him. He did indeed, man. If Russ just stays in the pocket a little bit longer, a little bit more time, he's going to break open. Terry Stevens says, it was very much a play, too, that was breaking open Mason, like the Vikings' final play last year, where it was very much a similar play where he's coming across wide open, and Russ hit him last year looking for him. Russ wasn't looking for him in this one for some reason. Terry Stevens says, the Hawks line is so strange that, yes, the pass pro is okay at times, but there are 5 to 9 plays a game where there are 2 to 3 defenders hitting Wilson in under 0.5 seconds from the snap. Wild. It is wild. I agree with you. It does occur, Terry. I think some of this comes out of some of this is born from the part that goes back to, again, how you build your offensive line. Coach Carroll's not put a lot of assets into the offensive line. You've not given out one second contract here in 10 years. You've not signed one big free agent signing. You have, in the last 5 years, while you've put 2 first-round picks, a second-round pick, 2 third-round picks, and a fourth-round pick into the safety position, at that same point in time period, you basically have put a first-round pick with Jermaine Ifedi, you've done a second-round pick with Ethan Posick, and you've done a third-round pick with Damian Lewis. That's been your investment in the offensive line over that same period of time, which seems a little bit silly. And the other part to this, Terry, is that not only have you built an offensive line with not a lot of resources put into it, but when you look at the offensive line over and over again at the players that they trot out there as starters, every one of them in their first and foremost skill set is as a run blocker. Brandon Chell is first and foremost a run blocker. Gabe Jackson at this point is basically more a run blocker, not a great run blocker. He's done a lot of stuff great at this point. Probably more a run blocker at this point than a pass blocker. Ethan Bosick, probably more of a run blocker than a pass blocker. Damian Lewis, absolutely more of a run blocker than a pass blocker. And Dwayne Brown's not doing anything good. But at least with Dwayne Brown, he gave you a monochrome of ability in pass protection as well. But when 4/5, Terry, of your offensive line are built to first and foremost have that guy's skill set be as a run blocker, driving men off the ball, it's maybe no surprise then the pass protection sucks as badly as it has. Silver Shrew, at this point, I'd rather watch a Madden simulation than a Seahawks game. I get it, man. I get it. Shane Apex, are players allowed to talk to the owner to get the coach fired? That has happened here and there, and not a lot in modern history of football, I'd say if ever, but it's not going to happen when you have as hands-off an owner as Jody Allen is. Brian Brajas, like I'm always going to say, see a Russ Instagram post this week talking about, I will come back even stronger and focused, never give up. Sick of it. Less talking, more doing. Agreed, Brian. Agreed. I want to hear less about you telling me how you're going to do it, more of it showing it. Less talk, more show. Danny says, love that you're still live. I usually come back when that has slowed down to have a real conversation with you. I'm pissed off just because I know we're better than Washington. We're better than them, yeah. Oh, we were better than Green Bay a couple weeks ago, Danny. That's the thing is you should be better than what you are this season. This team has more talent, more ability than what it's showing. You should not be sitting with the Detroit Lions right now. This is the definition of an underachieving team. Go look up underachieving in the dictionary. You'll find a picture of the Seattle Seahawks. It'll be a team photo. E. Gibson says Russ does have a no-trade clause, but said he was open to Las Vegas, Dallas Cowboys, New Orleans Saints, and Chicago Bears. That was last year, I believe, E. Gibson. I do think that list will change this year. So I think that though that was the list last year, I think this year's list will change. For instance, the Giants last year were still kind of somewhat invested in Danny Dimes. Weren't going to probably move off from Danny Dimes that quickly, that early. Now, maybe they're more open to doing so. Likewise with a team like Philadelphia, same kind of similar boat, I feel like. Danny McCormick says, Brooks played well today, and Darrell Taylor and Jamal are our future on defense. I'm having worries DK will not want to resign here. He's going to want to get paid regardless. With the direction we're going, why here? I can't blame him. If you can't get targeted and you're losing and your offense isn't playing well, if DK says, I want to go somewhere else, can anybody blame him at that point? I can't. It doesn't make sense to me either. If he's on any other team with any kind of dynamic offensive mastermind type coach, that guy's getting him touches. That guy's finding a way to get him the ball. I don't get why we're not. Mason Dale says, wish we played more man with Diggs playing center field in cover one, giving Adams free range to blitz or do whatever the hell it is that he does. I'd like to see them do that as well, Mason. I think you're not able to do that because you've put more of a personnel defensively that can play zone rather than playing man. And if you ask these guys that are better as zone defenders like Sidney Jones and TJ Reed that are probably better zone defenders and now start asking them to play man, they're going to get beat pretty thoroughly at that point. But this is one of the reasons why, Mason, I'd like to go to more of a 3-4 defense in the offseason, more of an attacking defense, because I'd like to see being able to utilize Jamal in that way. It's just a funner defense to watch, in my opinion, a better defense, a better brand of version of defense to watch. Bergshow says, Russ looks like the oldest 33-year-old I've ever seen. I think his mind is toast. Many concussions, bad finger, too short, diva mindset. He looks heavier. He wants to play to 45. Hard to see him playing the 45 at his current pace of things, to your point on this, Bergs. I don't see that myself right now. And yeah, he does look old. He looks lost. He looks out of it. It's not to say he can't fix things and get it right, but what he looks like right now is just, it's a shell of himself a little bit. It's odd to see. It is odd to see. I mean, even through the first half of this game where he started look good, he's like 8 of 11 to start this game, 145 yards, and then it just suddenly all goes to hell instantaneously. Danny McCorry says, when teams decided to play Russ too high base last season midway, he hasn't been the same. His eyes are all over the place. He's now incorporating tight ends. He's now incorporating tight ends more, but at the cost of DK, sadly. Yeah, I think it has thrown him off, Danny, and I think a little bit of why he hadn't seen more of the cover 2 look in recent years prior to that is you at least ran the ball with a certain amount of effectiveness that required the safeties to bring the extra man in the box a lot. I think with the running game being as putrid as it's been, teams can afford to keep the two single high safety up. You can keep the two high safety look to it. That has definitely been the way that's gone with it. And they've not found an answer for it, man. They have not. Bergshaw says DK is definitely pissed because Russ isn't helping him to pad his stats, which could cost him money. Bring back Geno. Hey, bring back Geno, man. Bring him back. Bring him back. Terry Stevens says, have a great night, everyone. Have a great night, Terry. Danny says, need ownership to step up, but our hands are tied as us fans can't do anything. All we can do is scream at them to change. Scream at them to move on. Scream at them for something new. It's all we can do. But they own the team. They control it. No stock options here in the Pacific Northwest for our team. We just got to sit here and sort of take it. Brian Barajas, right when I'm 100% on firing Pete and keeping Russ, but Russ always fails me, and he reveals his true colors ever since he lost his speed. He got better in the pocket around 2017, but has worsened since. Very well said, Brian, and I find myself in the same place. I'm trying to have your back, Russ. I'm trying to say, let's ride with you into the future. I'm trying to say, let's move on from Pete. Let's go behind. Let's put our horses behind you. Let's ride it. And then he keeps selling on me, man. Keeps making me look bad for trying to have his back with this stuff. It sucks. Come on, Russ. Come on. To look like a shell of yourself has been so odd. It's been so odd. Danny says, I need someone on the team to use their voice and tell us the truth about what's really happened. Bruce Irvin said a while ago, everything's changed after the Super Bowl call. Well, we definitely heard that with Richard Sherman as well, is that Coach Carroll lost his way and the team lost its way a bit. That seems to be a little bit of the feeling of things, I think, a little bit, and where it's gone. It'd be great to see Danny, and someday we're going to know the story. Someday we're going to hear about the story. I think that it comes back to me again and again at the end of the day. It doesn't matter whether we're talking about the quarterback, coach, front office. I think ego, hubris, pride, these things all factor into this. These things drove a lot of the bad decision-making for where we landed right now. To look at this team and say, this team's good enough to where we don't have to spend the $13 million we could be spending, but we're going to decide not to spend that this year because this team has been built up so good. The level of ego involved to look at that team and make that kind of proclamation is staggering. Staggering. And again, just shows you a little bit of a lens into how broken things are. Mariah C. says, today looked like Russell had some sort of brain damage. People have mentioned, like I said, Maria, they've said since that Buffalo Bill game or the Cardinal game, one of the two, there's a safety blitz in the Cardinal game where he got bashed right to the dome. And that was coming on the heels of taking a really hard hit in the Buffalo Bills game. And a lot of people have wondered if maybe he got something knocked loose between those two hits or one of those hits. Puff says, I feel like ever since Wilson got his big money extension, he played worse overall. Carroll and Schneider got an extension as well, and look how that has turned out. Coincidence? No. You can make the argument. You get paid, you get a little bit more comfortable. Especially when you're talking about those 5-year extensions. Nothing's going to make a man more comfortable than 5-year extensions, especially coach or general manager, where if you fire those guys, you're still paying the full allotment of that contract going forward. It's not like players where you cut them and you're no longer on the hook for the money anymore. You are on the hook for the money anymore. But no, I don't think it is coincidence. Samuel Gutierrez says, Russ goes to the Chicago's for Fields, Mac, 2 first-rounders, and a third. Are we taking it? I'll take it, Samuel Gutierrez, as an offer. I don't think that the Bears are going to offer that, though. I don't think that's going to be in the cards. I think they're going to ride with Fields moving forward. I think they're going to look at Fields' struggles this year and say, it's Nagy. It's not having a good offensive line in front of him. All he's got is Olin Robinson to throw to. Get him some more ammunition around him, and Justin Fields will look a lot better, is what I think Chicago will say as they look at the situation. Puff says, good players stem from good coaching. Yeah. Well, it's the coach's job to get the most out of players. You know, that's what a good coach can do. Consumer 114, did you see the DK finger point at Geno after the game? You won't see a more symbolic image for the 2021 season. I missed the finger point, Consumer, but not surprised and understand where DK is coming from. He's got to be frustrated, and understandably so, in my opinion. Danny McCormick says, Russ would look so much better with a productive running game. My best friend is a Packers fan. One thing he told me that turned me sideways was, Chris Carson's gone? Your season's done, bro. Yeah, I don't know if it was Chris Carson to me that's the cause of things going where they've gone right now, because Carson wasn't looking great before he went down to injury, quite frankly. But yeah, you can make the argument of if Russ going forward, here's the argument you can make, Danny, is Russ has never shown enough proof here over this last year. He's not going to embrace throwing short. He's not going to embrace the intermediate passing game. And therefore, he is always going to be a quarterback looking deep. So the only way you can get him to be able to accomplish being successful deep is to then have a successful running game, which takes that strong safety and brings that strong safety into the box where you leave defenses into single high or you leave defense into man on man, which then opens the door to the deep shot. You could make that as an argument as that's the only way to get the best out of Russ moving forward. And it's an argument that I would listen to. Jeff Russ to Clutch says, where is Baldwin to chew Russ out? Tyler is way too nice, even though he literally pointed out in a press conference to take what's given to them on the offense. How can you not cue in on that as an organization? I don't know, but there's been a lot of blind spots in this organization lately. So I'd maybe be more up in arms about it, but they show a lot of blind spots to a lot of different things. How can you ignore an offensive line? Why would you not want to protect your most valuable asset by building up an offensive line around him? Why would you not build more of a ferocious pass rush, understanding that that is what drives your defense? We could play this game going down the line on this, Jeff, and this is a little bit why we want change, why change is necessary, is because you keep making the same mistakes over and over, and it's to the point that the mistakes are obvious. TJ says, at least the Mariners got Robbie Ray. Let's go. Let's go, Mariners. Got themselves a Cy Young winner. Good job, Mariners. Round out that rotation. Danny McCormick, watching old Seahawks highlights make me realize Bevel was the best OC out of the three of them. This is largely due to the read option. He might be, Danny. I mean, he might be. He had the most talent to work with as well, right? He had the last legitimate offensive line to work with as well. He had Zach Miller at tight end to work with as well. Bevel had a lot to work with, and the less he got to work with as the time went on there before Bevel left, the worse he got. But you might be right. And that he's the best. He's the best of the shit bunch, right? He's not, his shit doesn't have quite so much corn in it, I guess you could say. Berg Show, I used to love Russ. I was a ride or die. I've kind of hated him for a few years now. All that ego, money, diva wife, magazines, covers. I'm just done with him. I get it. I've been wore out on that stuff as well. I don't really need the Hollywood quarterback. That does nothing for me. I tend to lean in the direction of believing that you need more of the boring quarterback. You need more of the nerd quarterback. That's what he's got to be for his role in the football team. And the more Russ has got into this legacy building stuff, the worse his game has got. Just a fact. Just a fact. And I've never liked any of it. I don't like any of the legacy stuff players do in this league. It's play your career, be great, get your sponsorship, get your dollars, shut up about your legacy. I don't care. Your legacy is not for you to dictate. It's like me telling you guys, I'm a good guy. I'm a good guy. That's not for me to say. That's for people who know me to say that about me, right? Legacy is the same way. It's not your job to dictate your legacy. It's for what you do on the football field to then bear that out down the road by the sports writers who write about you or the fans who talk about you or the talking heads like me on YouTube that talk about your greatness. That's for us to talk about, not for you to talk about. Danny McCormick says, also on that fourth quarter touchdown, haven't seen Russ step up in the pocket like that in years. Yeah, Danny, I agree with you there. This was a play last week we saw with Gerald Everett, and on a keynote play in that game where Russ is in the pocket, the tackle pushes a guy that looks like early pass rush in Russ's face out the way. Russ steps up into the pocket. If he waits a half a beat longer, Gerald Everett breaks wide open in front of him for an easy 6-7 yard throw into the end zone. Instead, he panics and throws it away, which is what we saw in the 2-point conversion a little bit in this game. But then there's also the touchdown throw he makes to Swain where he actually does step up into the pocket. Yeah, that's a little bit of that advanced pedigree that I've looked for Wilson to add to his game, that doctorate to his college degree in football to make him that better quarterback that he's not quite ever learned or embraced fully. Mason Dale says it was relieving to see Taylor get out of his slump. We're going to need him for years to come. We are. It is. It's good. And yeah, he was great. That pass rush too shows you those kind of plays, Mason, is what he is going to do going into the future. This isn't a high effort, high motor pass rusher. This is a guy that can simply beat his man off the snap and create quick pressure and get a quick sack. That's the kind of guy that can eventually be dominant in that role. I've got big time questions about him as a run stuffer, and he got attacked in the run game in this game. But as a pass rusher, I love what I see out of Darrell Taylor. Ground Knocks 83 says, have I been living in oblivion prior years with blowing off coach angst? First time in years have followed this closely, and they are outcoached every game. Well said, man. Well said, and I agree with you 100%. They're outcoached in every single game, Ground Knocks, yeah. Offensively and defensively, yes. Yeah. You saw more imagination from that Redskins offense with a defensive-minded head coach, by the way. Ron Rivera is a defensive-minded head coach. He's a former defensive player. Yet their offense showed way more creativity in this game than ours did. Explain that one to me. With a guy like Taylor Heineke at the quarterback position. The guy can't even remember his first name. Daniel W., even with their 2 elite starting defensive ends, Montez Sweat and Chase Young out, Washington football team still got solid pressure. We can barely get pressure with starters. Scheme. True. Puff says this season has been so weird overall. We started our first game in that same dominant fashionish form that us Seahawks fans have been used to seeing. Then came the Titans. Haven't been the same since. Nope. Titans kind of wrecked us. Been kind of just broken apart since that game. That game sort of broke us a bit. Danny McCormick, Colton Robinson played good today as well. After losses like this, I try to find the positives. No, he was awesome, man. And he just came a half a beat away. Had 2 plays where literally he's got his hand on the ball as the quarterback's going back into the back of his motion. Just not quite enough momentum or grab to get hold of the ball and cause a fumble. And Heineke barely got the ball out, including getting a completed pass on one. But all looked good. And they got him some more snaps in this game, it looked like, at the price of moving Dunlap off the field just a little bit, which I was encouraged to see. We know what we're getting out of Dunlap at this point, which is 0.5 sacks in total on the year. Time to go a different direction. Ground Knocks 83 says, on East Coast 94, where Eagles' most covered team went from 7-2 to 7-9, epic collapse of crap coaching and direction under Kotite. This is in the same vein. Agreed. Danny, still wish a media member would challenge Pete and John for once. I agree, man, but they love their access, Danny. They love their access. They can't let it go. They want to be there every week and be able to ask their stupid, silly question about what's Coach Carroll's dog's name. Puff, 3-8 is the worst I've seen the Seahawks record since before Pete Carroll era. Time for another shot. Time for a shot, Pete. Here we go. Oh. Woo! Berg Show, did the Seahawks pay Russell's finger doctor extra money to lie about his health? Obviously, his finger is still effed. I guess so. They said Russell said he's at 93%. I know he's not even close. Some of this, though, I do think Bergs goes beyond his finger. I think some of this is mental. Alex509, if we keep Russ, I hope they build a line to protect the quarterback. So aggravating how easily a defense gets through our O-line. Hope they get some rushers, too. Offensive line, Alex, for me, is the top priority. I hold it higher than anything else this year going into this offseason. Fix this offensive line no matter what you do, no matter what direction you take. Danny McCormick, Darrell Taylor needs to get his eyes up. Recognizing runner pass is a simple fix that film will show. He will be fine. I think he's going to suffer a little bit on this, Danny, like Bruce Irvin did. When you put Bruce Irvin in on early downs as a defensive end, teams attacked him in the running game. They tried to go at him. I think they did the same in this game with Darrell Taylor, and I think they'll continue to do so as we go forward. He's got Von Miller elements to his game, but he does not have the Von Miller ability of stopping the run like Miller did in his prime. Taylor's just not that kind of same cat. Still really talented, still got a place on this team going forward, still can be a very impactful player. But a guy that's ever going to be good against the run, I don't quite think so. Chef Russ, too clutch, says Russ's ego to compete is his hubris. Does he love the process of healing completely or doing just enough so he can airmail that bad boy out there? Yeah, I think this is the one of those points where I get Russ is a tough guy. This is a little bit like Chef Russ, why I say the coach has got to be the firm hand here. Russ is going to want to play. Russ is going to want to gut it out. Russ is going to want to do everything he can to get on the field. It's the coach's job to look at him and go, you know what, Russ? The first 2 games you're wanting to come out here, you're talking to us about taking out all of our under center stuff in the playbook. I can't do that. I can't throw out half my playbook so you can tough it out and, as you said, airmail balls over the top of people. That doesn't work. That's where your coach is supposed to come in and be that firm hand to say, no, I'm watching you in practice and you're not at 90%. You're not at 80%. You're not even at 70%. No. But instead, no, okay, get out there, go do your thing. Berg Show, seriously, what's up with the NFL allowing a team to be called Washington Football Team? A second grader could come up with a team name. I don't know why they can't figure one out. Just name it something, right? I mean, it's not going to be good. It's going to be a bad name no matter what they choose. You know that. But Washington Football Team's lame. Mason Dale says, oh my God, it's 4 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. At least I'm a senior and don't go to school till 1 p.m. Fun talking with you. I'm out. Have a good one, man. Daniel W., it just sucks so much we don't have a first rounder. I would actually be excited for us sucking if we had a top pick. That would at least be a little bit more encouraging. It's going to be a bitter pill giving it to the New York Jets, Daniel. That sucks. You know, at least you do get a pick high in the second and third round. So it's like you're going to have a de facto late first round pick if you think about it. Danny McCormick has to be surprised that the Jets pick is better than Jamal Adams. Jets are hyping up a pick that's not even on the field. Yeah, we'll see. They still got to pick the right guys, right? And as they've proven out with that Wilson pick, who I didn't like, and I don't think he's going to be a great quarterback going forward. Ain't looking good so far for you Jets fans with some of those picks and how you utilize them. So we'll see. We'll see. You still got to make it stand up. I think they are going to end up with that Wilson kid out of Ohio State. I bet they end up picking him, and he's going to be a good player for them if they do that. That's a good fit for Wilson, even not liking Wilson like I don't. Danny said the whole NFL draft is so weird. It's like a car dealership. As soon as a player is drafted, value goes down, down, down. Yeah. You lose 40% of your player value the second you pick them. You know, Danny, like they say when you drive the car off the lot, you just learn 40% of the value. Lame coach, lame joke, lame late joke. Danny McCormick, Pete was asked if coaching change on offense was possible, and he dodged the question. It'd be crazy if Waldron was gone midway through the season. It would be crazy, and it would fix nothing, Danny. It would fix absolutely zero. So, yeah, it'd be nuts, and it wouldn't fix anything. And again, it's just more of a, let me blame it on the offensive coordinator. That would then have been the 4th offensive coordinator that Coach Carroll has fired in his 10 years. 4th. You know, at one point or another, is a little bit on you with that, Pete. And especially knowing that you're so in on the offense, that you put yourself so much a part of the offense. Brian says, I'm just glad I was in junior high when I witnessed the great team Super Bowl. I remember my teacher telling me, enjoy this team because we won't have one like this again. Well, how right he was. Sheesh. Yeah, that teacher was probably a long-suffering Seahawks fan. He knew how special it was to be able to get there and win it and have a team this good. Luckily, too, you were a special team. You know, the Legion of Boom era and that team you put out there, one of the best all-time teams, I think. You know, if you look at the top 10 teams all time, probably has a say of being on that list. It's hard to get there, hard to win it. It's tough, man. This is part of the fun of the sport. Is it's so competitive. It's so hard to win it. When you do it, it's why it makes it so enjoyable to get it. So at least you got the one, man. Some fans out there don't get to even see one. Don't even get to see their team in the Super Bowl. So, you know, Cincinnati hasn't been back to the Super Bowl since they got, you know, spanked by the Niners in 90. You know, how long since Detroit? How long since Chicago? So it is special. Ground Knox 83 says, I'm talking about friendship. I'm talking about character. Hell, Pete, I'm not embarrassed to use the word. I'm talking about ethics. Pete, you got to step down. Time to step down, man. I've called it the writing is on the wall, to use an old axiom. The writing is on the wall for Coach Carroll. Your team doesn't do a whole hell of a lot good. Yeah, you've got your defense somewhat turned around, but you've driven this train, and you've driven it off the tracks. And you've driven off the tracks at the same point in time of having a Hall of Fame quarterback in his prime. I don't know if there's many great coaches, truly Hall of Fame coaches, who would have done the same thing that he did in the methods that he took. And he should be held responsible for it. And he should own that. And owning that is not, well, we'll get this right. Well, we'll fix that this offseason. It's that, no, you make certain mistakes where it's, I got to step away. My time has passed. And I truly believe right now Coach Carroll's time has passed. Danny W., would it be crazy to trade Russell to the Jets for their pick, our pick, plus Zach Wilson. They have a defensive head coach, Shanahan protege, Robert Saleh, but a offensive coordinator from the Shanahan tree. I mean, it's a possibility. It's a big market for their pick, our pick. So we would have to trade. I see what you're saying. 2 first-round picks. I guess this is possible. I don't think they would give up that much, Daniel. You're talking about basically maybe even 2 top 5 picks at that point for Russell, which I don't know if they would do on top of giving Zach Wilson. That might be just a little more than they're willing to offer. Bergshow says, Brandon Nelson said we don't need to concentrate on getting a running back in the draft. He said they grow on trees. If that's the case, why haven't we had a great running back since beast mode? Well, again, this may be a place where we disagree on this, Bergshow, but I agree with Brandon on this. I lean back again and again to saying that where good running back play comes from more often than not, and it wasn't always this way with beast mode, but more often than not, this is the case. Good running back play is born out of good offensive line play. And if you have a good offensive line play, it's not as reliant on having an upper-level running back. I read a list a second ago, Bergshow, of all the running backs taken in the first round. More misses than hits. And very few of those running backs who you would have wanted on a second contract. So does it pay to go and look for top-end talent at the running back position in the draft? No. Is there a big difference between a first-round running back and a fifth-round running back talent-wise? Is there a monstrous difference, let's say the same kind of difference you'd get between, let's say, a first-round center versus a fifth-round center, or a first-round left tackle versus a fifth-round left tackle? The difference is much smaller between the running backs than it is on any other position. Because running back is loaded. Why is running back loaded, Bergshow? When you're in Pee-wee football, where does everybody want to go play in Pee-wee? In junior high, high school, where do the best athletes who want to go play? Running back, because they get the ball every time. It's the big highlight position in junior high and high school and all that, when you don't throw the ball as much. So what that bears out to is by the time you get to college, there's a hell of a lot of athletes out there that are really good and can get the job done at the running back position. So you really shouldn't be putting that many assets into it. In my opinion, you build more to the offensive line and the running back will take care of itself. Dizzy says, do we still have a chance to make the playoffs? We have a chance, Dizzy. We have a chance. You're mathematically in it. You need teams to lose bad. You need a couple teams to lose a couple games to get back into it, but you got a chance. Danny McCormick, I really wish I could say with the Seahawks, I feel I could help a front office. I'd love to help for a head coaching search. My pick, either the Buffalo, Tampa Bay, or Chiefs OC. All those are pretty solid. It's a little early right now for Byron Leftwich with Tampa Bay. That seems a little bit early. Bergshow, why would Pete ever step down? He's a very fit 70-year-old making $10 million a year with 3 more years. Coaching and money is all Pete knows. Well, Pete Carroll's not exactly hard up for money. I'm sure he's made probably well over $100 million in his career as a head coach when you factor in what he did with USC as well. And the other part of this is the feet to the fire aspect of this, Bergshow. You know, he literally walked out of a press conference last week without trying to answer any questions. Seems like maybe he's tired with even the softball questions coming down the track from the Seattle media. Like maybe he's a little bit tired of those questions, tired of being asked why his stuff ain't getting it done. And that's unusual for him. Danny McCormick says Joe Mixon has been above average his whole career. Since Bengals have figured out their O-line this year, he's been elite. I agree with Brando. There are exceptions to the rule, Danny. I just think that it's such a hardened rule where like 90 to 95% of the time it plays out in this direction. So why go? I always say this, Danny. It's one of my sayings on this channel. Don't try to go for the anomalies. Don't try to angle for that stuff that is the rarity. Go for more of the general rule of thumb because you're going to have much more of a higher likelihood of success with it. The Berg Show says, when I was a kid, everyone wanted to either play quarterback or wide receiver. I guess it depends on Berg Show. When I'm looking at Pee-wees, you're not throwing the ball a whole lot. You're running the ball a lot. And it seems like the majority of the best talents go to the running back position. Maybe that's in a point of change right now. But it seems like that's gone that way historically speaking. Brian Brown says, I'm so glad we missed the playoffs so we can actually make a change for real, not make a wild card spot and get bounced out in the same thing every year. I think you're definitely going to get some change. Yeah, I hope so. If this year doesn't draw change, then nothing will. John Doe, Washington had a similar offense and defense as we do in terms of yards allowed, but just watching how easily they move the ball, we just had 10 first downs to their 27. Yeah, they were much better offensively than us in this game, John. Defensively, it was probably very similar, but offensively, it was better. They were more consistent. John Doe says, how are we so bad offensively? It's hard to even comprehend. Lack of it's easy to understand in a couple of different cases here, John. You've not brought an offensive coordinator in who's been a firm, hard, heavy-handed guy that can guide Russ into expanding his game. You've not built an offensive line that's ever been the strength of this team in 6, 7, 8 years, and then it ends up causing you many different problems down the line. You've not stacked up enough talented running backs, even though I'm talking a little bit less about need of talented running backs. You're getting down at times to like 6th, 7th rounder running backs, which is a pretty far drop at that point. A lack of adaptation, a lack of really embracing the modernized offensive approach, a lack of your quarterback buying into that new modern offense approach rather than leaning back on his old habits. I think there's a lot of different reasons why you land here. I do. Alex509 says, who do you guys want to win the Super Bowl? I'd be happy with Brady taking it again. Definitely don't want Rodgers to get it. If I got to pick between Brady and Rodgers, I'll pick Brady. But it'd be kind of cool to see Lamar Jackson get it with his development as a quarterback and what the steps he's taken forward. Chef Russ too clutch. This season has only made me more excited for a rebuild with a new foundation in place. Excited to see the draft show next season with the added coaching addition. Oh, hell yeah, man. Hell yeah. It'll be a fun offseason if we get to go that direction with the change of things. E. Gibson says running back has the shortest lifespan in the NFL. Agree. A good line breeds success. Yeah. It's what I see over and over as a rule. Analytics are telling us this. Our eye test is telling us this. Recent history of paying running backs are telling us this. I mean, hell, the last 2 running backs that you've given money to, Sean Alexander and Chris Carson, both got broken the second you gave them any money. I mean, even beyond the easy examples like a Christian McCaffrey or Dalvin Cook that you can find out there, here's 2 on your own team in the last 15 years. Danny McCord says, we won't change, but we don't know our owners. We don't know Chuck Arnold. We don't know if someone plays like Jody Allen role that's not Jody Allen. It's true. We don't. Not sure on how it could go. Dizzy Extra subscribed. Thank you, Dizzy. You are awesome for doing so. I do appreciate you. Ground Knox 83 coming with a $5 donation. Thank you, Ground Knox 83. You're awesome. Says the Hawks situation is bleak, but have to give respect. This is a fantastic channel. Oh, thank you, Ground Knox 83. I appreciate that, man. It's as awesome as it is because you guys in the chat and how much you make me think and just keep me going here. So I appreciate you guys for doing what you do on your side of things. Thank you for supporting the channel. And hey, that's what I'm here to do. Maybe is ease a little bit of your pain. I'm like Field of Dreams, you know. Ease their pain. Brian Bronze, why haven't I seen one interview with our general manager, John Schneider? I would just like to see him input if he is frustrated. I need something from him. It's fairly rare that general managers give interviews through mid-years, mid-seasons. You generally don't get to them until the off-season, and even then it's pretty restricted. You know, it's not, you're not getting all of them all the time. Wouldn't mind hearing him have to say something as well. I'd love to see a question asked of him this offseason of why you guys thought it was okay to sit on $13 million this year. Why you didn't convert Russell's base to bonus. That would be interesting. Puff, I had huge expectations before the season started, as did most fans. On paper, we should have won a lot of football games. Obviously hasn't been the case. Bad coaching is to blame. Bad coaching, a lack of resource investment, a lack of buying into the new offense. I point to all those things. Danny, it blows my mind that over all these years, the only additions to the offensive line outside the draft is old Dwayne Brown and old Gabe Jackson. Yeah. It's been bad. It's been bad. Essentially, they said, okay, Russ, you can scramble really well, so we're going to sell short our offensive line. We're going to get more guys that are going to run block first and foremost and aren't going to be very good pass protectors because, you know, you'll be able to run around. You'll be able to run outside of trouble. You'll get around it. Dumb. Daniel W., what would do the Jets? What would you do the Jets first, ours back, whichever is higher, plus their second rounder and Zach Wilson for what? Yeah, I would do that trade, Daniel. I don't think the Jets would offer that much, though. Berg Show says, I can't believe Ron Rivera didn't try a field goal, 4th and 5 or whatever it was. Even my 48-year-old effing ass could make a 20-yard field goal. We almost pulled out a miracle. He must not have trusted that backup kicker that he had because the first kicker, of course, got injured, Berg Show, which is why I went for it. I'm sure you know that. But he just didn't trust the backup kicker who was probably a punter, you know. John Doe, the Seahawks point differential is only negative 18 with a record of 3-8. That's an average of 1.63 points per game. Most teams with as bad a record as we are like negative 75 or negative 130. What the fuck? Interesting. It's an interesting stat, John. It's a little bit of why people say with the point differential that it does matter, though, because over recent years, even if you've gotten to the playoffs, you've been almost as a sub-zero point differential team during that period, or just barely above being a point differential up. And then people have said that's eventually going to come home to roost. Those chickens will come home to roost because that's not sustainable to play it that close. To play that close to the line and still expect to be a consistent winning football team. And this has been the year that's really come home to roost. It really has been. I think the key with being a good football team going forward is to get a little bit better of a point differential. And I think point differential falls we saw with our Mariners this year. Our Mariners, as good as they played, had a certain point up to where they could get with that negative differential that they were running out there. It's an interesting stat. Danny says Packers literally went through this with McCarthy in 2017, a new general manager as well, I believe. They changed midway through the season. Russ injury only halted the inevitable. Agreed. And yeah, the Packers did a good job a couple years ago of changing off McCarthy and finding a new track to go, turning things around really fastly to be able to get going instantaneously. That'd be awesome to be able to do that. And that's a little bit of a model, Danny, of why I lean to still holding on to Russell Wilson as we stand right now. Puff says, I want Wilson to stay, but he wants to win. His kid is named after what he's most passionate about, and that's winning, which is not Seahawks football in the current state of the franchise. Rebuild time. It may be that time. Danny says they didn't use that money because they weren't all in like they said they were. Russ's cap hit hurts if we get rid of him. All the void years we talked about, they're waiting for the offseason. And I think, Danny, part of the reason they held on that money had to do with an intention to trade Russ after this year. That's what really gets my goat about it as much as anything else, is you held on to that $13 million to better absorb the $26 million in dead money from moving on from Russell Wilson. And if this is all planned out, then you weren't all in on this year. And if you weren't all in on this year, you should have made the trade last offseason. That's my opinion on it. Rich F. Russ, too clutch. Will you take time this offseason to make a documentary-style show of the downfall of this team since 2015? I will, Chef. I've been thinking of putting something like that together anyway. It's a great suggestion, and it's one that I've been thinking of doing. And yeah, I think I will. I've already kind of started to put together some notes for the video on how I would do it. So I think I might. I think I might just do that. Yeah, it's always hard with those ones because people just hate the negativity at times, but I think it needs to be done to put this fully, clearly into picture as to what has gone wrong, what isn't right, why we are truly where we are. And it's not by happenstance or luck. It's by a methodology and approach that is broken, old, and lacks innovation. Brian Brasas says, was hyped before this season started and this team in defense, but then I really thought we were overrated since we played terrible teams at the end of the last season, and I had a gut feeling I was right. I worried that might be the case, Brian. I still leaned back into you bringing a new offensive coordinator. He's going to force Russ to tap into an untapped potential that he's never been asked to tap into before. I felt like you had improved the roster over what they were the prior year, but maybe I should have seen a little bit more clearly coming what has come. I've got to own my mistake on that, and I didn't see this type of team in the state that they are in. I had no idea it would be like this. Berkshow says the refs need to go, make things unwatchable. I can't believe they threw a flag on that onside kick. Wow. Imagine if that was a playoff game or a Super Bowl. A lot of late flags in this game, Bergs. A lot of bad flags in this game. And it's been in recent weeks this has been mounting up over a couple of games. I'm tired of it as well. This is not just a Seahawks fan problem. This is something you're seeing league-wide across the board amongst fans. Getting really tired of seeing a lot of officials, a lot of laundry on the field constantly. Just want to see the players play. Let the players decide. Damian Cormick, any college coaches you're interested in after USC's Lincoln? Not a lot of them get me too excited out there, Danny. Maybe as a crazy left field one, which would just be insane, would be like a Chip Kelly, which would be nuts. But Harbaugh I like a lot, Danny. I've been on the Harbaugh train. I know he is a divisive figure among Seahawks fans, but I like me some Harbaugh. Chef Russ Glue, too clutch. I had hope in the new offensive scheme, but Pete was too strong in the force. It's like having Vader call the show and overturn any military offers with a force choke. Very true. Very true. He is like Darth Vader in that respect. Yeah. Great comparison. I love it. Groundhogs 83. Could this be the game that brings incontrovertible change? As listening to non-usage of money a la Russ has backfired. Not sure how I feel about the future with Russ, but current leadership has to go. I'm in the same place with my standpoint on this, Ground Knox. I'm not sure where we go in the future, but I'm ready for the current leadership to be gone. I don't know if Russ is part of the plans going forward, but I know Coach Carroll is not part of my plans going forward. I've seen enough. I saw enough after that Rams game to see done, finito, finish, out. I'm out. No more. Enough. Too many of the same mistakes repeating, too many of unwillingness to correct mistakes that continue to be problems. It just removes all of my faith in this staff. Danny McCormick, this team needs a new identity. Always compete stopped working. They stopped always competing. They stopped all competing. Where's the roster churn from the early 2010s, which made players on edge and fighting for their job every snap? Now guys are given their job. Now they're just handed their job. Always compete got lost many years ago. And again, part of the reason why I think Sherman said that he felt like Coach Carroll lost his way a little bit. We at the time scoffed at Sherman and said, oh, that's just sour grapes, him moving on. We didn't pay him any more money. He's just pissed about that. But maybe Sherman actually had a point in that. Chef Russ, the hype, that'll be a crisp addition of content. I'll be doing it, Chef Russ. I think I'm going to be doing it, man. So it's going to take me a little bit of time to work on, but I think it needs to be made so we can clearly really put the cards all out on the table. This is what happened, that's what happened, and that's what happened, and that's what happened. And nobody can cover it up. Nobody can say, but this, but that, but this. No, that's what occurred. And you had your chance to change this. You had your chance to force change. Carroll had a turnover the Legion of Boom in 2018. He had his ability to hand rebuild his defense however he wanted. He had a chance to build to the offense in his Hall of Fame quarterback as his Hall of Fame quarterback was heading into his prime. He did none of those two things. Again, sort of splitting the difference and going down the middle, which is you don't accomplish either thing at that point. John Doe says, why was Cody Barton not taught to stay outside the hash marks on an onside kick? I wasn't aware of this rule, but if other teams make this error, it's a failure by our coaching staff. It is a failure by our coaching staff. And yeah, it's a guy, Cody Barton, who's not starting, who's not playing a lot of snaps. You play special teams. It's your job to know the details of playing special teams. Agreed. I don't know either. I don't know how you don't know that as a player at that point. And that does go to the special teams, and it does go to the player. Hard to say who. Maybe he was told that and ignored it or forgot it. Danny McCormick says, it's funny, all the media members talk shit on Twitter to ask Pete how the run game can balance the pass game. John Joe, I'm not sure if other teams make this mistake on onside kicks or if we got screwed by the refs. It feels a little bit screwed by the refs to me. It seems a little ticky-tacky. It came from New York at the time, so not even the refs caught it. It was New York that caught it and then told the refs. Whatever the case, I don't know. Brian Bros, I really hope DK doesn't leave. I can tell he really loves Seattle. I follow him all, but I remember him saying last offseason, Pete just runs, pass, same shit. He was right. I believe in DK, not PC. I do too. I believe way more in DK Metcalf at this point than I do in Pete Carroll. Sad that we've come to that place, but that is the place we are at. Danny says, Pete Carroll to Notre Dame, I'd actually be hyped. It means I could still cheer for him in his better environment. I don't think he's going to go there. It's an academic university. I don't think he's going to already with going to the college program where you got to deal with this new layer of you got to pay players now. Are you going to want to go to a university that's going to restrict who you can recruit based on academic standards? I don't think Coach Carroll's going to want to go in that direction. Berg Show says, I can't believe I'm saying this, but I would rather have that Washington quarterback than Russ for Heineke for 2 first-round picks. No, I'd want 3 first-round picks and then maybe Heineken, but probably even more beyond that because Washington's not going to have a great first-round pick to begin with. I'm not big on Heineke. He was okay in this game, but he wasn't anything special or great. Is he playing better than Russ right now? Yeah, he is. He is playing better than Russ right now, but Russ is playing like league worst quarterback play, so I don't know. That's not saying something. All right, well, we've gotten 8 hours and 12 minutes into the stream. My voice is definitely starting to go. I can feel it. The brain's starting to get a little bit. Let's do the last of our chat here and get the last of our comments and questions in. If you do like what you're listening to, again, please do hit the like button on the channel. It does help out this channel tremendously by doing so, as well as this is sponsored by Manscaped.com. Hey, you guys got any lower Manscaped needs and get some of that junk trimmed up a little bit? Hey, they're sponsoring the show. They've got a trimmer that's not going to cut you. You can get yourself 20% off, free shipping. Use my code NEST at manscaped.com and they'll take good care of you over there. They got a lot of great products, conditioner, lip balm, nose trimmer, whatever you could need. Something built to the men in there, not for the women, but for the men. Go get yourself something. It helps you out. Be good. Helps out the channel. Saves yourself 20%. Free shipping. Win, 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 win. John Doe says, was a real bad way to end the game when onside kicks almost never work. Have got to wonder why they would make that call. Even from a business perspective, that game could have been epic. Yeah, I don't know why either, John. It's not like people are going to be looking back going, no, the officials missed the linebacker not lined up a foot off the hash. Said nobody ever. You know, people would just be like, what an epic game. Agreed. Yami says 8 hours for just a cash grab for sure. That's right. I'm all about that money. I'm all about that pay me. Puff, our team used to have swag. DK may be a diva at times, but we need more players like him. You should be upset about not winning if you're passionate about the game. Why aren't we using him like Debo? Well, those are two different type of player types, Puff. I mean, Debo's like a running back receiver type. DK is just a receiver type. But why aren't you getting him more touches? Why aren't you finding a way to manufacture touches for him? I don't have a good answer for that. And that'd be something that would be at the top of my list as an offensive coordinator on a weekly basis of drawing up my game plans. So I don't have a good excuse as to why that is the case. It boggles my mind as well. And I'm with you. I want players with DK's attitude on my team. Stack up 53 guys with DK's attitude, I'll show you a Super Bowl winning squad. I'll show you a winning Super Bowl winning. He cares. He wants to win. He gives a shit. I don't think all players do. I think some players go through the motions. I think some players are just earning paychecks. Danny McCormick, my wishing scenario is Deshaun is a free man because he didn't do anything wrong, and we can trade Russ for picks, trade picks for Deshaun. I don't know if Russ is going to want to go to Houston, though, Danny. That's the part of it. Remember, he's got the no trade clause, so he has some control over where he goes. Ground Knox 83 says, I would love Harbaugh. Hate 49ers, obviously, but mother went to Michigan, and his enthusiasm for coaching your team is good. He can coach. He can be my coach, man. He ain't perfect. I know he's bristly. I know he can be tough to deal with. But everywhere he's gone in the last 4 stops that he's went, he's made the team better than what they were prior to him arriving, and they were worse the second that he walked out the door. I think that's telling that at every one of the 4 stops he's been at, that's been the case. That to me, he's got value. He's got value. And I talked about Notre Dame having it uphill with the academic stuff. So does Michigan. They got a lot of those same issues with the academic stuff and recruiting and stuff. It's not held him back. He's been able to turn him around. It's taken him a little bit of time. Good on Harbaugh. If he wants to come be my next Seahawks coach and run this with Russell Wilson, I'm good with it. Danny says, not saying Deshaun didn't do it, just saying if he is truly innocent. I get what you're saying. Understandable. Danny says, no, that's not why I said trade Russ to a team for picks, then trade those picks for a team. Oh, I'm sorry, I misunderstood, Danny. It's getting late in the stream. You know, I'm not reading as clearly as I was early on. Yeah, I'm okay with it. I think you're going to have a little bit of a demographic problem in Seattle bringing in a guy like Watson and some of the blowback you'd get from that. But as far as the player goes and who Deshaun is as a quarterback, I'm okay with it. He'd be a great replacement for Russ. Berg Show, why not just hand the ball off to DK? He's a beast. At least he'd get more stats. Yeah, Berg, he's just not as much of I don't know if he's much of a sudden guy like that. He's not a Deebo Samuel running back type guy like that. It's just not, he's so big. I mean, it's the 3-cone stuff, right? So being sudden laterally as far as he's very fast forward and backwards, but the lateral stuff, I don't know if it's there as much for him. So, I mean, I feel like there's other ways to get him manufactured touches outside of having to turn him into a running back. Brian says, I never was so unexcited for a Seahawks game like today, and we still lost, laughing out loud. It was Russell Wilson's birthday today, but that's no pass when I saw him miss throws, wide open receivers. Yeah, he missed a few bad ones today, Brian. A few really bad throws, and I can only guess a lot of it is on the finger, because some of those throws he would never miss, but he did miss them. There's no doubt about it. If you like what you're listening to again right now, do please hit that like button for me. Even if you're listening to this on replay, live replay, I don't care, whatever. Just hit the like button for me. It helps this channel out considerably. We got ourselves 8 hours and nearly 20 minutes here on the stream. A lot of people very kind on the chat today. Ground Knox 88, Nolan R. Vance, Vector 7, Puff, Dizzy XRA, Megan Gock, Roger, Nolan R. Vance, Jeffrey Huggins, Vector 7, Andra, Riles, so many people here on the chat. We had a Redskins fan donate on the chat. So just very kind of you folks as always in your support of the channel. I really, really do appreciate it. Awesome stream doing this with the live game. I think we're going to probably be incorporating this into next year where I do the live streamings of the game throughout. So we do the full meal deal for you guys. I hope you like that. I hope that's a direction you'd like to see this going forward as we continue to expand with this channel. It's just a little bit more, you know, and eventually we've got a full thing running here. Got full content going at you every day. That is the hope. So we're getting there bit by bit by bit. And you guys are helping me get there slowly and surely. And I do appreciate all of you for that in that respect. Berg Show says, well, turn DK into a tight end. He could be the next Gronk. I like that you're being imaginative here, Berks. You're thinking outside the box. I dig that. Samuel Goodyear says, D. Eskridge a bust. He seems lost. They don't seem to have found a role for him. That's for sure, Samuel. They have no role right now for D. Eskridge. Absolutely the truth. Chef Russ, too clutch. Thanks for streaming. You and Brennan have great channels for realness with this team. I would laugh out loud if you could be a media member in those press conferences. I probably wouldn't last long, Jeff. I'd ask a tough question, which would piss Carroll off, and he'd probably send me out on a rail. But I'd ask that tough question, and I'd make it awkward. So there is that. But I'd love to be able to get in there and ask some tough questions. I'd be hitting them right between the eyes with it. You know it. All right. Well, we hit the last of the chat. Got through all the comments. 8 hours and 20 minutes in. Awesome show as always. Look, we lost today. We're not mathematically out of it, but it feels out of it. And I know you're down in the dumps. I know you're licking your wounds. I know you're in misery and depression, both equal parts. But even in that moment now, don't you lose the faith, brothers and sisters. Don't you dare lose the faith. And don't you ever forget now. Not even when we're where we're at now. Not when we're on the precipice of change and rebuild and trading our quarterback. I don't care. Don't you forget. Go Hawks.